Chapter 1. You're late. Cole Walker heard it before he saw him, the old man's voice carrying that particular flatness of someone who had spent a career measuring things, including time. He was standing beside the cafe entrance with his hands in the pockets of a charcoal overcoat that was too heavy for the weather, which told you something about him right there. Gray hair trimmed without vanity, thick glasses, a face so thoroughly unremarkable that it seemed almost engineered, the kind of face that slid off memory like water off slate. For most of his life, that had been a professional asset worth more than any cover identity or forged passport. The old man consulted his watch with the gravity of a man rendering a verdict. 7 minutes. Cole crossed the cobblestones toward him. You counted. I always count. You always complain. The faintest smile. Good. You still remember me. The cafe occupied a quiet corner of the Malastrana district, where the stone buildings were older than most of the world's governments and seemed to know it. The afternoon crowd moved through the square with the unhurried drift of tourists who had nowhere urgent to be. Cameras swinging, shopping bags rustling, the small commerce of leisure. Beneath the worn archway across the square, a violinist was working through something melancholy and Central European that the drizzle seemed to approve of. Normal afternoon. Normal people, conducting the unremarkable business of their normal lives. Cole appreciated normal when he encountered it. It had a way of not lasting. The old man held the door. Coffee. Depends. On what? On how much trouble walks in with this meeting. The old man laughed, a soft private sound. Enough that I flew across Europe. Then make it 2. Inside, the cafe smelled of espresso and fresh bread with a bottom note of damp wool from the pedestrians who'd come in out of the rain. Soft jazz moved through the room from speakers you couldn't locate. The tables ran about half full. Students with open laptops, office workers loosening their collars over lunch, tourists consulting maps they'd already folded wrong. Nobody gave them a second look, which was the point of a place like this. The old man found a corner table with sight lines to both entrances and sat with his back to the wall. Old habits, deep as bone. Cole approved without comment. The waitress appeared, and the old man ordered in check, 2 coffees, nothing else, and when she moved away, he set down whatever expression he'd been wearing and left it there. Just like that, 20 years fell away, and Cole could see clearly the intelligence officer underneath the harmless grandfather, the man who had spent decades recruiting frightened people in frightened countries to do frightening things. How bad? Cole asked. The old man turned toward the window. Rain was stippling the glass in slow diagonal lines, and the people crossing the square below had their shoulders up and their heads down, the universal posture of people caught without an umbrella. Still normal out there. Still peaceful. For 3 weeks, the old man said quietly, people have been dying. Cole leaned back in his chair. Specific people. Former assets. Cutouts. Couriers. Handlers. People who left the work years ago and went back to their lives. He paused. Or thought they did. Accidents? No. Organized crime? No. The waitress arrived with the coffees, set them down with a brief smile, and left. The old man waited until she was back behind the counter. Professional work, he said. Cole watched him. The man had spent the better part of 4 decades recruiting assets across Eastern Europe. Careful, methodical, nearly impossible to rattle. Today he looked rattled, and he wasn't bothering to hide it. That got Cole's attention faster than anything he'd said. Who? Cole asked. We don't know. You always know. The old man wrapped both hands around his coffee cup, the way you'd hold something you were trying to keep warm. This time we don't. Outside, the violinist continued. A tram ground through some distant street. Inside, cups met saucers with small civilized sounds. Life doing what life does. The old man reached into his coat pocket, not quickly, carefully, and placed a small black flash drive on the table between them. Cole didn't touch it. What's on it? A problem. Helpful answer. The old man ignored him. 3 days ago, someone broke into a secure archive outside Brussels. A proper job, in and out clean, nothing obviously disturbed. He paused. Nothing valuable appeared to be missing. Appeared. Until yesterday. Cole looked at the flash drive. What disappeared? The old man's eyes came up and found his. The ghost file. The name meant nothing to Cole, which bothered him considerably. Classified programs leaked, that was their nature. Rumors bled through the membrane eventually, carried by gossip and retirement parties, and people who'd had too much to drink in the wrong bar. He'd never heard this one whispered, anywhere. The old man read it in his face. Exactly, he said. What's in it? I don't know. You flew across Europe to hand me a mystery. I flew across Europe, the old man said patiently, because everyone connected to the mystery keeps ending up dead. That landed with different weight. Cole looked at the flash drive again. Small thing, plastic and metal, the kind of object you'd fish out of a couch cushion and throw in a drawer. The kind of thing that could start a war. Experience had taught him both were equally possible. He picked it up. Why me? He asked. The old man smiled, and there was something sad living behind it. Because you're difficult to kill. Cole registered the man the moment he came through the door. Tall. Dark coat. Nothing about him that demanded a second look, which was itself worth a second look. He paused just inside the entrance, 1 beat, maybe 2, and his eyes made a quiet professional circuit of the room before moving on. He went to the counter and ordered coffee, and stood waiting for it with the relaxed patience of someone who was very good at waiting. Tourist, maybe. Businessman. Maybe neither. The old man had seen it too. Neither of them reacted. They found Viktor Novak in Warsaw, the old man said, his voice barely above the ambient noise of the room. Cole knew the name. Former courier. Retired. Dead. 2 bullets. He let that sit for a moment. Then Elena Petrov. Former asset Moscow years back. Dead. Yes. How many altogether? The old man stared into his coffee. 27. Cole sat with that number. 27 wasn't housekeeping. 27 wasn't tying off loose ends. 27 was a campaign, systematic and patient, run by someone with resources and a list. Across the room, the tall man collected his drink and turned toward the rear of the cafe. Nothing unusual about it, except that he hadn't once glanced at the menu boards, hadn't checked his phone, hadn't done the ordinary human scan for an open table. His eyes worked the reflective surfaces, windows, the decorative mirror behind the espresso machine, the glass panel on the pastry case. Tracking exits. Reading the room, the way rooms needed to be read. Something cold settled into place in Cole's chest. The old man saw it happen. You see him? Maybe. A slight nod. He's the second one today. Following you. I believe so. Believe. I used to know, the old man said without any particular self-pity. I used to be certain. The tall man chose a table near the rear wall, and sat with his coffee untouched in front of him, hands relaxed and visible on the table. The posture of a man who had learned to look at ease the way other men learned languages, through long repetition in places where it mattered. Military, maybe. Intelligence. Contract work. The jobs were different. The habits were identical. There's another one outside, the old man said, his eyes on the window. Blue umbrella. Cole didn't move his head. He found the man in the glass, standing across the square beneath a blue umbrella with a perfectly good covered storefront 2 feet behind him. Watching the cafe with the unhurried attention of someone who'd done this a long time and had learned that patience was the whole job. Cole felt the geometry of the situation shifting around him, and not in any direction he liked. "How long?" he asked. 20 minutes since I noticed them." "But you said since they found you." "I said since I noticed them." A pause. "It's not the same thing anymore." Cole exhaled. "You could have opened with that." The old man laughed, and then stopped laughing, and a strange look crossed his face. Not pain, exactly. More like the expression of a man who has been handed information his mind hasn't finished processing yet. Confusion, shading into something that looked almost like surprise. The coffee cup slipped from his fingers. It struck the table, tipped, and shattered on the floor, and the old man went sideways with it, not dramatically, not the way it happened in films, but quietly, the way a building settles when something load-bearing gives way inside it. Cole was moving before the cup finished breaking. He caught the old man before he reached the floor, and the blood was already spreading across the front of the charcoal overcoat, a dark, widening stain centered on a small hole just below the ribs. No gunshot. A blade, thin and precise, driven deep by someone who had walked close enough to use it, and far enough away to be gone before anyone understood what had happened. Professional work. Very professional. The cafe came apart around them. Patrons shouting, chairs grinding back across tile, a tray hitting the floor somewhere behind the counter. People surging toward the exits, pulling out phones, doing the urgent, helpless things people did when violence arrived without warning in a peaceful place. At the rear table, the tall man stood. Calmly. Too calmly. Cole looked directly at him. The man held the look for exactly 1 second. No panic in it, no surprise, no performance of concern. And then he turned and walked through the kitchen door with the unhurried ease of someone leaving a party that had simply run its course. Cole wanted to follow him. The old man's hand found his sleeve. Weak grip. Still enough. Cole looked down. The old man's lips were working, and blood had reached his teeth, and his breathing was the short, wet, expensive kind that meant time was running out fast. "Listen," the old man said. "I'm listening." He struggled for it. "Ghost file." "I know. I have it." "No." The grip tightened with the last of something. "The file isn't the secret." "Then what is?" The old man's eyes went to the flash drive lying in the spilled coffee beside them, then came back to Cole's face with an urgency that had burned away everything else. "The names," he said. "What names?" His chest shuddered. "The list." Cole leaned in until there was nothing between them but the old man's fading breath, and the noise of the cafe, the shouting, the approaching sirens, the footsteps, receded to something distant and irrelevant. The list of what? The old man's eyes fixed on him, and what lived in them now was fear, not of dying, which he'd made his peace with somewhere in the long career behind him, but of what came after. Fear of the thing that was already in motion. He whispered 3 words. "They know everyone." The grip loosened. His eyes went past Cole to somewhere else, and whatever question had lived in them was finished. Cole sat motionless for half a second, long enough to let it land, short enough not to waste it, and then he moved. He pulled the flash drive from the table, pocketed it, and crossed the panicking cafe toward the kitchen door. A cook shouted something indignant in Czech as Cole came through, and Cole didn't slow down for it. The back door was open, rain blowing into the threshold in gray gusts. The alley beyond was empty in both directions, wet cobblestones black with rain, dumpsters pushed against the old stone walls, a delivery truck parked half a block down with nobody in it. The tall man had 30 seconds on him, maybe 40. Then movement. Half a block away, a dark coat turning a corner with the practiced efficiency of someone who knew exactly where he was going. Cole went after him. Fast. Chapter 2. Rain hammered the alley in gray sheets, turning the cobblestones into something that reflected the sky back at itself. Cole rounded the corner at a full sprint and found the dark-coated man 50 yards ahead, moving through a narrow pedestrian lane between stone buildings with the long, unhurried stride of someone who had done this before and knew precisely how much distance he required. Not panicked. Not even particularly hurried. Just fast enough, which was its own kind of message. Cole accelerated. The gap stayed exactly where it was. That told him plenty. The man glanced back once, a quick, clinical measurement, the way you'd check a gauge, and registered no fear, no surprise, nothing that resembled a human reaction to being chased. Then he turned into a crowded square, and was simply gone, absorbed into the afternoon like smoke into curtains. Cole slowed at the plaza's edge, and worked the crowd methodically. Tourists filled the square despite the rain, their umbrellas drifting through the gray afternoon like wayward boats. Street vendors were pulling tarps over their souvenir stands with the resigned efficiency of people who had learned not to argue with check weather. Somewhere beyond the crowd, a tram bell rang with cheerful indifference to all of it. He scanned faces, storefront reflections, moving vehicles, the spaces between umbrellas where a man might briefly not exist. Nothing. A good operator was gone before the pursuit properly began, and this one was very good. Somewhere behind him, growing closer, a police siren wailed. Headed for the cafe, almost certainly. By morning, the dead man would be a small, tidy news item, sudden collapse, natural causes, tragic, and someone with the right credentials and the right quiet manner would have seen to the knife before the authorities worked out what they were actually looking at. Professionals cleaned their own messes. It was a point of pride. Cole crossed the square to a side street, stepped beneath a shop awning where the rain drummed steadily overhead, and pulled out his phone. One number. A secure line. It rang twice. "You sound irritated," the woman said. "Good afternoon to you too. You only call when things explode." Things exploded. She sighed, with the particular weariness of someone who had been receiving exactly this kind of call for a long time. "Where?" "Prague." "That narrows nothing. The asset is dead." Silence. Not long, just long enough to mean something. "Damn." Cole watched pedestrians hurry across a nearby intersection, heads down against the rain, coats pulled tight, conducting their ordinary business in an ordinary city on what would have been, for most people, an ordinary afternoon. Except that a retired intelligence officer was cooling on a cafe floor 3 blocks away, with a small precise hole beneath his ribs. "He gave me something before he died," Cole said. "Do I want to know?" "Probably not." "Tell me anyway." Cole turned the flash drive over in his fingers. Something called the ghost file. The silence this time was longer, and its texture was different, not grief, but recognition. The particular quiet of someone who has just heard a name they hoped not to hear. "You know it," Cole said. "I know the name." "What's in it?" "I don't know." Cole frowned at the middle distance. That answer is getting popular. Because nobody is supposed to know. That's rather the point of it. A bus came through the intersection, and threw a long wing of standing water across the gutter. Cole stepped back from it. "Where are you?" she asked. "Still breathing." "Specific location." "Prague." "No kidding." 27 dead assets, Cole said. "Somebody cleaning house." 28, the woman said quietly. A pause. "You counted the Prague asset?" "I attended his funeral. 14 years ago, he pulled me out of a situation in Tallinn that had gone sideways in several directions at once. I counted him." She cursed, softly and with real feeling. "Get somewhere secure. Open the drive. Call me back." The line went dead. No goodbye. Intelligence people treated courtesy like classified information, doled out only when strictly necessary. He found a hotel 3 blocks away that was small and forgettable in all the right ways, the kind of place that asked no questions because it had learned that questions complicated the relationship with its clientele. The desk clerk processed him without looking up from his newspaper. Good sign. 20 minutes later, Cole was sitting at the desk of a narrow room overlooking a rain-soaked interior courtyard. One bed, one chair, one desk, one exit, with the curtains closed and the door locked and the flash drive plugged into a laptop he'd had modified by a man in Lisbon who asked even fewer questions than the desk clerk. The drive opened without resistance. Folders. Dozens of them, organized by date and location, and operational designation, each one containing the kind of material that lived in the deepest strata of intelligence archives: personnel files, asset histories, dead drop locations, safe house records, operational reports going back 2 decades. The old man hadn't exaggerated. If anything, he'd understood it. Cole worked through it methodically, opened folder after folder, followed threads, let the scale of it accumulate. Names and photographs and addresses. Cover identities and emergency contacts and vulnerability assessments. Files that dated back 20 years, 30 further. CIA, MI6, French DGSE, German BND, Polish intelligence, services whose acronyms he recognized and a few he didn't. Every entry connected to the intelligence world in some way, as asset or operator or support, active or retired, or long since vanished into ordinary life. It was less an operational file than an encyclopedia. A master index of the entire Western intelligence apparatus, cross-referenced and current, the kind of document that in the wrong hands didn't just compromise individual operations, it unmade the entire architecture. Explained the dead assets clearly enough. Then he found the list. No title. No operational header. Just names, hundreds of them, arranged in dense rows with small colored symbols beside each entry. Red. Yellow. Green. He clicked one of the red ones. Photograph. Identity. Status: deceased. He clicked another. Deceased. Another. Deceased. Another. The red marks were a body count, and someone had been maintaining it with the careful diligence of a devoted record keeper. Cole scrolled through it. More names, more photographs, more deaths, the list going on past what you wanted to believe was possible, and then stopped. Elena Petrov. Red. Viktor Novak. Red. The names the old man had given him in the cafe, already filed and categorized and marked off like completed items on a to-do list. He kept scrolling. And then he stopped scrolling entirely. His own photograph looked back at him from the screen. Not an archived image, not something pulled from an old operational file, recent surveillance taken within the past year, possibly the past 6 months, the kind of photograph that required patience and proximity and the knowledge of where to be standing when the subject walked past. Somebody had done the work. The file loaded around it. Name. Aliases, all of them, including 2 he'd used exactly once and then retired. Operational history. Travel records going back 4 years. Known associates. Safe locations, current ones, addresses he'd used in the past 18 months. A threat assessment written in the clipped, precise language of someone who took the subject seriously. One word sat beside the entry in the status field. Active. Then, below it, a second line that finished loading with the quiet finality of a door closing. Priority target. Cole sat with that for a moment. The room had not actually gotten smaller, but it carried that quality now, the walls a few degrees closer than they'd been, the single window doing less work against the dark. He closed the file and opened it again. Same result. No error, no glitch. Just the photograph and the status and the 2 words that meant someone with considerable resources and no good intentions had moved him from the category of investigator to the category of problem. A knock at the door. 3 quick taps. Cole was out of the chair before the sound finished. Laptop closed, pistol drawn. The chair moved aside with a care for silence that was entirely reflexive, the body doing what years had trained it to do before the mind had finished formulating the appropriate response. 3 more taps. No voice. No cheerful identification. No sliding of a room service menu under the door. He positioned himself beside the frame, gun up, weight balanced. Who is it? The hallway offered nothing back. He waited 30 seconds, a full minute, in the particular suspended stillness of a man who has learned that patience in these moments is not a virtue, but a survival strategy. Then footsteps, unhurried, moving away down the corridor and around a corner, until the sound dissolved into the general quiet of the building. Cole opened the door onto an empty hallway. On the floor, centered precisely in front of the threshold, as though placed there with some care, sat a small envelope. He left it there and looked at it for 30 seconds, another habit, the kind that felt excessive until the one time it wasn't. Then he picked it up, stepped back inside, and closed the door. One sheet of paper. No handwriting, no fingerprints, nothing personal about it at all. Just a computer printout, the kind of document that existed to deliver information and leave no trail behind it. 3 words, printed in a clean, ordinary font. We found you. Cole looked at the paper, then at the locked door, then at the laptop sitting closed on the desk with his photograph inside it, and 2 words in the status field that hadn't been there yesterday. He thought about the kind of operation that went to this much trouble. The maintained list, the systematic dead assets, the surveillance photograph taken from close enough to matter, and now this note, delivered not to eliminate him but simply to inform him. Fear worked better than bullets. Fear made people run, and running made people make mistakes, and mistakes were so much easier to exploit than a stationary, clear-eyed target who knew what he was dealing with. He walked to the window and drew the curtain back an inch. Across the courtyard, standing in the rain with the patience of a man on a salary, was the man with the blue umbrella. The same blue umbrella from the square outside the cafe. He was looking directly at Cole's window, and when the curtain moved he did something unexpected. He smiled. Brief, professional, almost collegial. Caught you looking. Then he turned and walked into the rain and was gone. Cole let the curtain fall back into place. He'd come to Prague to receive information. Instead, someone had handed him a situation with moving parts he hadn't finished counting yet, a flash drive full of the worst kind of knowledge, and the clear understanding that he was no longer the one asking the questions. Somebody had already moved him onto the board. The only remaining question was whether they intended to play him or simply remove him. Chapter 3. Cole checked out of the hotel 20 minutes after the curtain fell back into place. Not because he felt particularly threatened. Threat was the water he swam in, but because staying would have been a form of stupidity he couldn't afford. The people behind the list knew which room he was sleeping in. That eliminated the room, the building, and probably a comfortable radius around both. You didn't need to feel threatened when you had access to basic arithmetic. He crossed the street with a small backpack and folded himself into the morning rush, moving toward Prague's central rail station, letting the crowd do what crowds did best. The rain had backed off to something lighter, and the city had that scrubbed, provisional quality it got after a hard night of weather, the cobblestones dark and gleaming, the air carrying the smell of wet stone and espresso from the cafes opening their doors. Cole had seen enough cities after enough rain to know it didn't last. Cities never stayed clean for long, especially once intelligence services got involved. Praha Hlavní nádraží opened up around him in a vault of steel arches and morning noise, wheeled luggage dragging across polished floors, departure announcements cycling through Czech, German, and English with the unhurried authority of a place that had been moving people across borders for well over a century. The coffee shops were doing brisk business with commuters who needed something between them and the morning. Nobody gave Cole a second look. He bought a ticket with cash. Vienna one way, departing in 12 minutes. Not because Vienna figured into any particular plan. Vienna was simply not Prague, and not Prague was the entire point. Static targets died. Moving targets forced the people hunting them to make decisions under pressure, and decisions under pressure produced mistakes. And mistakes were the only currency in this business that consistently held its value. He boarded 10 minutes before departure and chose a seat midway through the carriage, not pressed against an exit, not boxed into a corner, balanced between options the way he preferred to be. The car smelled of coffee and damp wool, and the particular machine oil undertone of rolling stock, and the passengers settling in around him had the look of people with ordinary destinations and ordinary reasons for reaching them. Families negotiating luggage. Students with earphones in. Business travelers working phones with the focused intensity of people who believed the world required their continuous attention. An elderly couple at the rear, conducting a spirited disagreement about which bag went in which overhead compartment. Normal people. The kind Cole spent a lot of time moving through without touching. A woman entered the carriage. Mid-30s, dark hair, black coat. A small carry-on bag managed with the ease of someone accustomed to traveling light. Nothing about her announced itself, except that when her eyes found the carriage and swept it in that first automatic survey, they landed briefly on Cole and produced the smallest possible pause, half a second, maybe less, the kind of reaction that required prior knowledge of the subject to generate. Most people would have missed it entirely. Cole didn't miss things like that. She continued down the aisle and took a window seat 3 rows ahead, facing forward, and didn't look back. Cole bought a newspaper at the platform and opened it across his lap and didn't read a word of it, using the glass instead as the train cleared the station and Prague began dissolving into gray distance behind the rain-streaked windows. He watched her for 10 minutes. Relaxed posture that was slightly too relaxed. The careful performance of ease that differed from actual ease, the way a held breath differed from ordinary breathing. Controlled awareness without obvious scanning. The tradecraft was refined, subtle, better than military. Different school, entirely. Then she spoke without turning around, at a volume calibrated precisely for him. You should get off at Brno. British accent. Educated, southeastern, the kind that came with a certain institutional formation. Cole folded the newspaper. That's a strange opening line. So is finding your photograph on a kill list. He gave that the moment it deserved. The woman turned in her seat and looked back at him, and he got the full picture. Green eyes with good edges to them, sharp features arranged in an expression that suggested she had considered fear as an option and decided against it on practical grounds. Cole offered a slight smile. You seem well informed. You seem difficult to warn. She stood and moved to the empty seat across from him, with the directness of someone who had decided the conversation was happening, and the geography of it was a secondary matter. No hesitation, no waiting for an invitation that wasn't coming. How long have they been following you? She asked. Cole studied her, the way you studied a lock before deciding how to open it. Who are you? Answer mine first. Yesterday, he said. That I know of. She nodded. Longer than that. You sound certain. I am. Outside, the city had given way to open countryside, green fields running out flat under a low ceiling of cloud, church steeples appearing briefly above tree lines in villages that the train passed through without stopping, each one there and gone before you could fix it in memory. The woman glanced toward the rear of the carriage, then back. They've watched you for months. You know who they are? No. Then how do you know? A brief dry smile crossed her face. Because they watched me too. Cole leaned back and looked at her steadily. Name? Rachel Hart. Real name? No. Thought not. She shrugged, with the equanimity of someone for whom this was an uninteresting observation. Former MI6. That part he believed without effort. Everything about her was consistent with it. The confidence, the observation skills she was trying not to make obvious, the particular manner of answering questions by not quite answering them and waiting to see what you did next. Classic formation. You could take the officer out of Vauxhall Cross, but certain habits calcified early and stayed. Rachel folded her hands on the table between them. They killed my handler in Brussels. 2 retired field officers in Belgium. A friend in Warsaw. She said it evenly, without inflection, the way you reported operational facts when you'd had time to process the emotional content and file it somewhere it wouldn't interfere with the work. The pattern matched what the old man had told him in the cafe, closely enough to mean something. Why tell me? Rachel's eyes went to the connecting door at the far end of the carriage and stayed there. Because we have company. Cole didn't look immediately. He watched her eyes instead, because people lied with their mouths and their posture and their carefully constructed cover stories. But eyes doing genuine threat assessment had a quality that was difficult to fake. The focus narrowed, the micro-movements quickened slightly, the performance dropped away. Rachel's attention was real. He shifted his angle and used the window. In the adjoining carriage, a man stood near the connecting door in a dark jacket with a short beard and a travel bag slung over one shoulder. The complete visual vocabulary of an ordinary passenger, assembled with sufficient care to be almost convincing. He'd been there for 10 minutes without sitting down, without moving toward a seat, without doing any of the things ordinary passengers did. Just standing. Watching. Friend of yours? Cole asked. No. The train entered a tunnel, and the windows went dark, the carriage lights suddenly bright and reflective, everything outside replaced by the interior of the car caught in the glass. Rachel's voice dropped. There are 2 more. One in first class. Her eyes indicated direction without pointing. Another near the dining car. 3 watchers, coordinated, positioned at the geometrically sensible points of the train. Not improvised. Cole turned it over briefly and found nothing encouraging in any configuration of it. The tunnel released them back into daylight, and the bearded man was no longer standing in the doorway. Rachel's expression shifted in a way that had nothing performative about it. That's not good. What changed? He moved. When they stop watching and start moving, the timeline compresses. A conductor worked through the carriage, checking tickets with the efficient pleasantness of a man for whom this was the whole job. Passengers handed over their tickets and received them back and returned to their conversations and their phones and their ordinary journeys. Cole and Rachel handed theirs over. The conductor thanked them and moved on, and the moment he cleared the far door, Rachel leaned forward across the table. We need to leave the train. At a station, I assume. At the next one? Yes. And after that? After that, we're not on a train with 3 people whose job is to ensure we don't reach Vienna. Cole glanced out the window. Fields. A narrow road, running parallel to the tracks. A cluster of farm buildings in the middle distance that looked like they hadn't received visitors in years. No station, no platform, no visible reason for a train to stop. How long to Brno? He asked. 20 minutes. Maybe. The train jerked. Not a normal mechanical shudder. A sudden, purposeful deceleration that sent coffee sliding across the table in the row ahead, and brought heads up all through the carriage with the particular alertness of people whose routine has been interrupted without explanation. The brakes caught and held, and the train began slowing with a determination that had nothing to do with a scheduled stop. Rachel said something quiet and British and specific to the situation. We're not near a station. The bearded man reappeared in the connecting doorway. He wasn't watching anymore. He was moving, coming down the aisle with the focused economy of someone who had shifted from the surveillance phase of the operation to the next one. Simultaneously, the far door opened, and a second man entered from the opposite end, older, gray jacket, travel backpack, advancing with the same measured purpose from the other direction. Two men. One destination. Their row. They never looked at each other, which confirmed everything that needed confirming. Cole was on his feet. The bearded man accelerated. The second man accelerated. Passengers began registering that something was happening without yet understanding what. The confusion moving through the carriage in a visible wave. Turned heads, questions, the frozen paralysis of civilians encountering something their experience hasn't equipped them to categorize. The bearded man's hand went into his jacket. Carefully. Professionally. The kind of movement that preceded only one thing. Cole grabbed Rachel's arm. Move. They crossed the aisle as the first man cleared his weapon. A compact pistol with a suppressor that turned the shot into something no louder than a staple gun. And the round went into the seat where Rachel had been sitting a half-second before, the upholstery erupting in a small, polite burst of stuffing. Then the carriage became noise and chaos, and the specific terror of people in an enclosed space who understand suddenly that there is nowhere to go. Passengers dove between seats or pressed themselves against windows or simply froze in place, which was the most dangerous thing to be. Cole drove Rachel through the connecting door into the next carriage. Behind them, the second gunman fired, and a window dissolved into a white cobweb of tempered glass. Front. Rachel said. The third man was already in position at the dining car end, exactly where she'd predicted, weapon drawn, waiting with the patience of someone who had been told what was coming and prepared accordingly. He had the angle, and he had the time, and he was raising the gun with the unhurried confidence of a man who believed he had both. Cole got his hands on a metal service trolley and put everything he had into it. The cart went forward hard and fast and caught the gunman at hip height before he could adjust, and the collision drove him back into a table with the full weight of coffee urns and crockery coming apart around him. The pistol discharged once into the overhead panel, punching a neat hole in the ceiling trim. Cole covered the distance in 3 steps. One combination, economical and sufficient. The man went down across the aisle and stayed there, not dead, not interested in continuing. Rachel already had the pistol. Good hands, quick read of the situation. Cole noted it without comment. The train completed its stop with a final hydraulic sigh, and Cole looked out through the window at a landscape that contained no station, no platform, no infrastructure of any kind that would explain why a passenger train would stop here. Open countryside in every direction. An unpaved access road cutting across a field toward the rail line. On that road, moving fast, 3 black SUVs in loose formation raising a rooster tail of wet gravel, headed directly for the stranded train with the purposeful acceleration of vehicles that knew exactly where they were going. Not police. The geometry was wrong. The approach too direct, too fast, without the tentative quality of authorities responding to an unknown situation. These were people who had created the situation and were now arriving to conclude it. The train, Cole understood, had not stopped. It had been delivered. Rachel stood beside him looking at the same window, the pistol easy in her hand, working through the same arithmetic. She turned to him with an expression that in another context might have been called dry. Still think Vienna matters? Outside, the SUVs crossed the last 200 meters of field toward the tracks without slowing down. Chapter 4. The lead SUV came in fast and slid sideways across the dirt service road with the practiced drama of a vehicle driven by someone who had done this before and wanted the people watching to understand that immediately. It stopped 20 yards from the train. The doors came open, and the men who poured out moved with the clipped, purposeful efficiency of a unit that had rehearsed this particular sequence. Body armor, compact rifles, headsets, the disciplined spread of a team that knew its assignments and didn't need to discuss them. Cole watched through the train window. Well organized. Rachel was checking the pistol she'd taken from the attacker on the floor behind them, running through it, with the quick professional familiarity of someone for whom this was a routine task. That disappoints you? It means they planned ahead. Planning ahead means intelligence. Intelligence means they knew we'd be on this train before we did. The first rounds came through the windows near the front carriage, not a spray, not the indiscriminate panic fire of amateurs, but controlled, selective, looking for something specific. The carriage dissolved into screaming, and people dropping into aisles, and children crying, the full cascading terror of civilians in an enclosed space, suddenly understanding that the situation they're in has no category in their experience. Exactly the chaos the attackers needed, and they'd built it deliberately, which bothered Cole considerably more than if they'd simply come in shooting. Indiscriminate violence was frightening. Targeted violence with good intelligence behind it was something else. "Come on," Cole said. Rachel was already moving. They pushed through the panicking passengers toward the rear of the train, Cole clearing a path with his shoulders, Rachel tight behind him, while gunfire worked through the carriages in short, disciplined bursts. The rear service door opened onto a maintenance ladder that dropped down to the gravel bed alongside the tracks. Rachel leaned out and took a fast inventory of what was waiting for them. Open countryside. Flat. A line of trees perhaps 300 yards out across ground that offered nothing in the way of cover between here and there, just wet grass and scrub brush, and the kind of exposed terrain that a competent shooter with any kind of optic would regard as an opportunity. "Move," Cole said. They dropped from the ladder. Gravel shifted and crunched under their weight, and the moment their feet touched down, the lead SUV reacted. They'd covered the egress points, of course they had, and rounds started snapping through the air with the sharp personal quality that rifle fire acquired at close range. Cole got a hand on Rachel's shoulder and pulled her into a concrete drainage culvert running alongside the tracks, both of them going down hard into the ditch as bullets struck the lip of the concrete and sent fragments spraying across the back of Cole's neck like hot grit. Rachel came up briefly for a look. 6. Maybe 7. I count 6. Then there's 7. He said it without particular emphasis. There's always one you don't count. She produced a brief, involuntary smile, the kind that arrived against a person's better judgment. And then they were moving again, low and fast along the drainage channel, while rounds cracked through the weeds and brush above them, with the methodical patience of shooters who were in no hurry because they didn't believe their targets were going anywhere. The team spread quickly through the field. Textbook containment, one element fixing them in place, a second flanking left, a third working to cut off the tree line. Clean execution, good spacing, the kind of tactical movement that came from actual training rather than the approximate version of it. Somebody had put real money and real time into these people. The trees were close enough now to see individual trunks, not close enough to reach before the flanking element closed the angle. A round struck the concrete 2 feet from Cole's head. Another punched through the brush directly ahead, which meant the lead shooter had adjusted his range and was working toward them systematically rather than waiting for a clear shot. That was the discipline that made them dangerous, not aggression, but patience married to competence. Rachel pressed in beside him, breathing controlled and even. "They know exactly where we're going." "They usually do," Cole said. And then he saw it. Lying in the drainage channel where some maintenance crew had left it and never returned for, a section of concrete pipe, 40 inches of it, 8 inches in diameter, the kind of heavy infrastructure component that weighed enough to matter. He got his hands under it. Rachel looked at him, then at the pipe, then at the advancing gunman, working down the slope toward the edge of the ditch. She didn't say anything, which meant she'd done the geometry herself. Cole rolled the pipe downhill. It bounced once on the uneven ground, found its line, and hit the leading gunman at shin level with the full momentum of a few 100 pounds of concrete in motion. The man and his rifle went in opposite directions down the slope, and his 2 teammates did what trained people reflexively did in that situation. They looked toward the sound, they checked on their man, they lost 2 seconds of forward momentum. 2 seconds was enough. Cole and Rachel broke from the culvert and ran. The tree line came up fast, the ground wet and soft underfoot, pulling at their shoes, branches starting to whip past. And then the woods closed around them and the geometry of the pursuit changed entirely. Open field shooting became close quarters tracking, and tracking through wet forest was a different skill set. Behind them, the team entered the trees. Not rushing. Patient. Spreading into a line and moving forward with the methodical confidence of people who believed they had all the time they needed. That was the version of pursuit that Cole liked least, the unhurried kind, where the hunters had decided that their targets had nowhere to go, and the only remaining question was how long it took. The pursuit went on for the better part of an hour, the woods thinning gradually toward roads and farmhouses and the returning evidence of ordinary Czech countryside. And then, incrementally, the sounds behind them changed, less close, less focused, the sounds of a withdrawal rather than a pursuit. Rachel noticed it before Cole mentioned it. They let us go. They got what they came for. She looked at him, working it out. They confirmed we're together. Cole nodded. They'd done exactly that. And now someone in a vehicle or at a desk somewhere had updated a file and added a connection that hadn't been there before. 2 isolated problems had just become one larger and more interesting one. By sunset, they were across the Austrian border by routes Rachel knew from older work. No airports, no passport controls, no cameras watching departure halls. The old methods. Unmapped roads, regional trains paid in cash, the patience to move slowly enough not to attract the attention that speed invited. The old methods still worked. They worked because the people designing surveillance systems thought in terms of the infrastructure they'd built, and the gaps between that infrastructure were still considerable if you knew where to look. Vienna arrived after dark, the city wearing its evening well, fine rain misting through streets lit by yellow lamps, restaurant windows glowing, music audible from open doorways, the comfortable European density of a city that had been inhabited long enough to know what it was for. Cole moved through it without particularly seeing it. There was nothing wrong with Vienna. Vienna simply wasn't the point. Rachel led them through a residential district of old apartment buildings with the quiet certainty of someone navigating from memory. She stopped outside a narrow townhouse. 3 stories, stone exterior, curtains drawn, nothing about the exterior that declared itself, and Cole read it the same way she did. The precise kind of anonymous that intelligence safe houses achieved deliberately, the architecture of not being noticed. Safe house. Cole said. CIA. I've used it before. She started up the front steps. Stopped halfway. The hesitation was small, and lasted less than a second, but Cole had already felt the same thing arrive in his own thinking, a quality of wrongness that had no specific source yet, just the aggregate reading of several small details that the trained mind registered before the conscious mind had finished processing them. He stood on the pavement and let his attention work the building quietly. The street was too still. Not the peaceful stillness of a residential evening, the particular absence of sound and movement that a place acquired when the people who normally produced those things were no longer present to produce them. The porch light, Cole said. Rachel looked. Burned out. A small thing. The kind of thing that happened in ordinary buildings, occupied by ordinary people, who noticed it when they got home, and forgot about it by morning. Intelligence safe houses didn't work that way. Safe houses got maintained because maintenance was operational discipline, and operational discipline didn't have off days. The curtains, Rachel said quietly. A 2-inch gap. Could have been careless. Could have been a signal, position. Neither interpretation produced anything Cole wanted to act on. Rachel stepped off the walkway without another word, and they circled through the alley behind the neighboring buildings to the rear courtyard. Trash bins, stone walls, a rusted bicycle that had been there long enough to become part of the architecture, and Cole crouched at the back door and examined the lock in the available light. The scratches were fresh. Fine, precise, the work of someone with proper tools and the knowledge of how to use them. Not forced, picked by someone who didn't want the entry to announce itself. Rachel's jaw set. That's not our work. No. Cole opened the door and went in first. The smell reached him before his eyes adjusted. Gunpowder, blood, and underneath both of them, the specific flat odor that a room acquired when violent death had happened in it recently, and the windows had been closed since. Rachel came in behind him. Neither of them spoke. The kitchen looked like a life interrupted rather than ended. Coffee cup on the counter. Newspaper open to a middle page. A chair pushed back at an angle from the table, as though someone had risen from it quickly and not returned. The normalcy of it was worse than disorder would have been. Cole moved through the ground floor. The dining room contained a man at the table. Single shot, forehead, clean and close, the signature of someone who had gotten near enough to be certain and hadn't needed a second attempt. Rachel recognized him. "Station support," she said, and left it there. The living room held two more. One male, one female, both shot once, no signs of struggle or panic or any attempt to reach the exits. The shooters had moved through this house with a thoroughness that suggested they'd encountered no meaningful resistance and hadn't been in any hurry. Clean work, methodical work, room by room. The kind of work that took time and required confidence that the time was available. Cole cleared the second level. Three more, one near a communication station, one beside a bedroom doorway, one in the upstairs hallway. The communications equipment had been destroyed with something blunt and efficient, and the hard drives had been pulled from their housings and taken. Files were scattered across desks, but not randomly. The scatter of a search conducted systematically rather than a search conducted in panic. They'd looked for something specific, found what they came for, and then finished the job. 8 bodies. A house full of people whose profession was operational caution, surprised and eliminated without apparent difficulty. Rachel stood in the upstairs office, looking at the communications officer and doing the arithmetic that Cole had already done. The anger that moved across her face was the clean, cold kind that had burned through everything softer on the way to becoming what it was now. 8, she said. Cole looked at the desk. The files, the destroyed equipment, the missing drives. And then, small, easy to miss, the kind of thing that registered only because everything else had been looked at already, a photograph pinned beneath the edge of a shattered monitor. He worked it free. An old photograph, slightly faded, the color palette of a decade or more ago. 8 men standing beside military vehicles in a desert environment, squinting against the kind of light that came from a sun that meant business. He didn't recognize most of the faces. He recognized one. There was a name on the back, written in the plain, deliberate handwriting of someone who wanted the name to be legible. Gabriel Kane. Rachel looked over his shoulder, and what crossed her face then wasn't the professional wariness she'd been carrying since the train. It was something more fundamental. The specific disorientation of a person whose understanding of what is possible has been revised without their consent. "That's impossible," she said. Cole looked at her. "He died," she said. "Years ago." "I read the file." She said it the way you said things you'd believed long enough that belief had become certainty, and certainty had become the ground you stood on, and now the ground had moved. Cole looked at the photograph again. At the man, whose name was written on the back with such careful, legible intent, as though whoever had placed it there knew it would be found and wanted to be understood correctly. A siren moved through the city somewhere outside. The muffled sound of Vienna conducting its evening, indifferent to the 8 people who had stopped conducting anything in this building and would not be starting again. Cole slipped the photograph into his jacket. 3 cities. 3 moves ahead of them at every turn, and now a name, written by someone who had either left it accidentally or placed it there on purpose, and Cole wasn't sure yet which of those possibilities was more troubling. For the first time since Prague, he had something to pull on. He intended to pull on it hard. Chapter 5. Vienna at 3 in the morning was a different city entirely. The cafes shuttered, the tourists gone, the traffic reduced to the occasional taxi moving through streets that the rain had turned into long mirrors, reflecting the yellow lamps back at themselves in wavering columns of light. The city's beauty persisted without an audience, which was the most honest kind. Cole drove. Rachel sat in the passenger seat with the photograph from the safe house, held at an angle to catch the passing streetlights, studying it with the focused attention of someone reading a document in a language they almost speak. Neither of them said anything for several minutes. The silence had a working quality to it that didn't need to be filled. Rachel looked up. "I attended Gabriel Kane's memorial service." Cole glanced over briefly. "You seem certain it took place." "It took place." "You saw the body?" A pause. "No." "Then you attended a ceremony," Cole said. "Ceremonies happen when people want them to happen. They don't require a body." Rachel frowned at the windshield. "I knew somebody would eventually say that." The stolen sedan moved well through the nighttime streets. Nondescript color, common model, the kind of vehicle that existed in such quantities across European cities that the eye simply declined to process it. Cole had taken it from a side street 3 blocks from the safe house, leaving sufficient cash on the seat to cover the inconvenience. An old habit. He preferred not to take things he hadn't paid for in some fashion. Rachel turned the photograph in the lamplight. He worked special activities. Military. Paramilitary. The distinction mattered to him, apparently. She studied the face in the image. Lean, hard, carrying the particular alertness of a man whose baseline state was vigilance, who had lived so long in dangerous places that ease had become a thing he performed rather than felt. Kane built his reputation in Eastern Europe during the 90s. He was effective across a long stretch of very difficult operational environments. "Good reputation?" Cole asked. "Depends entirely on who you ask." "Usually does." "He got results," Rachel said, and left it there. Cole understood the construction. Intelligence agencies loved results the way gamblers loved winning streaks, with a devotion that suspended most other considerations. What happened between the assignment and the result tended to be a matter of limited institutional concern, provided the result arrived. The city center receded behind them. The neighborhoods aged as they drove, the grand facades giving way to older residential streets, then to the unglamorous industrial districts that every European city maintained along its waterways, the parts that appeared in no tourism literature and served the city's actual physical requirements without being asked to look good while doing so. Brick warehouses, loading bays, security lights mounted high on walls that had been built to last and had outlasted the purposes they were built for. Rachel pointed. "Next right." "You know where we're going." "I know where somebody stored records." "Somebody." "MI6. She said it with the particular flatness of someone naming their family. Cole laughed despite himself. "That narrows almost nothing." "It narrows considerably more than CIA. CIA stores things everywhere and loses half of it." She paused. "MI6 stores things precisely and loses nothing. The problem is remembering where precisely." The building Rachel directed him to looked, in the most thoroughgoing way possible, like a place that contained nothing worth the bother of investigating. 3 stories of old brick with windows that had given up on themselves, paint that had faded to a color that didn't have a name, the general presentation of a structure that the city had simply stopped thinking about. Cole parked at the curb, and they sat for a moment, reading the street the way you read a room before entering it. "No visible security," Cole said. "There is security." Where? You haven't found it yet. She said it without condescension, simply as a statement of fact, the way you might tell someone that the coffee was hot. They got out into air that carried the cold off the river, and the fine rain that had been falling since Prague, and seemed to have decided to accompany them indefinitely. The warehouse door looked as though it hadn't moved in years, the hinges furred with oxidation and the frame swollen with decades of weather. Rachel walked directly to it, reached into her jacket, and produced a small metal key that she inserted into a lock recessed behind a section of loose brickwork that looked structural and wasn't. The door opened inward with a sound like a considered opinion. Cole looked at the hidden lock. Subtle. Nobody expects intelligence services to hide things using methods from spy films, Rachel said. So that's precisely where we hide them. Inside, Rachel's flashlight moved across the warehouse interior and disclosed a geography of stored history, shelving running back into the darkness in parallel rows, stacked with boxes and filing cabinets, and the accumulated paper record of operations conducted in the names of governments that had changed several times since the documents were created. Enough material to reconstruct decades of decisions, filed with the particular British institutional care that produced archives so organized they became a form of optimism about the future. Cole followed her deeper into the building. It smelled of dust and old paper and the specific sealed room quality of a place that had been opened infrequently for a long time, with underneath it all the cold presence of the river working through the brick walls. Rachel found a secured cage enclosure near the rear. Keypad, secondary lock, a third mechanism that Cole couldn't immediately identify, and worked through each of them with the patient efficiency of familiarity. The gate swung open. The cabinets inside were different from the ones in the main warehouse. Maintained. Recent. The labels on the drawers were crisp rather than faded, the hardware clean. Someone visited this enclosure regularly. Rachel moved along the row. Eastern Europe. Balkans. Former Soviet territories. Special programs. Her flashlight tracked across the labels and stopped. Ghost. A single typed word on a single label. Nothing explanatory, nothing contextual. Just the word, doing its own work. Cole stood beside her and looked at it. Neither of them felt anything that resembled triumph. Finding the thing you've been looking for had a way of replacing one quality of unease with another, heavier variety. Rachel opened the drawer, and Cole began pulling folders, and they worked through the contents in the beam of the flashlight with the methodical patience of people who understood that what they were looking for would not announce itself. Operations summaries. Personnel assignments. Asset recruitment records. Financial reports, stretching across years and currencies, and the changing political geography of a continent that had been reorganizing itself throughout the period in question. Standard intelligence architecture. The ordinary documentation of extraordinary activities, rendered in the flat, bureaucratic language that made violence and deception sound like project management. The deeper they went, the more a pattern emerged. The same names cycling back through multiple folders, multiple years, multiple countries, not coincidentally but structurally the way load-bearing elements appeared throughout a building. A network, large and deliberately concealed, layered across 2 decades of European intelligence work. Cole found a personnel roster with handwritten red marks beside certain names. The marks were recent, the ink still carrying the slight sheen that old paper didn't absorb the way new ink required. Rachel looked at the marks. Dead. Cole nodded. The names matched the flash drive. The same people, marked in the same manner, the systematic record of an ongoing campaign maintained in parallel across 2 separate archives. Which meant whoever was hunting these people had access to both. Which meant the scale of the operation was larger than either of them had been thinking. He kept working through the folders, and a date kept recurring. 21 years ago, 20 years ago, the same narrow window of time appearing as the organizational center of gravity for nearly every significant document in the collection. Something had happened in that period. Something with enough force to shape everything that came after it, buried deep enough that it had taken 2 decades and 28 deaths to begin pulling it toward the surface. Rachel opened a folder, and photographs spilled across the top of the nearest cabinet. Military compounds in desert light, villages, airfields, convoys moving through landscapes that Cole associated with a specific decade's specific foreign misadventures. Faces, operators, assets, handlers, the full human infrastructure of a sustained clandestine operation photographed at various points in its life. And in photograph after photograph, slightly right of center, the same face. Gabriel Kane. Younger by 20 years but entirely recognizable, carrying himself with the relaxed authority of a man around whom other men naturally organized themselves, not because he demanded it, but because competence at that level generated its own gravity, and people oriented toward it the way a compass oriented toward north. Rachel studied one photograph for a long moment. Kane commanded this operation. Cole had the file open in front of him. Operation Ghost Lantern. Status: terminated. Classification: special access. Most of the detail was gone. Pages pulled, sections reduced to black bars, names removed with the thoroughness of an institution that had decided certain specifics should not survive in recoverable form. Classic retrospective sanitization, done carefully by people who understood what they were erasing. What happened? Cole asked. Rachel was working through the redacted reports with the speed of someone accustomed to reading around absences, inferring from the shape of what wasn't there. Her expression darkened by degrees. This doesn't track. Welcome to the profession. No. She pointed at a page. This team disappeared. 37 personnel assigned. 37 names in the deployment record. She turned pages. No extraction report. No after action. No debriefing records. No formal closure of any kind. She looked up. The paper trail just stops. Not tapers off, stops. Mid-operation. Cole looked at it. She was right. The absence was too complete, the boundary too clean. Operational records didn't end this way naturally. They accumulated mess at the margins, trailing paperwork, the administrative sediment of conclusion. This had been removed. Deliberately, by someone who knew exactly what they were removing and had ensured that the removal itself left no obvious trace. Except that it did leave a trace, because a gap the precise shape of a deliberate erasure was itself information. Rachel found another folder. Then another. The pattern repeated, operations launched, personnel deployed, and then the clean disappearance of everything that followed. A hole running through the archive like a corridor, manufactured rather than natural, the outline of something that someone had spent considerable effort ensuring could not be reconstructed. Cole found the final report beneath a stack of personnel files, one page, unsigned, the kind of document that had been written quickly by someone who understood they might not get another opportunity. The heading was clear enough. Operation Ghost Lantern. Status: compromised. The language deteriorated as it went, the crisp operational register giving way to something more fractured, the syntax of a report written under pressure by someone whose composure was not entirely intact. References to betrayal. Compromised intelligence. Friendly assets exposed before they could be extracted. Operational losses that the report's author seemed to be recording in real time rather than retrospect. Then the page ended at mid-sentence, the bottom half torn away cleanly and taken. Rachel read it once. Then again. Then a third time, in the particular silence of someone confronting information that rearranges something fundamental. Kane's team got sold out, she said. The warehouse held that for a moment. Outside, the rain intensified, a gust of it working through some gap in the roof to land with a quiet percussion on the concrete floor somewhere in the darkness behind them. "Not by the enemy," she said. Cole looked at her. "By whom?" "The report doesn't say." Whoever tore the page knew exactly where the relevant name appeared. She set the document down. But somebody inside the operation provided the intelligence that got 37 people killed or disappeared. Somebody with access, with motive, and with the institutional leverage afterward to ensure the record never clearly showed what they'd done. Cole returned to the file cabinets and worked his way to a drawer near the bottom that had no label and no visible lock. Inside, a single storage box held photographs, dozens of them, perhaps more than 100, each one documenting a face connected to the operation. Field operatives, assets, handlers, support personnel across multiple nationalities and multiple levels of the organizational structure. Some faces he recognized from the flash drive. Most he didn't. A visual index. A complete human map of everyone who had touched Operation Ghost Lantern in any capacity, assembled with a comprehensiveness that went beyond operational necessity into something more like obsession. Rachel looked at the photographs, and understanding moved across her face with the gradual, unpleasant quality of a tide coming in, slow enough that you watched it arriving and still couldn't stop it. "Oh no," she said. Cole waited. She touched the edge of the nearest photograph without picking it up. "The ghost file. It's not intelligence material. It's not an operational database." She looked at him. "It's a reckoning. Someone compiled every person connected to this operation. Everyone who knew, everyone who participated, everyone who was complicit by association or by silence, and they've been working through the list." Cole looked at the photographs. Every murdered asset. Every retired operative, marked with a red symbol on a flash drive in a Prague cafe. The list wasn't random, and it wasn't opportunistic. It was the systematic prosecution of a 20-year-old wrong, conducted by someone with the patience and the resources to pursue it across an entire continent. Not a conspiracy. Not a weapons program, or a stolen technology, or any of the things that drove the usual machinery of this work. One operation. One betrayal. One catastrophe, buried under 2 decades of institutional silence. And now someone was unburying it, one name at a time. Rachel looked at Kane's photograph, the younger version of the face from the safe house image, surrounded by the people the report listed as lost, the people who had been delivered to their deaths by someone they trusted. Her expression had the quality of a person watching something she'd believed to be finished reveal that it had never finished at all. "If Kane survived," she said, and stopped. She didn't need to finish it. The architecture of the thing was clear enough now. The motive, the methodology, the patience required to sustain it across 2 decades before beginning. The ghost file wasn't an intelligence asset. It was a list of debts. And someone had decided, after 20 years of waiting, to collect. Outside, thunder moved across Vienna in a long, slow roll, the sound of it working through the brick walls of the warehouse and arriving, diminished but present. Cole slid the photograph into his jacket, alongside the one from the safe house, 2 images of the same face separated by 20 years, and by whatever had happened in between. The storm that had been buried with Operation Ghost Lantern was finally coming into focus. And at the center of it, a man who was either dead or the most patient and dangerous person Cole had encountered in a career that had introduced him to several serious contenders for that distinction. He intended to find out which. Chapter 6. Budapest greeted them with sunshine, and Cole distrusted it immediately. The city presented itself with the unhurried confidence of a place that knew it was beautiful and had stopped feeling the need to apologize for it, Morning light coming off the Danube in long, shifting plains, river traffic moving beneath the bridges, with the steady commerce of a waterway that had been doing this for centuries and intended to continue. Tourists filling the sidewalks with their cameras and their guidebooks, and the particular cheerful obliviousness of people whose largest immediate problem was which side of the river to visit first. Nobody looked worried. Nobody carried the awareness that people were being hunted across this continent by an operation that moved faster and thought further ahead than anything Cole had encountered in a long career of encountering things that moved fast and thought ahead. He found the sunshine professionally irritating. Danger had a preference for the moment when people allowed themselves to relax, and sunshine encouraged relaxation the way rain discouraged it. Rachel stood beside him at the railing above the river with coffee in one hand and her phone in the other, looking out at the Parliament building rising above the water on the opposite bank, the Gothic confection of it, the spires and the arches, and the extraordinary ambition of a 19th-century government that had wanted its legislature to look like an argument that democracy intended to win. She looked, Cole noted, like someone who had slept and eaten and arrived at a new city with a fresh perspective, which was either genuine recovery or very good professional maintenance. "You ever notice," she said. "What?" "The cities stay beautiful, no matter how ugly the work gets." Cole looked at the river. Cities don't care who's killing who. They predate the killing, and they'll outlast it. The beauty isn't insensitive, it's just older than the problem. Rachel laughed softly. "That's either profound or deeply depressing." "It's practical." He watched a tourist boat move under the nearest bridge. "What's on the phone?" She folded it into her jacket. "Good news, possibly." "That exists." "Occasionally." One of my old contacts answered. "That's the good news." "He wants to meet." Contacts wanting to meet is generally how bad things begin. "He hasn't tried to kill me yet," Rachel said. "In the current environment, I'm treating that as a strong endorsement." They crossed the river an hour later into a quieter district that the tourists hadn't colonized. Older buildings with the patient solidity of structures built to house generations rather than impress passers-by, tree-lined streets, residential blocks where retired people walked small dogs, and the pace of the morning was set by the cafe owners opening their shutters rather than by any external urgency. The sort of neighborhood where a person could disappear into an ordinary life and have the neighborhood cooperate with the project. Rachel stopped outside a bookstore. It was the kind of independent bookshop that survived in European cities by some combination of genuine community affection and the stubborn refusal of its owner to consider the economics of the situation. Shelves visible through the front window packed to a density that suggested the books had been breeding in the night. A hand-lettered sign, a bicycle leaning against the facade with the ease of a regular. A bell chimed when they entered, and the smell of the place reached Cole immediately. Paper and coffee, and the particular warm, enclosed quality of a room that had absorbed decades of reading. Much better than dead safe houses. An elderly man stood behind the register. Silver hair worn without vanity, wire-rimmed glasses, a sweater that had been washed enough times to achieve a comfortable formlessness. He had the look of a man who had spent 40 years recommending novels to people who hadn't asked for recommendations and had come to appreciate them anyway. Rachel smiled. The first smile Cole had seen from her that didn't have any operational content in it, no assessment, no performance, nothing calculated. Just recognition. "Peter." The old man came around the counter, and they embraced briefly in the manner of people whose shared history was long enough and complicated enough that the embrace contained more than it expressed. Peter looked at Cole over Rachel's shoulder with the measuring attention of someone accustomed to evaluating people quickly and accurately. "You brought company." "Cole Walker," Rachel said. Something moved in the old man's expression. Not alarm, not suspicion, but the slight recalibration of a person encountering a name that had preceded its owner. His eyebrows lifted a fraction. Cole registered it. "You've heard of me." "Some people become their own stories," Peter said. "I find those people exhausting." Peter laughed, a genuine sound, unguarded. "Yes. I suspected you would." The office behind the bookstore was the accumulated geography of a long and varied life, walls lined with books in 4 languages, maps pinned at various angles, photographs of places and people spanning several decades, the whole of it assembled with a disregard for interior design that suggested the owner had simply put things where they meant something and stopped thinking about it. Peter poured coffee from a pot that had clearly been going for some time, strong and dark, in the manner of a man for whom coffee was fuel rather than pleasure. Nobody touched the pastries on the plate beside the pot. That felt exactly right. Rachel set the photograph of Gabriel Kane on the desk. Peter's smile left his face with the completeness of a light being switched off. He looked at the photograph for a long moment, long enough to have answered the question without opening his mouth, and then he nodded once, slowly, with the weight of a man acknowledging something he'd hoped not to be asked about. "Everybody knew Kane," he said. Cole leaned forward. "Tell me." Peter rubbed his chin with the back of his hand, an old man's gesture that bought him a moment with his own memory. "Best field operator I ever encountered across 40 years in the work. That's not sentiment. It's an assessment I arrived at after considerable contrary evidence from other candidates." He pointed at the photograph. "He went into places that most experienced people wouldn't drive past in a sealed vehicle. And the things he went in to do, he did." "Until Ghost Lantern," Cole said. The name landed on Peter the way a stone lands on still water. The ripple moving outward from the point of impact, the surface changed. His expression tightened into something that had the density of 20 years of unresolved weight. He set down his coffee cup with the careful deliberateness of a man who needed his hands to be still. "Ghost Lantern destroyed careers," he said. "And before careers, it destroyed people." He looked at the window that gave onto the back alley. And whatever he was seeing there wasn't the alley. Because somebody sold them. That's the plain version of it. The complicated version has the same conclusion. The room held that. Rachel nodded slowly. "We found the files in Vienna," she said. "What we could find." "Then you found the official story." "We found pieces of it." Peter made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. The official story changed 6 times across 18 months. Each version explained the same outcome with decreasing plausibility. He opened his desk drawer and removed a worn file folder, the kind of folder that had been handled enough times that the cardboard had softened at the edges, and placed it on the desk with the deliberate care of a man presenting something he'd kept at considerable personal risk for a considerable number of years. "I kept copies," he said. Rachel looked at him. "Of course you did. I'm old. I'm not stupid. There's a distinction." Cole opened the folder. Photographs, personnel records, field reports written in the cramped operational shorthand of people who needed to communicate precisely and quickly. The complete private record of an event that the institutional record had been systematically emptied of. One report had handwritten annotations covering every margin. The ink in 2 colors suggesting it had been added to across multiple sessions over multiple years. Peter tapped the page. "That's the account that actually happened." Cole read. "A covert meeting in Eastern Europe, 20 years back. A high-value defector carrying intelligence sensitive enough to justify a full security operation. Kane's team assigned to bring him in. The preliminary arrangements had been thorough. The communication protocols were sound. The extraction routes had been selected with the care you brought to work, where the margin for error was measured in lives. Then everything failed at once. The routes were compromised before they were used. The communications were monitored. The extraction points were covered before the team arrived at them. The ambush that followed had the signature of people who had known exactly where to wait because they'd been told. Cole reached the casualty roster. 32 dead. 5 survived the initial contact. Of those 5, the record noted subsequent fates with the flat economy of a document that had run out of ways to soften the information. Rachel was reading over his shoulder. Damn. It got worse afterward, Peter said. The dead became administrative problems to be resolved. The agency buried the operational record and produced a version that attributed the failure to circumstance rather than betrayal. The people responsible for the burial were the same people who had either participated in the betrayal or had sufficient institutional reasons to ensure it was never investigated seriously. He said it without particular heat, the way you described a structural defect in a building, not angry at the building, simply stating what was wrong with it. 20 years later, here we are. The bookstore existed beyond the office door, quiet in the mid-morning. The bell above the front entrance still, the street outside going about its business. The tourists and the dog walkers and the cafe owners conducting the ordinary operations of an ordinary Budapest morning. Rachel looked at the casualty roster for a long moment, then at Peter. Who survived? The old man's hesitation was brief. A half-second, no more, but in the context of a man who had been answering questions directly for the past 20 minutes, it announced itself clearly. Gabriel Kane, he said finally. Who else? Peter opened his mouth, and then his eyes moved. Not dramatically, not the obvious scanning of a man who has heard something alarming. Just the small, almost imperceptible shift of attention that a person made when their nervous system had registered something that their conscious mind was still processing. 40 years of professional habit, responding before the thought arrived. Cole heard it a second later. The bell above the front entrance. One customer entering, by the sound of it. The soft tread of someone who was being careful about how much sound their feet made on old floorboards. Peter frowned. Store isn't open today. The three of them sat without moving, listening to the quality of the silence that followed. Then a heavy thump from the front room. Then another. Not the sound of a customer examining shelves or setting down a bag. The specific, weighted sound of a body making unplanned contact with a hard floor. Cole was on his feet. Peter already had a pistol in his hand, with the unhurried efficiency of a man for whom this was not a new development, which told Cole something useful about what kind of bookstore this actually was. A muffled voice from the entrance. Then nothing. Then footsteps. Multiple sets, moving with the coordinated purpose of a group that had a floor plan and an objective and was working toward the latter using the former. Rachel drew her weapon and took position. The office had shrunk to the dimensions of a decision. Peter looked toward the rear exit with the expression of a man performing a fast calculation. Cole shook his head. The footsteps were already too close and too spread. They'd covered the rear before they came through the front, which meant they'd looked at the building before they entered it, which meant they were operating from preparation rather than improvisation. Too late for the exit. The crack of the front display window going out was followed immediately by the particular sound of controlled automatic fire, short, disciplined bursts, the signature of people who had been trained to use ammunition rather than waste it. Beyond the office door, the bookstore underwent a rapid transformation, shelves toppling in sequence, wood detonating into splinters, books cascading across the floor, and falling open to pages that nobody would read. The accumulated literature of Peter's 40 years of careful acquisition, coming apart in under a minute. Peter said something specific and Eastern European about the situation and stepped to cover the rear hallway. Cole went to the office doorway and read the room beyond as quickly as the chaos permitted. 2 attackers moving left through the shelving, using the toppled cases as progressive cover. 2. Moving right along the far wall, working the angles to eliminate the flanking options from the office. Military geometry, executed with the clean efficiency of people who had done this in real environments rather than trained scenarios. He fired at the shape moving fastest on the left. The attacker dropped behind a bookcase and the cover team answered immediately. The doorframe beside Cole's head dissolving into splinters at approximately the speed of the realization that he'd need to move. Rachel leaned out and fired twice. An attacker went down hard behind a display rack and didn't come back up. Cole got a position 2 feet to the right of where he'd been and used it to get a better read on the room. One of the advancing figures on the left side crossed an open section between shelving units, a gap of perhaps 18 inches lasting less than a second, and as he crossed it something caught the light beneath his jacket. An identification holder. Blue. The particular shade that Cole associated with a specific institutional issuer, one that he had some professional familiarity with. American government credentials. He held that information for approximately 2 seconds, long enough to be certain, and then he looked at Rachel. She was looking back at him, which meant she'd seen it too. They didn't need to discuss it. The implication sat between them, with the solid, unpleasant weight of a thing that changed the shape of everything surrounding it. The operation that had killed 28 people across 4 countries and walked a kill team onto a passenger train in broad daylight had just disclosed its institutional support. The people hunting them weren't operating from outside the apparatus. They were the apparatus. Then the grenade came through the open office door. It bounced once off the floorboards, struck the base of the nearest bookshelf, and came to rest against the spine of a large format atlas that had been shelved on its side. Peter saw it and produced a single syllable of extremely clear instruction. Cole was already moving. The explosion took the front wall of the bookstore outward into the street in a single catastrophic exhalation of smoke and brick and shattered glass, and the morning sunshine that had bothered Cole since Budapest came flooding in through the space where the wall had been, indifferent and bright and entirely unhelpful. Chapter 7. The grenade remade the bookstore in approximately 1 second. Shelves became projectiles. Books burst apart and shed their pages in great white fans that hung briefly in the air before the pressure wave took them. Glass, paper, and splintered wood occupied every cubic foot of the space simultaneously, and Cole was already on the floor behind an overturned display rack when the blast moved through the office with the flat, percussive authority of a force that didn't negotiate. The front wall ceased to exist inside a rolling cloud of plaster dust and smoke, and for a moment the entire ruined space existed in a kind of suspended gray silence before the shooting started again. Rachel came up from behind a fallen bookshelf and fired toward movement in the haze. Muzzle flashes answered from 2 positions in the smoke, close and getting closer. The attackers were pushing forward with the confidence of people who had expected the grenade to resolve the situation and were now simply confirming the result. Cole had spent a career making that expectation expensive. He fired twice into the smoke, reading the movement rather than waiting for a clear target. One shadow dropped. Another went hard behind the shattered remnant of the checkout counter and stayed there. Peter was crossing the office floor on his hands and knees, one hand pressed to his side, blood working through the wool of his sweater with the patient thoroughness of a liquid that had found a path and intended to follow it. Cole reached him and got a hand under his arm. "You hit." Peter's expression was that of a man who had been interrupted during something important. "Apparently. Can you move?" "At my age, movement has become largely a matter of preference." He allowed Cole to haul him upright. "I prefer it to the alternative." Rachel's voice came through the smoke from somewhere to their left. "Rear exit." "They know about it," Peter said. Cole looked at him. "They always know about the rear exit." Peter considered this briefly. Fair. They went through the back hallway with gunfire chewing through the walls behind them, at the rate of people who had stopped being careful about ammunition, which meant they were close enough to feel confident, which meant the distance needed to increase immediately. The bookstore made a structural sound overhead that Cole associated with load-bearing elements that had stopped bearing loads, and a fine rain of plaster dust came down from the ceiling with the gentle insistence of a building beginning to reconsider its commitment to standing. The rear courtyard arrived like a reasonable argument. Sunlight, brick walls, the smell of the alley, and 2 motorcycles standing beside a loading dock with the composed readiness of vehicles that had been placed there for exactly this kind of morning. Rachel looked at the motorcycles, then at Peter. "You keep motorcycles behind a bookstore." "You'd be surprised," the old man said, grimacing as he moved toward the nearer one, "what sustains a loyal readership." The rear door came apart behind them before the sentence finished. Cole shoved Peter toward the motorcycle with one hand and kept the other occupied until they were moving. And then he was on the back of Rachel's bike, and both machines were accelerating into the alley with the particular urgency of people who have reduced their options to one and intend to pursue it vigorously. Bullets followed them out. One round took the mirror off Rachel's bike. Another found brick 3 inches to the right of Cole's shoulder, which was close enough to be informative. The alley twisted through the old district in a series of sharp turns that required the kind of commitment that left no margin for second thoughts. Delivery trucks, pedestrians making urgent lateral decisions, the compressed geography of a residential neighborhood that had not been designed with high-speed pursuit as a use case. The SUVs appeared behind them within seconds. 2 of them, then 3, forcing their way through traffic with the blunt authority of vehicles driven by people who had decided that other people's property damage was an acceptable operational cost. Horns went off across a 4-block radius. A city bus performed an emergency maneuver that nearly resolved the situation in an unexpected direction. The 3rd SUV recovered and kept coming. Peter led from the front, navigating from what was clearly a memorized map of Budapest that included not just the streets but their characters. Which ones opened up, which ones narrowed, which market district alley had a delivery truck parked at an angle that created a gap a motorcycle could thread but an SUV could not. The old man rode with the focused economy of someone who had been somewhere worse than this and retained the relevant muscle memory. Rachel pulled alongside Cole for half a second at a wider stretch. "Somebody is feeding them information." "Yes." "Question is who?" "That," Cole said, "is one of the better questions currently available." They crossed the river into an industrial district where the architecture changed from the residential solidity of the old neighborhoods to the functional uglicism of freight infrastructure, warehouses, shipping yards, rail sidings running off toward facilities that processed the unglamorous necessities of a city's physical existence. Less traffic. More room to accelerate. The SUVs used both. Peter pointed toward a freight terminal that had been decommissioned long enough for the weeds to have made serious progress through the concrete, and the graffiti to have achieved a kind of earnest comprehensiveness across every flat surface. The motorcycles went through a broken security gate, and the terminal received them into the particular silence of an abandoned industrial space. Rusting rail lines, collapsed outbuildings, the melancholy of infrastructure that had outlived its purpose and hadn't been told what to do about it. The SUVs arrived and disgorged their teams with the methodical efficiency that had characterized every engagement since Prague. Men with rifles, moving in the coordinated patterns of people who shared a tactical language, covering angles, clearing structures, communicating through headsets and hand signals, never rushing because rushing suggested uncertainty, and they didn't appear to feel any. Cole got Peter to a former control room above the rail yard, a glass-fronted booth that looked out over the rusted geometry of the tracks below, offering sightlines in several directions and the relative comfort of elevation. Peter sat heavily against the wall, with the sudden quality of a man whose forward momentum had been entirely borrowed and had just come due. Rachel checked the wound with quick, practiced hands. "You're lucky," she said. Peter considered this. "I was angling for a scar with more narrative dignity." Cole moved to the window. The search teams were working the yard below, with the systematic patience of people who believed their targets were in the building somewhere and intended to verify each possible location in sequence. Professional, not rushed. The confidence of a team that didn't think its targets were going anywhere. Then one man stepped into a pool of direct sunlight near a support column, and Cole went still. Rachel, half a second behind him, made a sound that was not quite a word. The man's tactical vest had credentials clipped to it, visible for less than 2 seconds in the direct light before he moved back into shadow, but Cole had spent enough time around that particular shade of blue laminate to identify it at distance. Current CIA credentials. Not archived. Not historical. Issued by an institution that was, as of this morning, still conducting its normal operations. Rachel's voice was flat. "No." Peter moved carefully to the window beside them, favoring his left side, and looked down at the yard. The years didn't leave his face. They left something else. The professional affect dropped away, and what remained was the expression of a man confronting a betrayal he had perhaps suspected but had hoped, over 2 decades, to be wrong about. "Damn," he said quietly. Cole looked at him. "Current issue. You're certain?" "I issued enough of them over the years to be certain." Peter moved back from the window. "The format changed twice in the past decade. That's the current format." The control room absorbed this. Outside, the search teams continued their patient sweep of the rail yard. Inside, the 3 of them sat with the implications of what they'd just seen, which were not the kind of implications that improved with examination. Rachel broke the silence. "If active agency personnel are involved." Peter finished it for her. "Then this isn't a rogue operation. Rogue operations don't get current credentials and tactical teams with this kind of coordination and resourcing. Rogue operations look improvised. This doesn't look improvised." He moved back to his position against the wall. "This looks authorized." Cole looked out at the men below. The way they moved through the yard, the quality of their attention, the absence of the furtiveness that accompanied people operating outside their sanctioned boundaries. These were people who believed they had permission. That was a specific quality, and it was unmistakable, and it changed the shape of the problem in ways that none of the preceding days had quite managed to achieve. "How high?" Rachel said. Nobody answered immediately. The question had weight because it had a spectrum of answers, and the answers sat at very different points on the scale between manageable and unsurvivable. A few compromised officers was one kind of problem. An institutional operation with senior authorization was a different kind entirely, the kind where the normal mechanisms of accountability were controlled by the people who needed to be held accountable, which made the normal mechanisms somewhat theoretical. Peter finally spoke. "Ghost Lantern happened 20 years ago." He said it slowly, as though assembling the thought carefully before presenting it. The people responsible for what happened to Kane's team didn't face consequences. They buried the record. They managed the narrative. And over 20 years, cover-ups have a way of aging into careers. The people who decided what information Kane's team received before that ambush, the people who ensured the operational records were never properly investigated, those people didn't disappear. They got promoted. They accumulated authority. They still occupy offices and sign orders and control budgets and issue credentials. He looked at Cole. And now Kane is hunting them. And they know it. And they are doing whatever they need to do to ensure that what was buried 20 years ago stays buried. Rachel stared at the yard below. When she spoke, her voice had the quality of someone working through a geometry problem and not liking the solution. Then Kane isn't just hunting survivors of the operation. Peter nodded. He's hunting witnesses. The people who knew what happened. The people who, if the right person asked the right questions, could reconstruct what was decided and who decided it. He paused. And the people doing the hunting are the same people who made those decisions. 20 years older. Considerably more powerful. And considerably more motivated to ensure that none of the witnesses are available to testify. That settled into the control room with the finality of a door closing on a room you've just understood the dimensions of for the first time. Below, one of the search teams entered the maintenance building. The footsteps came up through the structure, metal stairs, the hollow resonance of industrial flooring, voices moving through the darkness in short functional exchanges. Close. Getting closer. Cole watched them and ran exits and distances and routes through the quick arithmetic that the situation demanded. Then something below caught his attention and held it. One attacker had stopped beside a support column and was looking at a tablet computer. Not the distracted attention of someone checking a message, but the focused, purposeful attention of someone reading operational data. The man zoomed in on something on the screen with the deliberate care of a person confirming a position. Then he looked up. Directly at the control room. Not approximately. Not in the general direction of the upper level. He looked at a specific point on the glass, with the precision of someone whose screen had told him exactly where to look. They're not searching, Cole said. Rachel looked at him. They're tracking. He watched the man below relay something through his headset, and below him the entire team reoriented simultaneously. The smooth, instantaneous change of direction of a group that had received a single updated coordinate and understood exactly what to do with it. They have a location. A live location. Updated, continuously. Peter's face went the color of the plaster dust still settling on his shoulders. Rachel looked at Cole with an expression that had moved past anger into the clear, cold territory beyond it. Cole looked at both of them, at Peter, diminished by blood loss, and the specific exhaustion of a man who had just understood something he didn't want to understand, and at Rachel, whose operational composure was doing the work that fury couldn't. Every contact since Prague. Every safe location. Every meeting with every source who had supposedly been reached through secured channels. All of it known. All of it anticipated. All of it feeding into a tactical picture that stayed current because it was being updated in real time by something or someone that was with them. The footsteps found the stairs below the control room. They were climbing. Chapter 8. The footsteps came up the metal stairs with the unhurried regularity of a metronome, and that was the part that bothered Cole most. Hunters searched. They moved with the tentative, probing quality of people pursuing something uncertain. The people below the control room weren't searching. They were arriving, which was a different thing entirely, and implied a different relationship to the information they were working from. Rachel was already crouched at the broken window, reading the yard below. How are they tracking us? Peter shook his head slowly, the expression of a man interrogating his own recent actions and finding the inventory incomplete. I checked for electronics before we left Vienna. Check again. He didn't argue, which told Cole that he'd heard the logic and accepted it, and Peter emptied his pockets onto the dusty floor with the methodical care of a man who had spent a career understanding that small oversights produced large consequences. Wallet, keys, phone, a pocketknife with a worn handle, 2 loose coins and a receipt from a Vienna pharmacy. Rachel added her own inventory to the pile. Cole added his. Nothing that announced itself. The footsteps reached the second level. Cole estimated 10 seconds to the corridor, 15 to the doorway, and used 8 of them to get his hands on a rusted metal cabinet bolted to the wall, work it free from its moorings with the violent persuasion of someone operating on a deadline, and drive it across the doorway with enough force to make it a problem that required thought to solve. The footsteps stopped. A voice on the other side of the barricade said something brief and operational. Then the first impact came, something heavy, driven with purpose, and then a second and a third, the team outside, adjusting their approach with the immediate practicality of people who encountered obstacles as a normal feature of their work. Rachel was already at the side door. Platform. Cole nodded. The exterior maintenance platform, 3 stories above the rail yard, was not an ideal avenue of egress. It was, however, the avenue that existed. The platform received their weight with the groaning reluctance of a structure that had been waiting a long time for someone to point out how thoroughly it had deteriorated. Rust had worked through the handrails with the patient thoroughness of a process that had decades and no opposition. The metal grating flexed underfoot in ways that communicated a professional pessimism about the immediate future. Below, several of the yard team spotted them within seconds. The gunfire that followed came up at angles, rounds sparking from the steel beams and framework with the bright, percussive quality of impacts on hard metal. Peter ducked with the instinctive economy of a man who had learned this particular response a long time ago and retained it. "Remarkably friendly people," he said. Cole got a hand on the old man and moved him toward the maintenance ladder descending to the next level, and behind them the barricade in the control room gave way with a crash that meant the attackers were now in the room they'd just left, which converted the platform from a poor option to the only option. They went down the ladder with the controlled urgency of people trying to be fast without being careless, which was a balance that the structural condition of the ladder made more challenging than it might have been. The chase that followed lasted the better part of 20 minutes and covered the freight terminal's full geography of catwalks, maintenance corridors, and storage areas that smelled of machine oil and decades of disuse, each turn buying seconds, nothing more, the pursuing team maintaining contact with the remorseless patience of people who believed correctly that their targets had finite options and diminishing time in which to exercise them. Cole found he could admire the professionalism from a certain remove. It didn't make it less dangerous. It made it less personal, which was a useful distinction in the middle of it. They exited through a loading bay on the river side and lost themselves in the warren of warehouses along the waterfront, the pursuit thinning gradually and then, with a completeness that arrived too neatly, stopping altogether. Rachel felt it the moment it happened. They pulled back. "Yes. That's not better." "No," Cole said. "It means they have a second plan, and they've decided to let us walk into it." Peter pressed a hand to his side and looked at the blood on his fingers with the resigned expression of a man reviewing an unfavorable balance sheet. Wonderful. By late afternoon, they were inside a cramped apartment above an industrial canal, a space belonging to a former contact of Peter's who had died 5 years ago under circumstances that had not prompted anyone to update the relevant records, which made it exactly the kind of location that remained viable long after everything else had been compromised. The city moved past the window in its ordinary afternoon business. Inside, the 3 of them occupied themselves with the specific activities of people who had stopped running long enough to think. Peter worked at the kitchen table with bandages and the focused attention of a man applying first aid to himself without assistance or complaint. Rachel had maps spread across the countertop and was working through them with the methodical attention of someone who believed the answer to their current situation existed somewhere in geography, if she could only identify the right coordinates. Cole stood at the window and watched the street below and turned the tracking problem over in his mind without arriving at a resolution that satisfied him. Rachel tapped the map. "We need better information than we have." Peter looked up from his bandages. "We've been collecting information continuously since Prague." "We've been collecting the information they want us to have," Rachel said. "We need information they don't want us to have." That closed the subject. She pointed to a district near the city center. "There's someone in Budapest." Peter's response was immediate and physical, a slight backward lean, the withdrawal of a man who has recognized something he wanted to maintain distance from. "No," Rachel continued, as though he hadn't spoken. "A man named Tomas Varga. He brokers intelligence. He sells to anyone with the relevant currency, which in his case means actual currency, and occasionally something more interesting." She folded the map with the decisiveness of someone who had already made the decision and was simply informing the room. "If anyone in this city knows who's funding and running this operation, it's Varga." "Nobody finds Varga," Peter said. "Then how does anyone do business with him?" "He finds them." The old man rubbed his forehead with 2 fingers. "Which means he already knows we're in Budapest. Which means this conversation is already academic." Cole looked at him with new interest. Peter's expression during this exchange had been something he hadn't worn during the gunfight in the bookstore or the chase through the freight terminal. Genuine concern, the kind that came from specific knowledge rather than general wariness. More afraid of one man in a penthouse than of a tactical team with rifles. That was information. "He survives," Peter said, "because he knows everything that passes through this part of the world. Every transaction, every operation, every name attached to every piece of intelligence that changes hands from Warsaw to Bucharest. The people who could remove him don't, because they need him. The people who fear him don't, because they can't find him." He looked at Cole with the expression of a man trying to communicate the weight of something using only words. "There is no version of visiting Tomas Varga that ends quietly." "There's no version of our current situation that ends quietly," Cole said. "We move before sunset." Intelligence brokers rarely benefited from advance notice, and the trail to Varga ran through the kind of Budapest that didn't appear in the guidebooks Rachel's tourist counterparts had been carrying along the Danube that morning. Nightclubs with no signs above the doors. Private bars accessed through restaurants that existed primarily as cover for the bars. Gambling rooms where the stakes were denominated in things other than money. The whole subterranean commerce of a city that had been a crossroads of European intelligence work for the better part of a century and had developed the appropriate infrastructure. Rachel handled the introductions with the ease of someone who had navigated this particular ecosystem before and understood its customs. Peter handled the objections from people who recognized him and had complicated feelings about the recognition. Cole handled the attention of several people who recognized him for different reasons and had the good sense not to make it a conversation. By midnight they were at a rooftop bar above the river, the kind of establishment where everything was expensive in proportion to the discretion it purchased, where the patrons wore their money with the relaxed ease of people for whom financial anxiety was a remote historical concept, and where the lies exchanged over the well-curated cocktail menu were priced accordingly. The bartender listened to Rachel's inquiry with the careful attention of a professional, excused himself without comment, and returned 5 minutes later, followed by a woman in a red dress, who crossed the room with the particular quality of movement that made the room reorganize itself slightly around her progress. She looked at Rachel, then Peter, then Cole, where she paused with what might have been assessment and might have been amusement. "Mr. Varga will see you." Peter made a sound somewhere between a sigh and a statement of fact. "He already knew we were coming." "Yes," the woman said pleasantly and led them toward the elevator. The penthouse occupied the building's full top floor and wore its money without apology, floor-to-ceiling windows running the length of the river-facing wall. The city spread below like a lit map of itself, modern artwork on the walls that had been selected by someone with genuine knowledge rather than the anxious taste of wealth performing itself. Security cameras covered every angle with the thoroughness of a man who understood that survival in his profession was largely a function of never being surprised. Tomas Varga stood beside the window, in a suit that fit him with the precision of a suit made for a specific body by someone paid to care about the distinction. Mid-50s, silver-haired, carrying his age with the relaxed authority of a man whose danger had long since converted into a kind of power that time simply added to. He looked at Cole the way people looked at things that they had formed a considered opinion of before the encounter. "Cole Walker," he said. Not a question. The statement of a man confirming a fact he'd already verified. Cole nodded. "I hoped we'd meet eventually." "Congratulations," Cole said. "You've achieved the goal." Varga laughed with what appeared to be genuine appreciation. He offered drinks. Nobody accepted. That seemed to interest him rather than offend him. "The people pursuing you," Varga said, setting down his glass and moving to the center of the room with the unhurried ease of a man who controlled the pacing of every conversation he entered, "are well-funded, well-organized, and operating across multiple jurisdictions with what I would characterize as official sanction rather than rogue authorization." He looked at Rachel. "I believe you've reached the same conclusion." "The name," Cole said. Varga looked at him. Something moved behind his expression, the slight recalibration of a man deciding how much to enjoy the moment against the competing consideration of the man in front of him. "The program is called Sentinel." The name produced nothing in Cole's immediate recognition. Rachel's expression confirmed the same absence. Peter's did not. The old man's face tightened with the specific quality of someone who has heard a name they last heard in a context they had hoped was permanently historical. Varga noticed. "So you remember." "I thought it was terminated," Peter said. "It was restructured." Varga moved toward a drinks cabinet with the measured pace of a man who understood that the information he was distributing had its own dramatic requirements. Sentinel was created to monitor compromised intelligence assets, to identify vulnerabilities before they became operational liabilities. "Monitor," Rachel said. "That was the original mandate." Varga turned. "The mandate evolved." "Into what?" "Into control." He said it the way you stated a physical fact, not with relish, not with apology. The plain description of a thing that had happened. Officially, Sentinel doesn't exist. It has never existed. There is no budgetary line, no organizational chart, no personnel roster that acknowledges it. Unofficially, it became useful to a specific set of people whose interests were served by the existence of a program that operated without oversight and without the constraints that oversight imposed. He walked to a cabinet, opened the lower drawer, and removed a folder with the careful deliberateness of a man who understood the specific weight of what he was handling. Thin, unadorned, the kind of folder whose simplicity was itself a form of discretion. He placed it on the low table between them. "Inside are names," he said. Rachel moved toward it. Varga raised one hand, a small gesture precise. "Carefully." She stopped. "Why carefully?" The broker looked at her with an expression that contained something that might, in a different context, have been called compassion. "Because those names belong to the people who run Sentinel. The people who authorized the operation that compromised Ghost Lantern 20 years ago. The people who have spent 2 decades ensuring that the relevant facts remained inaccessible." He looked at Cole. "The people behind everything that has happened to you since Prague." The penthouse held that for a moment. Outside, the city continued its illuminated indifference along the banks of the river. Inside, the silence had the quality of a room in which something important had just become available, something that had cost a very large number of lives to get within reaching distance of. Cole reached for the folder. The window behind Varga came inward. not broke, came inward, the entire pane. The suppressed rifle crack arriving at almost the same instant as the glass. The sound of the shot a flat, almost polite interruption of the penthouse's expensive quiet. Varga stepped backward with the specific, involuntary motion of a man who has been hit and whose body has begun to respond to information his mind hasn't finished receiving yet. The red stain that spread across his chest did so with the steady, expanding patience of something that intended to cover the entire front of his perfect suit before it finished. The folder left his hands. The lights went out, not the building's lights which continued burning with complete indifference, but something else, something behind Varga's eyes, the particular extinguishing of a tension that had no remedy and no reversal. He went down. And the folder, containing the names of the people who ran Sentinel and had run it for 20 years and had killed everyone who had come close enough to matter, settled open on the floor of the penthouse in the sudden darkness between the city's lights and the river's reflection, its pages face up, readable, 2 feet from Cole's hand. Chapter 9. The penthouse came apart in the dark. Glass covered the marble floors in a continuous shifting crunch as people moved through it without thinking about where they were putting their feet. Someone was shouting in Hungarian. Someone else was screaming in a register that suggested they hadn't trained for this. The suppressed rifle crack had gone out across the river and been swallowed by the city's ambient noise, leaving behind it the specific shocked silence of a room full of people who had just understood that the expensive space they occupied had become, without warning or negotiation, a place where people were being killed. Then the second shot came through the broken window, and the room stopped trying to process what had happened and started trying to survive what was happening. Cole moved toward the folder. Not toward cover, toward the folder, because the sniper hadn't crossed whatever distance separated this building from the shooter's position in order to kill Tomas Varga. Varga was a means. The folder was the end, and whoever held the rifle across the river understood that as clearly as Cole did. City light came through the shattered window, in long oblique planes, enough illumination to navigate by, barely enough to read the room. Cole could see the folder sliding across the marble where Varga's fall had sent it, could see Rachel registering it from a different angle, could see 2 of Varga's security men coming through a side doorway at a run with the focused urgency of people whose professional failure was still unfolding around them. The third rifle shot resolved one of those problems. The second security man went behind a couch and stayed there. Cole reached the folder. A hand closed around his wrist with the grip strength of someone who trained seriously and had arrived at this moment with a specific objective. The man who materialized from the penthouse darkness wore black tactical clothing and moved with the fluid economy of someone for whom close quarters situations were a professional domain rather than an emergency. Tall, athletic, the compact violence of good training, held in reserve until it was needed and then applied without drama. He drove an elbow toward Cole's throat. Cole turned into it and took the force on his shoulder and used the momentum to close the distance, and they went into a glass table together with enough force to render the table into its component parts. The folder spun away across the floor. Neither man spoke. Professionals rarely did. Conversation in these moments was a form of distraction, and neither of them could afford it. The attacker threw a short punch with his left hand, the kind of punch that was designed to create an opening rather than finish anything. Cole slipped it, countered to the ribs, connected with enough force to produce a result. The man staggered, not far, not long, but enough to establish the relevant data point about the evening's arithmetic. Another rifle round came through the window and detonated a sculpture on a pedestal near the far wall, which meant the sniper was working the room systematically, and the entire penthouse had become a kill box with a view. The attacker broke contact. That told Cole something useful. The man had the skills to continue the fight, and had chosen not to, which meant the fight wasn't the priority. The folder was the priority. They had that in common, which made the next 4 seconds extremely focused. The attacker went for the folder. Cole launched himself after him. Both men reached it at the same moment in the half-dark, and the attacker produced a knife with the smooth efficiency of a man for whom this was a habitual escalation. Cole got his hands on a fallen chair and introduced it to the situation. The chair lost the argument with the attacker's body and disintegrated, but the attacker hit the wall with the kind of force that required a moment to recover from, and Rachel came out of the darkness on the other side of the room with a pistol at eye level and a single syllable that covered the situation comprehensively. Down. She fired. The attacker went through a side doorway with a speed that suggested the bullet had been persuasive without being conclusive, and then he was gone into whatever egress route he'd identified before the operation began, because people like that always identify the egress route before the operation began. The emergency lighting came up in the yellow, provisional manner of systems designed to preserve life rather than ambiance. It disclosed the penthouse in the honest light of aftermath, glass across every surface, furniture in configurations it hadn't started the evening in, blood on the marble floor in 2 places, and Tomas Varga lying near the destroyed window with his perfect suit soaked through and his breathing doing the work of a man fighting a losing argument with a chest wound. Rachel was already beside him. Peter appeared from somewhere he'd taken cover and looked, given the amount of gunfire the evening had so far produced, improbably functional. "Tell me somebody has the folder," he said. Cole held it up. Varga managed a smile that cost him something. "Good. Stay with us," Rachel said, applying pressure to the wound with both hands. "I have always disliked that phrase," Varga said. His breathing had acquired the wet, labored quality that meant the bullet had found something it shouldn't have. It implies the person saying it has any influence over the matter. Cole crouched beside him. "The folder. Tell me what's in it that we won't understand." Varga looked at the folder in Cole's hand with the focused attention of a man inventorying what time remained to him. "The names. We have it." No. Blood had reached his lips, and he worked past it with the determination of a man with a specific remaining obligation. "The names show who survived Ghost Lantern. Not who died, who survived. Who benefited." Another breath. "Expensive. They built careers on it. Promotions. Authority. The operation that killed 32 people became the foundation of several distinguished intelligence careers, because the people who arranged the betrayal controlled what the record said afterward." His eyes drifted to the shattered city skyline, then came back with the effort of a man calling himself back to the moment. "Don't trust." The sentence stopped. Not trailed off, stopped, the way a signal stopped when the source went offline. His eyes fixed on the middle distance with the absolute stillness of eyes that had stopped receiving and would not start again. Rachel sat back on her heels and looked at her hands. "That's becoming a reliable pattern." "We should read the folder," Cole said, "before the next person who wants it arrives." Nobody disagreed with the logic or the urgency. They left through a maintenance stairwell, while Varga's remaining security personnel swarmed the upper floors with the organized panic of people whose primary asset had just been eliminated and who were conducting a thorough investigation of the stable door. The police sirens they could hear from the stairwell's narrow windows would arrive in minutes and generate the kind of questions that consumed hours and produced nothing useful for anyone in their specific situation. An hour later, they were in a vacant apartment overlooking a tram line on the Buddha side, a space that Peter knew about through the same network of expired contacts and unmaintained records that had provided the apartment above the industrial canal, the operational archaeology of a career spent building infrastructure that outlasted its original purposes. The tram ran outside every few minutes with its cheerful indifference to the affairs of the people whose windows it passed. Peter locked the door. Rachel checked the windows and the street below with the systematic attention of someone who had learned to do this before settling anywhere. Cole opened the folder under the apartment's single working lamp, and all three of them leaned in with the focused quiet of people who understood that what they were about to read had already cost a very significant number of lives to get within reading distance of. The folder contained fewer than 20 pages. No photographs, no lengthy operational narratives, none of the bureaucratic padding that intelligence documents typically accumulated around their actual content. Just names and designations, organized with the clean economy of a document that had been assembled by someone who understood that brevity was its own form of security. The first page carried a heading in capital letters: Sentinel Oversight Committee. Beneath it, 7 names: current, active, senior positions spread across intelligence agencies and defense establishments in 3 countries, the kind of positions that came with security details and direct lines to ministers and the institutional authority to make things happen, or, more relevantly, to make things stop happening. The kind of positions that explained how an operation like this moved across international borders without generating the friction that unauthorized operations generated. Rachel read the names and was quiet for a moment. No wonder Varga got shot the moment he was about to hand this across a table. The second page contained a longer list, several hundred names in organized columns, each one carrying a status designation beside it: active, retired, deceased, compromised, missing, target. The taxonomy of a program that had been tracking people across 2 decades with the patient comprehensiveness of an institution that believed in thorough records. Peter sat down in the apartment's single chair with the movement of a man whose legs had made a unilateral decision. Oh God! Cole understood immediately. The structure of the list, the format of the designations, the organizational logic of the columns. It was the Ghost Files architecture updated and extended, the original document skeleton now carrying 20 years of subsequent intelligence. Someone had taken the list of everyone connected to Operation Ghost Lantern and had been maintaining it, adding to it, marking off names as the campaign progressed. Rachel worked through the pages in silence, then stopped. The change in her expression was not dramatic. She had too much professional discipline for drama, but it was readable to anyone paying attention, and Cole was paying attention. It wasn't surprise. It was the specific quality of recognition, combined with something that, on Rachel Hart's face, constituted a significant emotional event. She pointed to a name near the top of the deceased column: David Mercer. She said nothing for a moment. Then she turned the page with the deliberate care of someone continuing because stopping was not an option. And the next page showed another dead operative, and the one after that showed another, and the one after that. Peter looked at the running tally of the deceased column with the expression of a man doing arithmetic he didn't want to complete. How many total? Cole ran the count. 312 names. 48 marked deceased. The number occupied the room briefly. 48 was not a statistic. 48 was a campaign with a budget, and a timeline, and a command structure that had been functioning continuously for long enough to produce that result. And it was still functioning, which meant the number was a current figure rather than a final one. Rachel reached for the next page and stopped with the abruptness of a woman who has encountered something she wasn't prepared for, despite being prepared for most things. A photograph. Recent, clear, the quality of professional surveillance equipment used by someone who had gotten close enough to make the subject's expression legible. A man outside a railway station with his hands in his pockets and his attention on the traffic, not yet aware of the camera. Cole looked at his own face, looking back at him from the page. Cole Walker. Status active. Priority target. Peter leaned forward. Damn. The file beneath the photograph was the kind of document that required significant ongoing investment to maintain. Travel history current to within the past month. Known associates with relationship assessments. Safe houses including 2 that Cole had used exactly once and considered retired. Operational contacts, financial activity, recent movements across 4 countries. Someone had put serious resources and serious time into the portrait. And the portrait was accurate in its details, in a way that went beyond database compilation into something more like close observation. At the bottom of the page, separated from the typed material by a line of white space, sat a handwritten note. Not printed, written, in the compressed, deliberate hand of someone accustomed to writing things they intended to be read carefully. The ink was different from the document's other annotations. More recent, or from a different pen, or both. Do not engage alone. Rachel read it twice. That's not standard operational language. No. Who writes that kind of note? Cole looked at it. Not a bureaucrat, not an analyst, not someone working from a file in an office. The phrasing was the phrasing of personal knowledge, the warning of someone who had formed their assessment of the subject through direct experience rather than through reports about the subject's direct experience. An operator. Someone who had been in the same room as the problem and had reached a considered conclusion. Peter tapped the note. Whoever's running the field operations wrote that themselves. Not delegated. Personal. Cole nodded and kept reading. The pattern that emerged across the subsequent pages was consistent. Every target in the list carried operational notes beside the standard designations, and the notes had the unified voice of a single author. Observations, warnings, specific recommendations that reflected personal familiarity with the subjects rather than analytical distance from them. Whoever had compiled this document had known these people, not through their files, through the specific, textured knowledge of someone who had been present in the same operational environments, who remembered particular qualities and particular capabilities, who was hunting people they had once worked alongside. Someone who had lived through Ghost Lantern. Someone who remembered exactly who the survivors were, and what they were capable of, and how dangerous they became when they understood what was coming for them. Peter had been working through the pages with increasing speed, flipping, scanning, the focused urgency of someone looking for a specific thing. Then he stopped. His face did something that Cole had not seen it do across the preceding days of gunfights and revelations and close escapes. It lost its color completely, in the sudden, draining way of a face from which something fundamental has been withdrawn. Cole held out his hand for the folder. Peter gave it to him without looking up. The photograph showed an elderly woman in the ordinary setting of an ordinary life, white hair worn simply, a kind face carrying its age with the dignity of someone who had never thought of their appearance as a professional matter, the general presentation of a person whose world was domestic and peaceful, and entirely removed from the work that had defined the man sitting across the table. Anna Kovacs. Status active. Below it, an address. Photographs taken from the street outside a residential building. The surveillance images of people who had been watching for long enough to establish patterns, when she left, where she went, who visited. The complete behavioral portrait of a target under sustained observation. Cole looked at Peter. Rachel looked at Peter. The old man sat in his chair, with the stillness of someone who has just understood the full dimensions of a thing he'd been partially understanding for several days, and the full dimensions were worse. "My sister," he said quietly. "She's never been in the work. She taught school for 30 years. He stopped. Started again. She lives alone since her husband died. Outside the window, the tram ran past with its cheerful mechanical regularity, illuminating the apartment's walls briefly with its passing light. Inside, the three of them sat with the understanding that had just settled over the room like weather. The list wasn't a retrospective document. It wasn't an accounting of what had already happened. It was a forward-looking instrument, a schedule of intentions, and Peter's sister's name sat near the top of the active section with a current address and recent surveillance photographs, and the designation of a person who had been identified, located, and was waiting only for the operation's attention to turn in her direction. "How far?" Rachel said. 2 hours. Peter's voice had the quality of a man speaking from somewhere behind his own face. Maybe less. The tram completed its pass, and the apartment returned to its ordinary dark. Cole closed the folder. The dead were finished. Whatever had been owed to them, whatever justice or resolution their names demanded, would have to wait for a later accounting. The list was about what came next, and what came next had an address 2 hours away, and a woman with white hair who had taught school for 30 years and had never asked to be adjacent to any of this. They were moving before the tram came back around. Chapter 10. Peter's sister lived in Croatia, 3 hours south by road. 2 if they pushed it. 1 if they treated traffic law as a suggestion rather than an obligation, which was Cole's preferred interpretation given the circumstances. The sun came up behind them as they crossed the Hungarian border in a stolen SUV, the light arriving flat and pale across the farmland on either side of the highway with the indifferent beauty of a morning that didn't know or care what it was illuminating. Peter sat in the back seat with the surveillance photographs in his hands, and the expression of a man conducting an internal conversation that wasn't going well. Rachel drove with the focused economy of someone who had decided that the road required her complete attention and was going to give it. Cole watched the mirrors and the highway ahead with the systematic patience of a man waiting for the next thing to happen. The folder sat on the seat between them like a loaded weapon somebody had set down temporarily. Peter broke the silence after 20 minutes. "She doesn't know anything." He looked at the photographs. "She taught school. 30 years. Mathematics." He paused. "She never asked me what I did for a living. I think she decided early on that she preferred not to know." Nobody answered him. Rachel kept her eyes on the road. "It doesn't matter what she knows." The old man nodded slowly. He already understood, had understood since the moment he'd seen her photograph in the apartment last night probably. But understanding a thing and accepting it occupied different territories, and he was working his way from one to the other in real time. The people behind Sentinel weren't targeting threats. They were targeting connections. The architecture of leverage, family, proximity, anyone whose existence gave a target something to lose, anyone who could be used to generate the particular kind of pressure that operational training didn't fully insulate a person against. Cole turned pages in the folder as the highway ran south beneath a sky that was too clear and too peaceful for the morning's actual content. Names, addresses, status reports. The systematic documentation of a program that had been running for 20 years with the patient, well-resourced thoroughness of an operation that had never been in a hurry because it had never needed to be. Something nagged at him. Not the killings, which were explicable within the operational logic he'd been reconstructing since Prague. Not the surveillance, which was consistent and professional throughout. Something deeper, something in the document's architecture that he'd been moving past without stopping. He flipped back toward the beginning and worked forward more slowly. Ghost Lantern. The survivors. The targets. The campaign, connecting them. And then, on a page he and Rachel had moved through quickly the night before in the penthouse's inadequate emergency lighting, a facility designation that he'd registered without fully processing. Black Site 12. Rachel glanced over from the driver's seat. "What?" Cole tapped the page. She looked at it for a moment without speaking, then returned her attention to the road with the expression of someone filing information under a heading that was becoming increasingly significant. Peter leaned forward from the back seat and took the folder. He adjusted his glasses and read with the focused attention of a man who had learned, over a long career, to read intelligence documents the way other men read contracts, for what the language was doing rather than simply what it said. Then he frowned. "I heard rumors. Years ago." He stared at the page. A detention facility. Off the books. The kind of location that existed to process people whose processing couldn't be documented through normal channels. The page carried coordinates, partially redacted, but supplemented by transport records and supply manifests and personnel assignments that collectively described a location with more precision than the redactions had intended to allow. Somebody had tried to bury the site across multiple documents rather than in one place, which was sound operational security in theory, and in practice left a trail that ran through all of them. Peter looked up from the folder. Bosnia. The SUV was quiet for a moment. "The mountains near the border," he said. There were stories. The kind of stories that people told in certain company, and then stopped telling, because the people they'd told them to had a way of becoming unavailable for subsequent conversations. They stopped at a roadside cafe. An hour later, 3 tables, a waitress who had the self-possessed air of a woman who had seen enough road traffic to have developed a philosophy about it, coffee that arrived black and serious and without apology. Cole spread the documents across the corner table, and Rachel unfolded maps beside them, and Peter sat with his coffee and his memories, and the particular expression of a man sorting through old files that he hadn't opened in years and finding that the contents were worse than he'd remembered. The black site resolved from the various partial records into something coherent. A former military installation in a remote mountain valley, the kind of location chosen for the properties that made it operationally useful, and that made it, from a certain perspective, among the bleakest places a human being could find themselves. Remote, isolated, surrounded by terrain that made unassisted departure a theoretical rather than practical option. The sort of facility that governments built when they needed to do things that governments needed to be able to deny having done. The transport records showed a pattern. In the period immediately following the Ghost Lantern disaster, a series of individuals had been moved through the facility. The designations beside their names in the manifests were bureaucratic and neutral in the way that bureaucratic language became neutral when it was working to obscure the human content of what it was describing. Rachel pointed to the column of names. "Why bring them there?" Nobody answered immediately. The question had an obvious answer that nobody wanted to be the first to say out loud. "Interrogations," Peter said finally. The waitress appeared with a coffee refill, assessed the atmosphere at the table with the quick accuracy of someone who had developed good instincts about when her presence was welcome, and departed without comment. The survivors of Ghost Lantern. The witnesses. The assets who'd been in the field and had seen what happened. People whose accounts, if they reached the wrong ears, would have raised questions that certain people could not afford to have raised. He set down his cup. They brought them somewhere that didn't exist, to talk to people who weren't there, about things that hadn't happened. Cole turned pages. Another transport manifest, another list, and then a final report. A single page, heavily redacted, with one line of original text surviving beneath the black bars. Subjects deemed security risks. Rachel leaned back in her chair and looked at the ceiling of the small cafe. So the survivors got locked away. Some of them, Peter said with the qualifier's weight. Perhaps not all of them. Perhaps some other arrangement was made for some of them. The records aren't complete enough to say. The distinction mattered, and the silence that followed it had the quality of 3 people understanding why it mattered without needing to articulate it. Cole turned to a personnel assignment page he'd moved past twice without stopping. Staff rotations. Duty assignments. The administrative record of who had been present at the facility during its operational period, organized by date and duration. One name appeared in the temporary duty column, with a 2-week assignment immediately following the ghost lantern disaster. Gabriel Kane. Rachel read it over his shoulder. Neither of them spoke for a moment. What was he doing there? Rachel said. It was, Cole thought, one of the better questions currently available. A man whose entire team had just been ambushed and largely destroyed, assigned to a facility where the survivors of that operation were being held and interrogated. The geometry of that arrangement could mean several different things, and none of them were comfortable, and one of them changed the shape of everything they'd been building towards since Vienna. Bosnia received them in the afternoon, with the landscape's abrupt transformation from the rolling Hungarian lowlands to something older and more serious. Farmland giving way to hills, hills giving way to mountains that carried their history in their posture, the roads narrowing and roughening as civilization thinned to villages and then to the intervals between villages, the forest pressing in from both sides with the patience of something that had been there before the roads and expected to be there after them. The coordinates resolved into a valley by evening, a fold in the mountains that the late sun reached at an angle, throwing long shadows across the facility at the valley's center. Concrete buildings behind collapsed security fencing, guard towers that had stopped guarding anything, the whole complex in the process of being slowly disassembled by weather and vegetation and time. Nature had been making its arguments against the facility's continued existence for the better part of 2 decades, and it was winning. Rachel parked behind a stand of trees on the ridge above, and the three of them sat for a moment without speaking. The valley held a particular quality of silence, not peaceful, not the silence of a place where nothing had ever happened, but the silence of a place where things had happened and the silence had come afterward and stayed. No vehicles, Rachel said, scanning through the binoculars. No lights, Peter added. No activity. Cole stepped out of the SUV into cold mountain air that carried the smell of pine and old stone and the elevation's specific clarity. The sun was finishing its business with the distant ridges. Shadows stretched across the valley floor and reached the facility's walls and began climbing them. Beautiful location. Terrible purpose. The combination was not unusual in this part of the world. They went in on foot through the gap where the outer fence had rusted through and collapsed. No alarms, no cameras preserving any functional purpose, no guards, just the long grass growing through the concrete and the wind working through the broken windows of the guard towers. The main building's front doors hung open, at the angles of doors that had been forced at some point and never properly addressed. Inside, Cole's flashlight moved through corridors that had the suspended quality of spaces where time had simply stopped one day and never resumed. Dust on every surface, paint peeling in long curls from walls, furniture in the attitudes of things abandoned mid-use, the administrative detritus of an institution that had closed without ceremony or cleanup. The lower levels contained the cell blocks, small rooms with heavy doors, the observation windows at the height of a standing person's eye level, the interrogation rooms with their fixed furniture and their mirrors, and the particular blankness of spaces designed to receive human experience without recording or reflecting it. Somebody had left in a hurry. Paper covered the floors in the office areas, the kind of scatter that resulted from a rapid and imperfect clearance operation. Enough removed to satisfy the requirement, enough remaining to tell a partial story to anyone who stopped to read it. Cole was in a records room, working through the folders that had survived the clearance, when Peter's voice came from the corridor. Here. They found him in a former interrogation room, the large mirror on one wall, catching the flashlight beam and throwing it back, the observation space beyond it dark, the room itself carrying the specific atmosphere of a place that had been used for purposes that left residue in the air long after the people were gone. Peter's light was fixed on the table surface. Someone had scratched names into it, not carved decoratively but gouged urgently, the marks of a person with time and a sharp object and a powerful need to record something. Dozens of names in no apparent order, some crossed through with single lines, some intact. Cole recognized several from the ghost file, from the folder, from the dead assets that had been accumulating since the first morning in Prague. Rachel's light found another name among them. Gabriel Kane. Not crossed through. Underlined deeply several times with the force of someone making an emphatic point. Peter stared at it. He was here. He said it quietly, with the quality of a statement that was completing a thought that had been assembling itself across several days. Cole looked at the room, the fixed chair, the drain in the concrete floor, the mirror that allowed observation while denying it, the architecture of a space designed to extract rather than receive. Kane had spent time here, and the question of in which capacity, the extractor or the extracted, was still open, and the two possibilities led to very different understandings of the man they'd been building toward since Vienna. Rachel moved to the wall behind the table and held her light against it. Words had been cut into the concrete with something hard, driven by something forceful, the strokes of someone expressing a feeling that had been compressed to its essence by the time it reached the wall. They lied. 2 words, deep enough to have required real effort. The anger in them hadn't diminished with the years. Cole moved to the adjoining observation room. The door resisted with the swollen reluctance of a door that hadn't been opened recently, and then gave, and the room disclosed itself in the flashlight beam, desks, recording equipment in the vintage of 2 decades ago, file cabinets in a row against the far wall, most of them standing open and empty. One was locked. Cole applied the relevant persuasion, and the drawer came open. Inside, a cardboard box, no markings, no labels. The deliberate anonymity of something stored by someone who knew that labels were the first thing removed and the second thing used against you. Cassette tapes. Dozens of them, each with a handwritten date on the label in the compressed notation of someone recording information for future reference rather than present consumption. The dates clustered in the period immediately following Ghost Lantern, the months when the facility's transport records showed its highest population. Rachel picked up one tape and turned it over, reading the date with the expression of someone confirming a calculation. 20 years. Peter looked at the box with the expression of a man confronting the physical evidence of a thing he'd half believed and half hoped to be wrong about. How did these survive every clearance? Nobody had an answer for that. Hidden well. Hidden in a room whose lock had held. Hidden by someone who understood that the documentation of what had happened in this facility was the only leverage that would outlast the facility itself. Cole found a cassette player on the desk against the wall, the solid utilitarian construction of equipment built for institutional rather than consumer use, dusty and idle for 20 years but, when he applied power from the facility's emergency battery circuit, functional. The machine accepted the tape with the mechanical patience of a device that had been waiting. Static. The specific texture of magnetic tape that had sat undisturbed for 2 decades. Then a voice. Male. Carrying the specific exhaustion of a man who had been awake for a long time and had arrived at a point where sleep was no longer relevant to the situation. And underneath the exhaustion, something harder, the controlled anger of a person who had processed the initial shock of what had happened to him and was now operating from a clearer and colder place. We were betrayed. The 3 of them went still. The observation room held the voice with the specific acoustic quality of a small space, the words filling it completely. Someone inside sold us out. I want that understood clearly before anything else. What happened to my team was not a failure of planning or execution or intelligence assessment. It was a deliberate act by someone with access to our operational details, our routes, our communications, our timeline. Rachel looked at Cole. The voice had a quality that was familiar, in the way that something heard in a different context became familiar when you encountered it in its original one. Not a voice you'd heard before, but a voice that matched the shape of the person you'd been assembling in your mind from the evidence left behind them. Then the speaker said his name. "My name is Gabriel Kane." The observation room absorbed this for a moment. Outside, through the cracked concrete walls, the valley had gone dark and the mountains had become silhouettes against a sky that was beginning to show stars. Inside, 3 people stood in the dust and the dark around a machine that was 20 years old, listening to a dead man's voice tell a story that someone had spent 20 years and 48 lives trying to ensure would never be heard. The tape crackled once and continued. And Kane's voice, steady and precise and carrying the particular authority of a man who understood that he was speaking for people who could no longer speak for themselves, began at the beginning. Chapter 11. The static cleared, and Kane's voice filled the observation room with the quality of a sound that had been waiting a long time to be heard. "My name is Gabriel Kane. If you're hearing this recording, somebody failed to destroy it." Nobody moved. The tape hissed softly beneath every word, with the patient persistence of a medium that had outlasted the institution that created it, the facility that housed it, and apparently the people who had wanted it gone. Operation Ghost Lantern was compromised before deployment. Rachel folded her arms. Peter leaned toward the machine, with the instinctive posture of a man who had spent his career understanding that the most important things were often said quietly and once. Cole listened the way he listened to everything that mattered, completely, without the part of the mind that wanted to respond, running ahead of the part that was still receiving. The dead told better stories than the living, in Cole's experience, particularly when they'd recorded them under the assumption that no one would ever hear them. The attack was planned. A pause. The faint rustle of paper somewhere in the background of the recording. The ambient detail of a specific moment in a specific room, preserved intact across 20 years. We lost 32 people. Not because the enemy got lucky. Not because of operational failure. Another pause, shorter with the weight of a man arriving at the sentence he had been building toward. We were betrayed. Rachel glanced at Cole. Neither of them looked surprised. Confirmation carried its own weight even when it confirmed what you had already concluded. It converted theory into fact, and fact had different properties than theory when it came to what you could do with it. "I submitted evidence," Kane continued. The exhaustion in his voice was deep and structural, the exhaustion of a man who had been arguing with walls for weeks and understood that the walls were not going to move. "I provided names. I provided proof." Peter shook his head slowly, the gesture of a man who had seen this particular institutional mechanism operate before. "They buried it," he said quietly, to no one in particular. The tape answered him with Kane's voice. "They buried everything." A silence followed, several seconds of it, long enough to feel deliberate. The silence of a man who had arrived at a place past which words became inadequate and needed a moment before continuing. The people responsible protected each other. The investigation reported to the same people who ordered the cover-up, which tells you everything you need to know about the investigation's conclusions. He laughed, briefly, with the specific sound of a laugh from which all humor has been extracted, leaving only the shape of it. Rachel looked at the scattered files covering the observation room floor, the residue of an institution's attempt to process what it had done, and said nothing. The recording ran for another 20 minutes. Names surfaced in fragments, partial designations, references that pointed toward specific people without landing on them with the clean precision that would have made them immediately actionable. Enough to understand the architecture of what had happened. Not enough, not quite enough, to identify the particular person whose decision had sent 32 people into an ambush. Ghost Lantern had not been a mission that failed. It had been a mission designed to fail, a team assembled, briefed, deployed, and delivered. The distinction between a catastrophic operational failure and a deliberate sacrifice was not academic when you were accounting for 32 dead people. Rachel reached over and switched off the recorder. The silence that replaced Kane's voice had a different quality from the silence before it, denser, more inhabited. Peter looked toward the darkness beyond the observation window. "Jesus," he said. Cole didn't disagree. Rachel turned her attention to the box of cassettes with the methodical focus of a person who has understood that the thing they're looking for is probably in the last place they check, and intends to check systematically anyway. Tape after tape, label after label, the handwritten dates accumulating into a chronology of the facility's use. Cole had been looking at the labels differently. The dates told one story. The designations told another. He picked up a tape and held it toward the light. Handed it to Rachel without comment. She read the label. Her eyes narrowed. "Interesting." Peter leaned in. 3 words on the label, written in the same compressed notation as the others. "Survivor, Interview 4. 4, Peter said. "Meaning at least 4, Cole said. "Possibly more." Rachel was already working through the remaining tapes, with the focused urgency of someone who has identified the correct category and wants the full contents. She found the others in short order. Tapes labeled with sequential numbers, each recorded months apart from the previous one. The interviews of people who had survived Ghost Lantern and been brought to this facility to describe what they'd survived to an interviewer whose questions existed on the tape only as gaps in the answers. Peter looked at the row of tapes. The reports said a handful survived. The reports said what they were written to say, Rachel said. She inserted the first of the survivor interviews. A woman's voice emerged from the static, older, careful, the voice of someone navigating a conversation they understood to be dangerous in ways the recording equipment couldn't capture. "I told them what happened," she said. The gap where the interviewer's question had been. "They didn't care," she said. The next tape. A different voice, male, describing being followed after he returned from the field. The tape after that, another survivor accounting for deaths among people he'd known, deaths that had arrived with the timing and methodology of things that had been arranged. The years following Ghost Lantern, the recordings suggested, had been almost as dangerous as Ghost Lantern itself for the people who'd walked out of it. Then Rachel inserted the 4th tape. No fear in this voice. No careful navigation of dangerous conversational territory. No exhaustion. Just anger. The clean, concentrated anger of a person who had processed everything else and arrived at the residue that wouldn't burn off, carried in a voice that was younger than the others and had a quality that was not quite familiar but had the shape of something familiar, the way a photograph of a younger person retained the essential structure of the face you knew. "They think I'm going away," the voice said. Peter went still. Not the stillness of a man listening carefully, a different kind, the stillness of recognition. Cole looked at him. "What?" Peter raised one hand. "Wait. They think they can bury this, the way they've buried everything else." A pause. "I'm done cooperating with an investigation that was designed to produce a predetermined conclusion. I'm done being patient with people whose patience is a strategy for ensuring I never get to say what I actually know." Rachel's eyes had gone wide, with the specific expression of someone whose mind is running ahead of the evidence and arriving at a destination they hadn't expected. "No way," she said quietly, to herself rather than to the room. The voice continued. "I know who ordered it." The observation room became completely still in the way that rooms became still when everyone in them had stopped doing anything except listening. "I know who signed off. I know the chain of authorization from the decision to compromise the operation to the decision to bury the record afterward. I have documentation. I have." The tape machine clicked. Stopped. Silence arrived with the completeness of a door closing. Nobody moved for a moment. Then Rachel reached for the recorder and rewound the tape and played it again from the relevant point. And it ended in exactly the same place, at exactly the same moment, the accusation building toward its specific target, and then the recording stopping, as though the sentence and everything that would have followed it had simply ceased to exist. Rachel hit the table with the flat of her hand. The sound of it moved through the facility's silence and came back diminished. Damn it. Cole examined the cassette. The tape itself had been cut, not worn through, not degraded, cut with the clean edge of a deliberate action. Edited. Somebody had removed the ending of interview 4, with the specific purpose of ensuring that what Kane was about to say would not be available to anyone who found the tape. They had left enough to establish the context and remove the content, which was a particular kind of thoroughness that went beyond covering tracks into something more like malice. They knew, Peter said. He pointed at the recorder. They knew Kane had identified them. They knew what was on this tape. They came here and removed the part that mattered and left everything else, because removing everything would have been noticed, and removing just the ending left only a story without a conclusion. Cole stood looking at the tape machine and thinking about timing. The recordings had survived. The facility had survived after a fashion. The evidence, most of it, had survived. He was a person who distrusted coincidence as a category, and the survival of the specific tapes that led to the specific moment where the specific answer had been removed did not feel like coincidence. He walked to the records cabinet and looked at it again in the flashlight beam. The dust on the shelving was not uniform. A section of it, lower left, 2 shelves, was disturbed in the pattern of hands that had moved things and replaced them with reasonable care, but not perfect care. Recent. Days, not weeks. The dust that had been displaced had not had time to resettle. Rachel came to stand beside him. Someone was here. Recently. Peter looked at the shelves with the expression of a man updating several calculations simultaneously. Oh, he said, in the tone of someone for whom this observation has resolved several things and complicated several others. Cole crouched and examined the floor. Boot prints in the dust. A single set, medium size, the tread pattern of outdoor footwear rather than tactical boots, which was either a deliberate choice or an incidental detail, and the difference between those two possibilities was significant. The prints moved from the cabinet toward the doorway and into the corridor beyond, heading deeper into the facility rather than back toward the entrance. Rachel had her pistol out. Tell me that's old. It isn't. The facility settled around them into a silence that had changed its quality. What had felt on the way in like the silence of abandonment, the silence of a place that had stopped, now felt like the silence of a place that was waiting. The distinction was subtle and entirely unambiguous to anyone who had spent time in places that could go either way. Cole switched off the cassette player. The room became quiet enough to separate the sounds. Wind working through gaps in the concrete somewhere above them. The long groan of old pipes responding to the temperature differential between the mountain night outside and the still air inside. The random percussion of a structure settling into its own ongoing deterioration. And then, underneath all of it, something else. A metallic sound. Faint, arriving through several walls and a floor's worth of concrete and distance. The kind of sound that a door made when it closed against a metal frame. Peter's eyes went to the ceiling, the instinctive direction of a man trying to locate a sound through a building. Rachel looked at the doorway. Cole already had his weapon in his hand, the motion so habitual it barely registered as a decision. The sound came again. Not wind. Not the building, performing its ordinary structural commentary. A door, somewhere in the lower levels of the facility, closing with the specific quality of a door being closed by a person rather than by a draft, the brief, purposeful sound of something being shut. Far below them, somewhere in the darkness of the lower corridors, in the part of the facility they hadn't reached yet, in the cell blocks and the interrogation rooms, and the deeper architecture of a place built to keep things contained, someone else was inside the black site. And whoever it was, they had been here recently enough to disturb the dust on the shelving. Recently enough that the boot prints hadn't had time to fade into the general accumulation of the floor. Recently enough that they might, Cole thought, still be here now, somewhere below them in the dark, either searching for the same things they had found or waiting for the people who were going to find them. The three of them stood in the observation room above the rail yard of the old facility and listened to the silence recompose itself around the sound of that closing door, and none of them moved, and the flashlight beam held steady on the doorway to the corridor, and the corridor led down. Chapter 12. The sound came again through the facility's dark corridors, a steel door somewhere below, closing with the brief, purposeful finality of a door that had been closed by a person who knew where they were and why. Cole stood motionless at the observation room entrance. "I heard 3 of them." Rachel lowered her pistol slightly to look at him. 3. The first came from the lower detention block. He indicated direction through the concrete. The second from maintenance further along. The third from closer than either of those. He paused. "Someone's moving through the building. They know the floor plan." Peter looked like a man conducting a private audit of the decisions that had brought him to a decommissioned interrogation facility in the Bosnian mountains at whatever hour this was, and finding the audit unfavorable. "That's not encouraging." "No." Cole switched off his flashlight. The room became absolute dark. Rachel followed. Peter held his a moment longer with the instinctive reluctance of a man whose relationship with darkness had been complicated by the preceding week, and then switched his off too. The facility settled around them in the dark. 30 seconds. A minute. Then footsteps, arriving through the concrete from some lower level. Not the tentative movement of someone searching unfamiliar space, but the measured, even pace of someone navigating a route they'd walked before. Traveling rather than searching. Which meant they knew where they were going. The detention wing occupied the lowest level of the main building, accessible by a stairwell that descended through 2 floors of dropping temperature and thickening air to a corridor where the ceiling closed down, and the concrete walls carried the specific quality of spaces built not to hold things in but to hold them down. Cells lined both sides, heavy doors with observation slots, numbers painted on steel that had oxidized to the color of dried blood, the whole architecture of a place whose purpose had been to remove people from the category of people who could affect anything. Rachel swept her light briefly into one open cell. Metal bunk, sink, the dimensions of a space designed to make the person inside it understand their situation without being told. She moved the light away. Peter pointed at the floor ahead. "Look." Footprints in the dust, multiple sets, different boot sizes, different tread patterns. A team rather than an individual. Cole crouched and examined the nearest print with the focused attention of a man reading a document. The dust displacement was fresh, the edges of the impressions clean rather than crumbled, the fine particulate that had been disturbed still settling back toward the floor in the way it took hours rather than days. "This morning," he said. "Maybe last night." Rachel followed the trail with her light. It ran the length of the detention corridor and stopped at cell 17, whose door stood open in the way that a door stood when someone had opened it with intention and left it that way. Inside, the room had been searched recently. Dust disturbed in the methodical pattern of someone who had covered the space systematically rather than randomly. In one corner, a section of damaged flooring had been pulled back to expose a metal plate flush with the concrete beneath it. Rachel crouched beside it. "Compartment." Cole helped lift the plate. Beneath it, a small waterproof container sat in the void. the kind of container designed to survive conditions that documents and electronics couldn't, chosen by someone who had expected the contents to wait a long time before being retrieved. Peter looked at it with the expression of a man for whom the word interesting had been doing a great deal of work lately. Somebody planned this. Rachel opened the container with the careful hands of someone who had learned not to hurry around things left deliberately in hidden places. Inside, a stack of photographs held with a rubber band that had hardened with age, a sheaf of documents, a flash drive, and a folded letter on paper that had yellowed to the color of old maps, the kind of yellowing that took 20 years. Cole unfolded it. Handwriting covered both sides in the compressed, deliberate script of someone writing quickly under the pressure of limited time and significant stakes. He read to the bottom, and the signature stopped everyone. Gabriel Kane. Rachel leaned in. When was this written? Cole scanned the date and the opening sentences. Immediately after Ghost Lantern. He read. The letter covered the ambush, the casualties, the cover-up, the same territory as the tape recordings, the same institutional betrayal rendered in the compressed language of a man who understood that he was creating a document that might survive him and wanted it to be clear. Then the tone shifted. Something more personal arrived, the shift of a man moving from operational record to personal testament. He had hidden evidence. Copies of records, names with documentation, the kind of material that established not just what had happened, but who had decided it would happen, and who had subsequently decided that no one would ever be in a position to say so. Insurance, Kane called it, in the unsentimental language of someone who understood exactly what it was insurance against. Rachel pointed at a paragraph near the bottom of the second page. Cole read it aloud. If anything happens to me, the truth remains hidden with the last survivor. Peter said, the last survivor. Cole continued reading. Kane returned to the phrase twice more across the letter's final paragraphs, each time with the same deliberate capitalization, the last survivor, and each time without naming them, without providing any identifier that would have made the phrase useful to someone who didn't already know what it meant. Rachel folded her arms. Why not name them? Protection, Peter said. He said it with the flat certainty of a man who understood the logic immediately. If the letter is found by the wrong people, a name is a target. A phrase without context is nothing. Cole examined the photographs. Most showed people he recognized from the ghost file. Some of the faces now associated with red status markers, and the specific biographical finality those markers represented. One photograph stopped him. A group shot, taken before deployment by the look of it. 37 people in the unguarded posture of a team that hadn't yet been asked to do the thing they'd been assembled to do. The light of a specific afternoon, preserved in the silver of old photographic paper. Rachel leaned over his shoulder and studied the faces. Then her finger found one near Kane's left shoulder. Who's that? Cole looked. Tall, dark-haired, military bearing with the particular quality of someone whose military bearing had been refined by field work rather than ceremony. The face was younger by 20 years, and arranged in the expression of a man who expected to return from whatever came next. The face was familiar, in the specific way that a face became familiar when you'd seen it recently in a different context at a different age. Peter saw it at the same moment. Something moved across his face. Not surprise, but the specific quality of a confirmation arriving to replace a suspicion that had been building for days. That's Deputy Director Halpern. Rachel stared at the photograph. That's not possible. It's possible, Peter said quietly. It's the only thing that explains the resources. The institutional reach. The ability to run an operation across 4 countries without generating the kind of friction that unauthorized operations generated. He looked at the photograph with the expression of a man watching 20 years of institutional history rearrange itself into a new configuration. He wasn't a bureaucrat who covered up Ghost Lantern. He was a field operator who participated in it, who was there, who knew exactly what had been done, and exactly who needed to remain silent about it. The cell held that for a moment. Rachel sat back against the wall, with the composed expression of a woman whose capacity for being surprised had been substantially reduced over the preceding week. "Well," she said. "Yes," Peter said. The flash drive was the wrong age for everything around it. Cole turned it in his fingers. Current manufacture, recent, the kind of drive that had been made within the past 2 or 3 years, and set it against the 20-year-old letter and the 20-year-old photographs and the 20-year-old facility, and felt the anachronism as a deliberate signal rather than an anomaly. Someone had placed this here, not 20 years ago, with the letter. Recently, with the specific intention that it would be found by whoever found the letter. Rachel looked at it. "Think it works?" "One way to find out." The old computers in the records room were archaeological artifacts rather than functional equipment, but Peter remembered a communications office on the upper level, a room they'd passed through without stopping, and 20 minutes of determined archaeology across dead keyboards and corroded battery contacts produced an aging laptop that came to life with the grudging reluctance of a machine that had been dormant long enough to have opinions about being woken. The battery indicator was not encouraging. Cole inserted the drive before it could become an issue. One file. No title, no description, no metadata that announced its contents. A video file. Rachel looked at him. "Open it." The screen flickered. Static briefly. Then an image resolved. A man sitting in a chair in front of a plain background, facing the camera with the direct attention of someone who was speaking to a specific audience that hadn't arrived yet. Older than the photograph on the wall. Gray at the temples, the face carrying 20 years of additional weather. The eyes harder in the way that eyes became harder when they'd seen the consequences of specific events rather than just the events themselves. The face was unmistakable. Gabriel Kane looked out of the screen and into the room. And the room went still with the completeness of a space in which 3 people have simultaneously stopped doing everything else. "If you're watching this," Kane said, "I failed." Peter sat down in the nearest chair, with the slow movement of a man whose legs have made a decision without consulting him. The people responsible still control the apparatus. Kane's voice was older than the recordings from the detention block below, lower, more deliberate. The voice of a man who had spent 20 years refining his relationship with what he knew and what he intended to do about it. "I trusted the wrong people at the wrong moment, and by the time I understood that, the window for doing this the clean way had closed." He leaned slightly toward the camera, with the posture of a man closing a distance. "The last survivor knows the full truth. Not the partial record, the complete account, including the names that were removed from the tape you probably found downstairs." A pause. "I couldn't contact them directly. They're being protected, which, under the circumstances, is the correct word, even if the arrangement is complicated." Another pause, longer, the silence of a man choosing his next words with the care that the words deserved. "If Sentinel is active and you're watching this, then they found me. Which means the timeline has compressed in ways I wasn't prepared for." He looked off camera briefly, a glance quickly controlled, the involuntary movement of a man checking something in the room around him. "Which means you don't have much time." The screen went black. The laptop fan ran for a moment, and then the battery gave up, and the machine went dark, and the room returned to the illumination of the flashlights and the thin moonlight through the broken window. Nobody moved. Peter said, "He's dead." "Probably," Rachel said. The word carried the weight of a woman who had been accounting for probable deaths for several days and had not become comfortable with the accounting. Cole was not thinking about Kane. He was thinking about the flash drive and its recent manufacture, and the clean footprints in the dust of cell 17, and the fact that the waterproof container had been there long enough for the letter to yellow but not long enough for the compartment's dust seal to fail, which meant it had been opened and resealed within a reasonable recent period. And someone had added a current flash drive to a 20-year-old cache of evidence, which meant someone knew about the cache and had access to it and had decided to add to it. Which meant someone had been here. Not years ago. Not months ago. Recently. The footprints in the detention corridor were recent too, and they were a team's footprints, and the team had been here this morning or last night, and the team had found the compartment, and the team had left the flash drive. The chirp came from somewhere on Peter's person. A small sound, electronic, precise, the sound of a device performing its designed function. Everybody froze. It came again. Cole reached into Peter's jacket with the direct efficiency of a man who has already worked out the answer and needs only to confirm the physical evidence. The old man looked at him with the bewilderment of someone who hasn't caught up yet. Cole found it in the lining, attached beneath the fabric at a point where the natural bulk of the jacket concealed it, a device the size of a large coin, matte black, no markings. He held it in his palm, and they all looked at it, and the silence in the room had a specific quality, the silence of an explanation arriving. Peter's face went through several things in quick succession. "I didn't know," he said. His voice was the voice of a man stating a fact that he understands, may not be believed, and needs to be said regardless. Cole believed him. Rachel's expression said the same thing. The device chirped again in Cole's palm. Regular, patient, doing exactly what it had been doing since the moment Peter had picked up his jacket in Vienna or Budapest or wherever it had been placed by someone who had been close enough to do it, and careful enough not to be noticed doing it. Every safe house, every contact, every meeting, every ambush that had arrived with the timing of something organized around current intelligence rather than historical records. Cole walked to the broken window and looked into the mountain dark below the facility. Headlights moved through the tree line at the valley's edge. Several sets, the separated lights of multiple vehicles navigating the access road through the forest, moving with the purposeful speed of a convoy that knew its destination and had no reason to be cautious about arriving. He counted the lights. 5 vehicles. Maybe 6. Rachel appeared at his shoulder and looked at the same thing and said nothing, because nothing needed to be said about 5 or 6 vehicles moving toward a facility that 3 people with a limited number of exits were currently inside. Cole closed his fingers around the tracker. The device continued its patient, regular chirping, indifferent to the consequences of its function. "We need to move," he said. "Where?" Peter asked. Cole looked at the approaching headlights, then at the facility around them, the cell blocks below, the collapsed fencing, the maintenance corridors, the exits they'd cataloged on the way in, and the additional exits they hadn't found yet because they hadn't needed them yet. "Down," he said. Rachel looked at him. "Before they get here," he said, "we need to find out who left that flash drive." The headlights cleared the tree line, and the valley filled with the approaching sound of engines that had stopped pretending to be quiet. Chapter 13. Cole counted the headlights through the broken window. 2 SUVs, a panel van, and something larger behind them, an armored transport, the kind of vehicle that didn't belong in the Bosnian mountains at midnight and had been sent here anyway by people who had stopped caring about what belonged where. "They found us fast," Rachel said. Cole opened his hand and showed her the tracker. She took it without comment and walked to the far corner of the room and placed it under a broken desk with the firm decisiveness of someone relocating a problem rather than solving it. The device chirped twice more from its new position, dutifully transmitting the location of a corner of an abandoned Bosnian interrogation facility to whoever was receiving the signal, which was now approximately 20 feet less useful than it had been a minute ago. The vehicles were already at the valley floor. The margin it bought them was theoretical. Peter stared at the corner where the tracker now sat. "I swear I didn't know." "I know," Cole said. "They must have placed it in Budapest. The bookstore, maybe, or probably earlier than that." Cole was already moving through the room, gathering the photographs, the documents, the flash drive, the letter. The evidence first. Everything else was replaceable. It doesn't matter when. It matters what we do with the next 10 minutes. Outside, the vehicle doors were opening. Cole counted the figures emerging in the moonlight. 12, then 15. Then the number kept revising upward as more men deployed from the vehicles and spread into the patterns of a team that had been briefed on the target location and had opinions about how to cover it. Night vision equipment. Compact rifles. The unhurried confidence of a force that had arrived at a location it expected to control. Peter looked through the window and produced the sound of a man arriving at a mathematical conclusion he doesn't like. "Oh, that's unpleasant." "Yes," Rachel said. One team moved toward the main entrance with the purposeful directness of people who had seen the floor plan. Another circled toward the rear of the main building. A third established static positions outside, blocking points, the geometry of containment settling into place around the facility with the methodical efficiency of something that had been planned rather than improvised. Textbook. Always textbook. Rachel checked her magazine with the quick, practiced movement of someone confirming a fact they already know. Suggestions? Cole looked at the room. The dead computers, the broken furniture, the single stairwell, the narrow corridor leading back through the facility's upper level, and thought about old military construction, which was the kind of construction that built redundancy into everything because the people who designed it had lived through the consequences of facilities with only one way out. Emergency exits. Every military site this age had them. The question was always the same. Could you find them before the people looking for you found you first? A voice arrived through a bullhorn from the valley below, amplified and flat in the way that bullhorn voices were flat, stripping the human quality from the words and leaving only their operational content. "Come out with your hands visible." Peter laughed. Not a performance. The involuntary sound of a man who has heard the same line in too many different languages across too many years to receive it with the seriousness it was intended to carry. "Sorry," he said, though he didn't look particularly sorry. "I've heard that line in 6 languages. It loses something in repetition." "You are surrounded." Rachel glanced out the window at the spreading deployment below. "They're technically accurate." Cole gathered the last of the documents and turned away from the window. Maintenance level. Old military sites always built emergency access into the utility infrastructure. We find it before they find us. This is your final warning. They always say that too, Peter said. Then the first breach charge detonated somewhere in the main building's lower entrance, and the facility shook with the solid percussive authority of shaped explosive meeting structural concrete, and dust came down from the ceiling in a soft continuous fall, and the next phase of the evening announced itself. The detention block corridors filled immediately with the sounds of a professional entry. Boots, commands in short exchanges, metal doors announcing the progress of a search, moving through the building with the systematic confidence of people who expected to find what they were looking for and had brought sufficient personnel to be thorough. Close. Getting closer, in the way that sounds got closer when they were attached to people moving toward you through a building. Cole led them through the detention wing at a pace that balanced speed against the flashlights off discipline that the situation required. The corridor navigable by the thin moonlight coming through the cell windows barely, which was enough. Rachel covered their rear with the focused attention of someone listening for the distance between them and the entry team to stop decreasing. Peter moved between them with the steady, controlled urgency of a man who had discovered that a fresh wound and an active threat to his continued existence produced a useful chemical response that temporarily resolved the mobility question. The maintenance section opened up beneath the prison block in the way that the mechanical infrastructure of old military facilities tended to open up, a maze of pipes and conduit and utility tunnels that ran beneath the habitable levels, lit by nothing now but carrying the logic of a layout designed by engineers who thought in terms of access and redundancy. Concrete tunnels branching off in several directions. Rachel's flashlight swept across wall markings that had spent 2 decades losing their legibility, most gone entirely, a few still present in fragments. One arrow survived, pointing into the leftward branch. Emergency access. That way, Cole said, and it wasn't a question. Behind them, the search teams had reached the detention level. The sound of it came through the concrete in the specific way that sounds traveled through institutional construction. Attenuated, directionless, present enough to be informative. Close enough to mean that the maintenance tunnels needed to produce an exit in the near term, or the tactical picture would simplify in an unpleasant direction. Peter stopped. Cole stopped. Rachel stopped. The three of them stood in the tunnel junction while the sounds of the search moved through the walls around them, and Peter shined his flashlight at a section of concrete beside a junction box and held it there. Numbers scratched into the wall. Not the casual marks of bored detention personnel. Deliberate, organized, carved with the intent of someone leaving information for a specific future reader. A series of numbers in the format of geographic coordinates. Rachel crouched beside them. These are recent. Cole looked. The scratches had the clean edges of recent work. No oxidation in the cuts, no dust settled into the grooves to the degree that years of abandonment produced. Days. Maybe a week. The same person who had placed the flash drive in cell 17. The same person whose boot prints ran through the detention corridor above them. The same person who had visited this facility recently enough that the evidence of their presence had not yet had time to age into the background. Peter produced a scrap of paper from his jacket and transcribed the numbers with the unhurried care of a man who understood that coordinates written in a hurry became coordinates that led you somewhere adjacent to where you needed to be. "We're collecting mysteries," he said. "Add it to the pile," Cole said. "Move." Another explosion came through the concrete from somewhere behind them, closer than the first, the kind of closer that meant the breach team had moved inward rather than simply entering. The attackers weren't searching the facility in the normal sense. They were moving in a directed pattern, covering the exits and collapsing the interior space, the tactical logic of a force that wanted its targets moving in a specific direction rather than simply contained. Hurting. Cole recognized the feeling and didn't like it, and filed the recognition for later consideration, if there was a later to consider it in. The emergency exit announced itself as a rusted steel door set into the tunnel's end, half buried behind a collapse of earth and stone where the mountain had shifted over the decades, and expressed an opinion about the door's continued existence. The collapse had been partial. The door was present. The gap between present and useful was the question. Rachel put her shoulder into it. Nothing. Cole joined her. The door moved a quarter inch with a sound like 2 decades of rust being asked to renegotiate its position. Peter added his weight to the combined effort, and the door opened another inch, and then another, and then with the prolonged, metallic complaint of a thing that had been still for a very long time and was adjusting to the idea of motion, it opened enough. Cold mountain air came through the gap with the immediacy of something that had been waiting on the other side, clean and sharp with pine and altitude, the specific temperature of a Bosnian mountain at the deep end of a clear night, simultaneously uncomfortable and extraordinary after the stale concrete air of the facility's interior. Cole went through first. The exit emerged on a wooded ridge above and to the east of the facility, the terrain dropping away toward the valley below, where the black site now burned with the illumination of the search team's floodlights, portable units set up around the perimeter, the compound visible as a grid of lit rectangles surrounded by the moving lights of search personnel. Vehicles blocked the access road and both visible paths out of the valley. The operation below was thorough, well-resourced, and entirely oriented toward the main building's exits. They had missed this one. Rachel came through the door and looked at the scene below with the expression of a tactician reviewing a situation that has more good news in it than she'd budgeted for. That's going to annoy them considerably. Peter emerged last and stood in the cold air and breathed it in with the focused appreciation of a man who had recently wondered if he'd be breathing any more of it. Then gunfire came from the trees to their left. Not random fire. Directed. The specific pattern of a blocking force that had been placed here against the possibility of exactly this exit being used, which meant the operational planning had been better than the floodlit perimeter suggested, and the exit they'd congratulated themselves on finding had been anticipated by someone who knew this facility well enough to account for its emergency access points. Cole went behind a boulder. Rachel returned fire toward the muzzle flashes in the trees, the exchange establishing positions, the short bursts of a firefight conducted by people who were managing ammunition rather than expressing emotion. Cole shifted left along the ridge, found an angle, resolved the rifleman behind the fallen log into a shape against the darker background of the forest, and ended the problem. Another attacker moved through the trees to re-establish a firing position. Then another. The blocking force was repositioning rather than retreating, which had a different quality. Not the movement of people withdrawing from a fight they were losing, but the movement of people adjusting an arrangement to achieve a specific result. Rachel felt it. They're steering us. Yes. Where? Cole looked at the ridgeline above them, the valley below, the tree line in 3 directions. The fire from the blocking force was channeling them uphill and to the right, away from the facility, away from the vehicles, toward the upper ridge where the forest thinned and the terrain opened into a clearing that the moonlight reached without obstruction. He didn't have an answer for where yet. He had the shape of a concern, which was that a force with this level of planning and this many personnel had probably thought further ahead than the blocking position they were currently engaged with. Then the helicopter came over the ridgeline. It arrived fast and low, dark against the darker sky, no searchlight, no navigation lights, the absence of both a deliberate choice rather than an equipment failure. Military-grade noise suppression had reduced its acoustic signature to something you felt in your chest before you heard it with your ears. The thrum of rotors arriving as a physical sensation that preceded the identification of its source. Not a police aircraft. Not military, exactly. The particular category of aircraft that existed in the space between official and unofficial, operated by people with institutional resources and operational discretion. It banked hard over the valley and dropped toward a clearing 300 yards up the ridge to their right, the clearing that the blocking force's repositioning had been steering them toward. And it came down without hesitation, the pilot flying a memorized approach to a specific landing point, which meant the clearing had been selected in advance, which meant this aircraft was not responding to the situation below. It had been part of the plan from the beginning. Then the radio chatter changed. The sound of it carried through the valley in fragments, not the content which the distance and the helicopter's rotor noise consumed, but the quality of it, the specific texture of coordinated communication undergoing an unplanned revision. The search teams below altered their movement patterns. A vehicle that had been stationary beside the access road began moving. A group that had been advancing toward the main building stopped and held position. The helicopter's arrival had introduced a variable that the people on the ground hadn't anticipated. Cole could see that in the valley below, The small hesitations, the reorientation of lights, the body language of organized people, encountering something outside their operational parameters. The new arrival wasn't part of their operation. Whoever had landed in the clearing, 300 yards up the ridge, had come from somewhere else entirely, with different intentions and different resources, and had chosen this moment and this location with a precision that was either coincidence, which Cole had long since removed from his working vocabulary as a category, or the result of someone who had been tracking the same trail they'd been following, from a different starting point, and had arrived at the same destination by a different route. The helicopter's rotors slowed to idle. The side door opened. In the moonlight, at 300 yards, a figure stepped down onto the mountain grass of the clearing and stood looking toward the sounds of the firefight below the ridgeline. One person, standing still, waiting. Cole looked at the figure and at the valley below where the search teams were recalibrating around an unexpected development, and at the blocking force in the trees which had stopped firing, and at Rachel beside him reading the same situation with the same focused attention. "Whoever that is," Rachel said quietly, "the people down there didn't invite them." "No," Cole said. Peter had the binoculars from the SUV, still in his jacket pocket from the approach. He raised them and spent a long moment looking at the figure in the clearing. Then he lowered them slowly and said nothing for a moment. "What?" Rachel said. Peter handed the binoculars to Cole without answering, the gesture of a man who has seen something he wants confirmed before he commits to having seen it. Cole raised the binoculars and found the figure in the clearing, and brought the optics to focus and held them there. The figure was looking directly toward their position on the ridge, with the stillness of someone who knew exactly where to look, and had been waiting for the people at that location to be ready to be found. The face was older than the photographs, older than the video on the flash drive, 20 years older than the voice on the cassette tape in the detention block below, which was the correct amount older for a man who had recorded that voice 20 years ago, and had spent the intervening time doing whatever a man did when he was supposed to be dead, and had decided not to cooperate with the designation. Cole lowered the binoculars. "Kane," he said. "Interesting. Very interesting." The helicopter door slid open. A figure emerged. Tall. Broad shoulders. Gray beard. Field jacket. Rifle. The man moved with calm confidence, like somebody walking into a familiar neighborhood. Several attackers spotted him. Bad mistake. The newcomer fired twice. Both men fell. The figure waved toward Cole's position. Not random. Not guessing. Directly at him. Rachel stared. "You know him?" "No." Peter looked through binoculars, then froze. "Damn." Cole looked over. "What?" The old man's expression had gone pale. Not fear. Recognition. Deep recognition. The kind that came from seeing a ghost. Peter lowered the binoculars slowly. "I don't believe it." The gray-bearded stranger fired again. Precise. Efficient. Experienced. Then he shouted across the hillside. His voice carried clearly through the darkness. "Walker!" Cole stood slightly higher behind the rocks. The stranger pointed toward the helicopter. "Move." Rachel looked confused. Peter looked stunned. Cole looked between them. The old man finally found his voice. "That's him." "Who?" Peter stared at the stranger. At the ghost from 20 years earlier. At the man everyone thought was dead. The last survivor. Below them, more attackers flooded into the valley. Above them, the helicopter's engines screamed. and the man, who should have been buried 20 years ago, waved them forward one last time. Move. Chapter 14. The helicopter's rotors hammered the night air into submission, bending the tree line and sending a wall of displaced dust and pine needles across the clearing in a horizontal rush. The gray-bearded stranger stood in the open hillside with a rifle at his shoulder, firing in the controlled, unhurried cadence of a man who was comfortable with the amount of gunfire directed at him, which was not a small amount. He acquired targets with the patient precision of someone for whom this kind of situation had long since stopped generating the chemical responses that made most people imprecise. Cole recognized the behavior in the way you recognized a language you'd learned in a specific place and under specific conditions: the veteran's relationship with crisis, the years of having survived impossible situations, converting panic from an automatic response into a choice, and the choice becoming easier to decline each time it was offered. This man had been declining it for a long time. Move! Rachel shouted from behind her boulder, firing to cover the ground between them and the helicopter's open door. Below, in the valley, the operation had fractured along the seam of the unexpected. Search teams that had been coordinated and purposeful 30 seconds ago were now doing the thing that well-trained teams did when an unplanned variable entered the equation, some pivoting toward the new threat, others continuing the original assignment, the two responses pulling against each other and producing the confusion that was currently the most useful substance in their immediate environment. Cole got Peter moving. The old man had gone somewhere internal, not frightened, which Cole had established as his baseline for the preceding week, but shocked in the specific way of a person whose model of reality has been revised by the evidence without their consent. His legs worked. His eyes had a quality of seeing something that wasn't the hillside. The stranger fired twice more, economical and final, and then moved backward toward the helicopter with the smooth efficiency of a man executing a rehearsed withdrawal. No urgency, no wasted motion. The calm of someone who had run this sequence enough times that his body knew the choreography. He reached the door. Get in. Rachel was already aboard. Peter followed. Cole entered last and turned to find the stranger already inside, the door already closing, the pilot already doing what pilots did when everyone was aboard, and waiting was no longer an option. The helicopter came off the ground without ceremony, and the valley fell away beneath them, and the people below, who had been part of a professional and well-resourced operation, were now reorienting around a development that had not been in their briefing materials, which was satisfying in a limited way that Cole appreciated without dwelling on. Tracer rounds came up from the valley floor, orange lines arcing through the dark in the trajectories of people firing at a moving target from below, which was a difficult shot, and became more difficult as the helicopter gained altitude and speed. One passed close enough to be informative. Another reached for the tail and missed. Then the mountains took them, and the black site with its floodlights and its vehicles and its professional teams dissolved into the dark below. The cabin ran without lights. Moonlight came through the windows and painted everything in the silver and shadow of a scene from a different century. Nobody spoke. The helicopter banked west and accelerated, and the pilot made himself useful and invisible, which was the correct approach. The stranger sat across from them, with his rifle resting across his knees and his hands loose, and his posture carrying the particular ease of a man for whom this qualified as a quiet moment. Up close, the years were visible in his face, gray in the beard, the skin carrying the specific texture of someone who had spent 2 decades in weather and sun, and the accumulated physical toll of a life conducted outdoors and under tension. The scars were old. The eyes were not. Peter stared at him with the fixed attention of a man trying to reconcile what he was seeing with what he knew to be true. "You're dead," he said finally. The stranger smiled. It was a genuine smile, which was not what Cole had been expecting. I heard that rumor. I attended the ceremony. Yes. The man glanced out the window at the mountain darkness below. You buried somebody else. The arrangements were made by people who needed a body and had access to one. He said it without drama, as a logistical fact. I found out afterward. It seemed impolite to correct the record at that point. Silence moved through the cabin. Rachel looked between Peter and the stranger with the expression of someone who has been working from an incomplete cast list and is now receiving an update. You know each other. To our mutual inconvenience, the stranger said. He extended a hand toward Cole, crossing the cabin. Cole Walker. Cole shook it. The grip was the handshake of a man who had never felt the need to demonstrate anything through a handshake, and consequently demonstrated everything. You have the advantage. Marcus Reed. The name produced fragments, old files, older whispers, the specific kind of reputation that accumulated around people who had operated at a level where the institutional record was thin because the work had been conducted in the spaces where institutional records were not kept. One of the best field operators of his generation, before he ceased to be one of anything at all, officially. Apparently, the official version had understated the situation. Peter pointed at him with the expression of a man completing a 21-year-old inventory. Marcus Reed. Ghost Lantern. One of the 5 original survivors. Reed nodded. One of 2 by now. The others didn't survive the subsequent arrangements. He said it with the flatness of a man who had processed this information long ago and filed it under the heading of things that had shaped his subsequent decisions. Which makes me, as far as I can determine, the last one. The last survivor, Cole said. Looks that way. Kane's letter mentioned you. Didn't name you, just the phrase. The capitalization was deliberate. If the letter reached the wrong hands, a phrase without context protects a person. A name does the opposite. Reed reached into a canvas bag beside him, removed a water bottle, drank, and passed it to Peter with the practical generosity of someone who had observed that the old man needed it. Kane and I worked out the arrangement years ago. If one of us got to the evidence first, the other's identity stayed protected until it was safe to surface. Peter took the water and held it without drinking, still working through the mathematics of the past 21 years. You could have contacted me. Reed shook his head. Not unkindly. They watched you. Continuously. From the moment Ghost Lantern ended, everyone with any connection to the operation was under some degree of surveillance. You more than most, because your relationships were known. He paused. Contacting you would have solved one problem and created a considerably larger one. Peter looked at his hands. The answer landed where Reed had known it would land, and Reed let it land without softening it further, which was the honest approach. They watched all of us, Reed said. Everyone who survived. Everyone who knew anyone who survived. For 20 years. That's the scale of what Sentinel became. Not an intelligence program, not even a security program. A maintenance operation. Continuous, resourced, patient. Ensuring that the people who needed the record to stay buried were in a position to keep burying it whenever it showed signs of surfacing. The helicopter hit turbulence, a rough sequence of jolts that the mountains produced when the wind decided to have an opinion, and settled back to steady flight. Reed didn't appear to register it. Cole suspected that Reed's threshold for things worth registering had been substantially revised by the past 2 decades. The flash drive, Cole said. You left it. Eventually. I wasn't certain who would find the site, whether it would be you, or people working for Sentinel, or someone else entirely. The video was designed to be useful regardless. He looked at Cole steadily. Though I was hoping for you specifically. Your involvement since Prague suggested the situation had developed to a point where surfacing was the correct move. Rachel, who had been conducting her own assessment of Reed from the far side of the cabin with the focused attention of someone building a file in real time, leaned forward. "You helped create Sentinel. The original version." He didn't look proud of it. He didn't look ashamed of it. He looked like a man reporting a fact about his own history that he had examined from every available angle and understood the weight of. After Ghost Lantern, we needed a mechanism for identifying compromised assets, a way to ensure that what happened to the team couldn't happen again. The program was designed with that specific and limited purpose. And then, Rachel said, and then the wrong people understood its potential and acquired control of it. He looked at her directly. A program designed to identify compromised assets is also, structurally, a program designed to monitor everyone. The infrastructure is identical. The intention is the only thing that differs, and intentions are not load-bearing elements. They give way under sufficient pressure. Peter said, "Halpern." Reed looked at him. Halpern was in the field during Ghost Lantern. "You saw the photograph." "We saw the photograph." "Then you understand why the cover-up required the resources it required." He wasn't a senior official who inherited a problem and decided to manage it. He was a participant who rose to a position from which he could ensure the problem stayed managed. The difference is significant. It means he understood the evidence from the inside, knew exactly what existed and where, and spent 20 years acquiring sufficient institutional authority to control it. Reed looked out the window. He also understood who was looking, which is why the campaign has been as effective as it has been. The pilot's voice crackled through the intercom. "We've got company." Reed moved to the window without the half-second delay of a man who had been thinking about something else. Cole moved with him. Two lights in the darkness behind them, high and fast, the navigation profile of aircraft built to close distance quickly, which these were doing. Not helicopters. The lights weren't moving like helicopters. They were moving like aircraft that had been designed for the specific purpose of catching things that were trying not to be caught. Rachel looked at them. "Tell me those aren't." Nobody answered her, which answered her. Reed looked at the pilot through the cockpit door. "How long?" 8 minutes. Maybe 7. Can we make it? The pause before the pilot's answer was longer than Cole would have preferred. Reed sat back in his seat with the expression of a man running calculations. Cole watched him and noted the absence of fear, which was either professional composure or the specific calm of a man who had arranged for contingencies. "Make it where?" Rachel said. Reed's expression produced the genuine smile again, the one that arrived without being managed. "Home." Peter looked at him. "You have a safe house." "Several." "You've been running for 20 years." "I've been preparing for 20 years." Reed said it with the precision of someone correcting a mischaracterization that mattered. Running is a reactive posture. Preparation is a strategic one. The two look similar from the outside, but they produce very different outcomes. The jets were closing. The distance between their lights and the helicopter's position was shortening at the rate of aircraft designed to shorten it. And the mountains below were giving way to forest, and then to valleys, and then to a river that moved through darkness without knowing or caring what was happening above it. The pilot pointed ahead. There, deep in a forested valley, almost invisible against the dark geography around it, a cluster of lights. Small. Deliberate. The specific configuration of a landing zone, established by someone who understood that invisible and obvious were both mistakes, and that the correct calibration was simply unremarkable. No roads leading to it that were visible from altitude. No adjacent infrastructure that suggested habitation. The kind of location chosen by someone who had been thinking about this for 20 years and had arrived at a considered conclusion. Cole looked at Reed. The man was watching the approaching jets and the landing zone ahead with the equanimity of a navigator checking 2 points on a route he'd traveled before. "They know you're alive now," Cole said. "After tonight, there's no ambiguity about it." Reed nodded. "That was the calculation. Staying hidden kept me safe and kept the operation limited. Surfacing changes the parameters." He looked at Cole with the directness of a man delivering an assessment he's had time to prepare. "They've been operating with the assumption that the last survivor was either dead or neutralized. That assumption gave them a kind of institutional confidence. Removing it removes the confidence." He paused. "It also removes the restraint that came with it. Which is what I mean when I say the war just started." As if the timing had been arranged by someone with a sense of occasion, the missile warning alarm went off. The sound of it filled the cabin with the specific urgency of a system performing the function it had been designed to perform. Not panic, not drama, simply information delivered at the highest available volume. The helicopter lurched as the pilot applied the only response immediately available to him, which was to use the terrain. Below them, the forest rose toward the aircraft in the dark, the trees close enough to be individual shapes rather than a general mass, and the pilot flew into it with the controlled aggression of someone who understood that altitude was no longer their friend, and that the mountains, which had been obstacles, had just become cover. Reed held the cabin grab handle with one hand and looked out the window at the missile's track with the expression of a man evaluating a problem that he has contingency plans for and is now determining which one applies. "Hold on," the pilot said. It was, Cole thought, among the more straightforward pieces of advice he'd received recently. He held on. Chapter 15. The missile warning alarm filled the cabin with the specific sound of a system delivering information you had already received through other channels and didn't need repeated, but were going to have repeated anyway at maximum volume until the situation resolved itself one way or another. Rachel looked toward the cockpit. "What does that mean exactly?" The pilot's answer arrived without hesitation or embellishment. "It means somebody wants us dead." How reassuring. The helicopter dropped without ceremony. Not the controlled descent of an aircraft following a flight plan, but the committed plunge of one trying to become part of the terrain before something faster caught up with it. The valley floor rushed upward, and the trees resolved from a general dark mass into individual shapes close enough to make specific identifications. And the pilot threaded the aircraft through the forest below the ridgeline with the focused aggression of someone for whom this was a professional skill rather than a desperate improvisation. Branches whipped past the windows. The alarm continued its editorial. Reed sat with his back against the cabin wall and watched the approaching jets through the window with the unhurried attention of a man reviewing a situation he has contingency plans for and is determining which applies. The comm was not performed. Cole had spent enough time around performed comm to recognize the difference, and the difference mattered. Performed comm was a resource that depleted under sufficient pressure, while Reed's variety appeared to be structural, the result of 21 years of having recalibrated his relationship with crisis until the recalibration became permanent. The pilot reached the defensive panel and triggered a burst of flares. They went out behind the helicopter in a shower of brilliant orange that turned the dark valley briefly into something resembling a celebration, and the missile alarm changed its tone for 2 seconds, 2 seconds of something approaching silence, and then resumed with renewed conviction. Rachel stared at the panel. "That seems bad," the pilot confirmed, with the clipped brevity of a man who has too many things requiring his immediate attention to discuss the aesthetics of the situation. The helicopter rolled hard. A streak of fire crossed the sky behind them, fast enough to look theoretical, the missiles track a bright line that existed and was gone before the eye fully processed it, and it passed close enough that nobody in the cabin felt the need to characterize it further. Peter had his eyes closed. His lips were moving, which Cole chose to interpret as calculation rather than prayer, though the distinction was academic at the current velocity. "Retirement," Peter said with the voice of a man reviewing a decision that had clearly gone wrong somewhere, sounded wonderful at one point. The pilot found his gap, a narrow corridor between two ridges where the terrain dropped into a valley fold tight enough that the pursuing jets couldn't follow without becoming news items, and drove the helicopter through it with the commitment of someone who had decided that hesitation and rock faces were equally fatal, and had chosen rock faces as the lesser risk. The jets overshot with the frustrated momentum of high-speed aircraft that couldn't match the slow ugliness of something willing to fly 10 feet above the trees. Cole watched them bank for a return pass and watched the landing zone lights come up ahead through the forest canopy simultaneously, the two developments converging on a timeline that the pilot was presumably doing the arithmetic on right now, alone, at the controls without input from the passengers. Reed was looking at the landing zone. The smile that crossed his face was the expression of a man seeing something he built and hasn't seen in a while and is glad to find standing. The compound resolved from darkness as they crossed its perimeter. Not a cabin, not a farmhouse with a generator and good locks, but a serious installation that had been assembled piece by piece over a period of years by someone who understood operational infrastructure and had taken the time to get it right. Multiple buildings, connected by covered walkways. Cleared helipads with landing guides. A communications array behind a maintenance building. Defensive positions integrated into the fence line with the subtlety of someone who had thought about what the fence line was actually for. Floodlights came on as they descended. People were moving across the compound below, armed, organized, conducting the activities of a facility that had been waiting for exactly this kind of arrival and had prepared accordingly. Nobody below looked surprised. Nobody looked panicked. The compound had the functional character of a machine that had been running for years and knew what to do when the conditions it had been built to address finally arrived. The landing skids hit the ground, and Reed had the door open before the rotors had finished deciding what speed to settle at. "Move." They moved. The pilot climbed out with the focused attention of a man whose aircraft had just been shot at and who had immediate priorities. Fuel. Now. 3 people ran without being asked twice. A woman crossed the compound toward them at a pace that covered ground efficiently without breaking into anything that could be described as a run. Mid-40s, dark hair pulled back with the practical severity of someone who didn't think about her hair, moving with the economic precision of a person who had learned somewhere along the way that the body was a tool, and tools worked better when they weren't wasted. She looked at Reed. Then at Cole, Rachel, and Peter in sequence, the quick professional inventory of someone building a file in real time. "You brought company," she said to Reed. "Temporary." She looked at Cole. "Cole Walker." Not a question. Recognition in it, the specific quality of a person encountering someone whose file they've read. "Sarah Novak," she said, and offered her hand. The grip confirmed what the walk had suggested. Reed was already moving toward the main building. Inside. Now. The sky provided sufficient justification, and the jets were banking back in the middle distance with the intentions of aircraft that hadn't finished their business. Nobody needed a second invitation. The operations center occupied the heart of the compound's main building and had the organized density of a space that had been assembled by intelligent people with a specific purpose and sufficient time to do it properly. Computers lined the walls, current hardware maintained, the screens displaying the kind of layered surveillance data that required both sophisticated collection infrastructure and the analytical capacity to make sense of what came in. Maps covered one wall with the physical permanence of things that got consulted daily. Large screens along the opposite wall showed satellite imagery, traffic analysis, financial flow data, flight paths, the aggregate portrait of an ongoing intelligence operation run outside any institutional framework, accountable to no oversight committee, funded by means that Cole didn't yet know and intended to ask about. Rachel stopped in the doorway and stood there for a moment. Jesus. Sarah Novak smiled with the fractional quality of someone who found the reaction predictable and had decided to find it mildly entertaining. Most people say that. Peter looked around the room with the expression of a man revising his understanding of the past 21 years substantially upward. You've been running an intelligence network this entire time. Something like that, Reed said. He dropped his jacket over a chair and rolled up his sleeves with the manner of a man shifting from one mode of work to another. The transition had the quality of a man returning to his actual job after an interruption. How many people? Sarah's answer was immediate and complete. Enough. Cole appreciated the economy of it. Across the room, one of the screens displayed a photograph. Recent surveillance, high resolution, the subject captured in the daylight of what looked like a Washington street. Deputy Director Halpern, silver-haired and assured, the bearing of a man occupying a position that had been in reach long enough that he'd stopped thinking about the reaching. He looked like a bureaucrat. He looked nothing like the younger man standing beside Kane in the photograph from Cell 17, which was the point of becoming a bureaucrat when you'd been something else first. Rachel looked at the photograph for a moment. So you've been watching Sentinel? For years. Then why haven't you? Because pieces don't change things. Reed said it with the flat certainty of a man who had learned this through experience rather than theory. The institutional capacity to absorb pieces and continue functioning is considerable. You expose a piece, and the piece becomes a problem that gets managed, and the management of the problem reinforces the system rather than threatening it. He tapped Halpern's photograph. What changes things is the whole board. All of it at once, in a form that can't be managed, that reaches the people with the standing to act before the people with the interest in preventing action can close the space. And you don't have that yet, Cole said. I have most of it. He turned to another screen. The names from the Sentinel folder appeared. The 7 members of the Oversight Committee, arranged with photographs and institutional titles and the web of connections that Reed's operation had spent years mapping. One of these 7 people sold out Ghost Lantern. One of them, possibly 2, made the original decision that produced 32 dead operators and 5 survivors who subsequently became 3, then 2, then 1. He looked at the photographs with the expression of a man who had been looking at them for years and still needed something more. I know what was done. I know the approximate institutional position of the person who ordered it. I don't know which of 7 people it was, and in this particular context, approximate isn't enough. Rachel studied the photographs. The tape recording. Kane identified them. Or was about to. And someone cut the tape. Reed nodded. Which tells us that whoever edited that recording knew what was on it. Which means they had access to the facility 20 years ago in a capacity that included the recordings. Which narrows 7 to a smaller number. He paused. Not small enough. Peter, who had been sitting with his water bottle and his thoughts, looked up at a sound from across the room. An analyst moving towards Sarah with the specific urgent posture of someone carrying information that couldn't wait. Sarah took the tablet. Read. Read again. The confidence that had been her operating register since they'd landed underwent a shift, not dramatic but unmistakable. The shift of a person whose model of the current situation has just been revised. Reed saw it. He crossed the room and took the tablet without being asked, the movement of a man accustomed to being the person who took the tablet. He read. His jaw set, a small adjustment barely visible, the muscular expression of a man containing a reaction. He handed the tablet to Cole. Satellite imagery. 2 frames side by side. The left frame showed the black site as Cole had last seen it from the ridge. The compound, the buildings, the concrete infrastructure of a facility that had been abandoned but not destroyed. The right frame showed the same valley. The same geographic coordinates. A crater. Clean edges. The specific geometry of a deliberate demolition rather than an accidental collapse. 30 minutes after they'd left. They destroyed it, Rachel said. Everything on site, Reed said. The cells. The records that remained. The recordings in the observation room. He looked at Cole. The cassette tapes. Peter looked at the image with the expression of a man watching 20-year-old evidence become history in a single satellite frame. The proof. The proof that lived there, Cole said. He reached into his jacket and confirmed by touch what he already knew was there: the flash drive, the photographs, the folder, the letter in Kane's handwriting. The things that had left the facility before the facility ceased to exist. Not all of it. Reed looked at him. Something in his expression shifted. Not relief, which would have been premature, but the recalculation of a man adjusting his assessment of the current position. No, he said. Not all of it. The second alarm was different from the missile warning. Lower in pitch, more deliberate. The sound of a system reporting a specific and anticipated category of event rather than an emergency. Sarah was already moving toward the main screens before it completed its first cycle. The analysts followed with the organized urgency of people whose training had included exactly this. Cole looked at Reed. Reed was already looking at the far screen, where the external security feed had replaced the satellite imagery with the live image of the access road cutting through the valley toward the compound's gate. The camera was good, high resolution, night capable, and it rendered the scene below with the clear-eyed honesty of a system with no interest in the emotional content of what it was recording. Headlights filled the frame. Not one vehicle, not the 2 or 3 that constituted a surveillance team or an advance element. A convoy, SUVs in pairs, armored transports behind them, a mobile command vehicle whose silhouette was distinctive and unambiguous, the full logistical deployment of an operation that had committed its resources and was not concerned about who knew it. The lead vehicle stopped at the gate. The driver's door opened. The man who stepped out was dressed for a different context. Dark suit. The kind of suit worn to meetings in buildings with security desks and visitor badges, not to the approaches of private intelligence compounds in Bosnian mountain valleys. Silver hair. The posture of a man who had occupied a position of authority long enough that authority had become indistinguishable from his physical bearing. The camera's automatic zoom found his face and held it. Deputy Director Halpern looked directly into the lens with the expression of a man who had spent 20 years looking for something and had located it finally, and was taking a moment to register the satisfaction of the search's conclusion before proceeding to its resolution. He looked at the camera the way people looked at things they had decided to take. Then he smiled. The operations center was very quiet. The screens continued their work. The analysts held their positions. Reed stood in the center of the room and looked at the face of the man he had been building toward for 21 years, and whatever he was feeling about that, he kept it where it belonged. Cole looked at the convoy, counted vehicles, ran the arithmetic of personnel and equipment, and what it implied about what the next hour was going to require. Then he looked at Reed, who was still looking at the screen, and Reed turned to look at him, and the expression on Reed's face was not the expression of a man who was surprised or afraid or unprepared. It was the expression of a man who had been waiting for this specific moment for 21 years and had spent every one of those years making sure that when it came, he would be ready for it. "Tell me," Cole said, "that you have a plan." Reed looked back at the screen. At Halpern. At the convoy stretching back along the access road with its committed, well-resourced, institutional certainty that the night was going to end the way nights ended, when deputy directors arrived with armored transports and the authority to make things happen, and the long practice of ensuring that inconvenient people did not remain inconvenient. "Several," Reed said. Chapter 16. Halpern smiled at the camera for exactly the time it took someone outside to shoot it, and then the screen went black, and the operations center became a different room. The change was immediate and organized. Analysts moving between workstations with the purposeful urgency of people who had rehearsed this transition. Security personnel collecting weapons from the racks along the far wall. The tactical displays populating with the defensive geometry of the valley and its approaches. No shouting, no wasted motion. The compound shifting from one operational mode to another with the fluid efficiency of a machine that had been designed for exactly this and had been waiting with considerable patience for exactly this moment to arrive. Cole watched it happen and noted the absence of panic, which was the operative detail. Panic was a resource problem. It occurred when people encountered situations for which they had insufficient preparation, and the people in this room had been preparing for this situation for years. Reed watched the dead screen for a moment, with the expression of a man taking a final inventory of something that had served its purpose. Then he turned away. "Seal the valley." Sarah already had a headset on. The orders she issued were brief and specific, the shorthand of people who had discussed the relevant contingencies until the language for them had compressed to single words. The compound revealed itself in layers. Steel barriers emerged from concealed positions along the access road with the hydraulic deliberateness of infrastructure that had been installed underground and was now being asked to justify the installation cost. Defensive positions that had looked like landscape features, earthen berms, drainage channels, the natural disorder of a mountain clearing, disclosed their actual purposes. Floodlights came on at angles, calculated to illuminate approach routes while leaving the compound's interior in relative shadow. Rachel stood beside Cole and watched the transformation. So much for staying hidden. Reed looked at her with something that might have been amusement if his attention hadn't been distributed across several more pressing concerns simultaneously. 21 years. It was a reasonable run. 21 years and 3 months, Peter said. He was looking at the tactical displays with the expression of a man revising his understanding of recent history substantially. "The people outside have been counting too," Reed said. Cole moved to the operations table and stood over the valley map, which was the kind of map that got made by someone who intended to defend a specific piece of terrain and had taken the time to understand it properly. Approach routes marked with their tactical properties, ridgeline positions annotated with sightlines, the narrow road through the valley floor shown with its choke points identified and the distances between them measured. The compound's defensive architecture had been designed around this map, and the map had been updated continuously for years, and the result was the kind of defensive position that made an assault expensive. On the overhead screen, the convoy continued its advance up the valley road with the unhurried confidence of a force that had done its planning and believed in the conclusions. Cole counted vehicles, 30, then 40 as the rear of the column came into the satellite frame, and cataloged what he was seeing. Armored transports, communications trucks, the distinct silhouette of a mobile command vehicle, support units that implied a sustained operation rather than a quick strike. "That's a government's equipment," Rachel said. Reed looked at the convoy without appearing troubled by it. Last year's budget was larger. Nobody asked for specifics. The satellite image updated. The full length of the convoy stretched nearly 2 miles along the access road, and behind the main column, held back at a distance that suggested they were reserves rather than assault elements, Additional vehicles waited with the patience of things that expected to be needed eventually. Peter looked at the screen with the expression of a man who had operated in the world of institutional force for his entire adult life and was revising his sense of what institutional force looked like when it stopped pretending to have limits. "My God. This isn't an arrest operation," Cole said. "It wasn't a question." "No," Reed said. Rachel was still studying the satellite image. Something had drawn her attention to the rear of the convoy. A cluster of vehicles set slightly apart from the armored elements, different in their equipment profiles, the kind of difference that announced function rather than combat capacity. Communications vans. Technical support units. A mobile command infrastructure that existed to process information rather than to apply force. She looked at Reed. "You're smiling." Reed pointed at those vehicles. "They brought their brains." Cole looked at the cluster and understood it the same way Rachel had, a moment behind the same destination. Command personnel. Intelligence personnel. The people who ran Sentinel, rather than the people Sentinel employed to do the physical work. "They came in person," Rachel said. "They're arrogant," Reed said. "They've operated without consequences for 20 years, and arrogance is what 20 years without consequences produces." He looked at the screen with the expression of a man who has been planning around a specific opponent's predictable weakness and is now watching that weakness arrive. They assumed this ends tonight. They wanted to be here for it. Which means every communications exchange they generate from those vehicles, every command they issue, every operational record their equipment creates a trail, Cole finished. If we survive long enough to collect it. Sarah looked up from her headset. "You want them alive." "Some of them." "Enough of them," Reed said. "The right ones." The distinction occupied the room briefly. It was the distinction between a defensive action and an intelligence operation, between surviving the night and having something useful at the end of it. Reed had been building towards something with more permanence than survival, and the something required witnesses in the specific legal and institutional sense of that word. The first shot arrived an hour later with the understated announcement of a sniper testing his zero at range. A single rifle report that the valley's acoustics complicated and extended into something that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. A second answered from the compound's perimeter almost immediately, and then a third from the tree line. And the battle began with the measured, professional quality of an engagement between trained parties who were feeling out each other's positions before committing to anything irreversible. Cole had taken a position in the observation tower above the main access road, reinforced concrete and steel, the tower's sightlines covering the valley's primary approach with the comprehensiveness of something designed for exactly this purpose. Rachel stood beside him with binoculars, working through the darkness below with the patient attention of someone mapping a situation in real time. The valley was beautiful, in the way that dangerous terrain was often beautiful. The dark ridgelines against a sky that had cleared to stars, the forest dense and silent on the slopes, the narrow road below running through the geometry of a place that rewarded the defender and punished the attacker. Halpern had brought enough personnel to overcome that calculus eventually, but eventually was not the same as tonight, and tonight was what they were working with. "You think he's the traitor?" Rachel asked, without lowering the binoculars. Cole thought about it. Not reflexively, actually thought about it, ran the evidence through the available analytical frameworks, and looked at what came out the other side. No. She lowered the binoculars and looked at him. "He appeared too openly," Cole said. "Drove to the gate in a suit and looked into the camera. Real conspirators don't introduce themselves. They stay behind the thing they've built and let the thing operate. Halpern looks like the front of this operation because someone needs a front, and the person who needs a front is someone whose exposure would be more consequential than Halpern's. He looked at the valley below. He's a powerful man who's been part of this for 20 years. He's not the architect of it. Rachel considered this. Then slowly, which means someone worse is still hidden. Someone who survived 20 years and 48 deaths, and the black site going dark tonight without surfacing once. Cole looked at the convoy's rear elements. The command infrastructure sitting back in the darkness with its communications equipment generating its trails. Someone patient enough to let Halpern take the exposure. The possibility settled between them with the weight of a thing that would need to be addressed before the larger problem could be resolved. And that would need to be addressed without knowing what it looked like. A radio crackled at Cole's belt. Movement. Eastern Ridge. He looked. Figures at the tree line. The careful, deliberate emergence of scouts working the perimeter at range, the first phase of a professional assault. Identify the gaps, map the response times, find the place where pressure applied correctly would produce the result. Nothing committed yet. Everything observed. First phase, Cole said. Rachel raised her binoculars again. How long? They'll probe until they find something. Then they'll make a decision. He watched the scouts move along the ridge with the unhurried efficiency of people who had been told not to rush. The decision will come before dawn. The valley held its breath with the specific quality of terrain that knew what was coming and had no opinion about it. Midnight arrived, and the firefight spread across the perimeter in the way that professional engagements spread. Not the chaos of amateurs, but the controlled pressure of small teams working assigned sectors, each probe designed to generate information rather than achieve breakthrough. The aggregate building toward a picture that the command vehicles in the convoy rear were presumably assembling from the reports as they came in. Cole moved through the compound during the quiet intervals, checking positions, learning the faces of the people holding them, getting the texture of the defensive line and its human properties. The defenders had the quality of people who believed in what they were defending, which was not the same as being paid to defend it, and was operationally significant. 20 years of a man building something and selecting the people around him carefully produced a specific kind of loyalty that money could approximate but not replicate. He found Peter near the communications building with a metal mug of coffee and the 1,000-yard expression of a man who had been reviewing his life choices for several hours and had reached ambivalent conclusions. Cole sat beside him. The valley murmured with distant gunfire, not close, the perimeter holding, the probing phase still working through its calculations. You trust Reed? Peter said. Cole looked at the question from several angles. I trust his enemies. Peter waited. They've committed 40 vehicles and more personnel than most governments deploy for declared military operations to the project of killing one man tonight. That level of sustained institutional commitment, over 21 years, doesn't develop against someone who isn't a genuine threat to the thing they've built. He looked at the compound around them, the care in its construction, the years in its preparation. Whatever Reed is, whatever he's done, the people who want him dead badly enough that I'd rather be on his side of it than theirs. Peter nodded the nod of a man who has arrived at the same conclusion by a different route, and finds that the routes lead to the same uncomfortable destination. He drank his coffee. The explosion arrived before he finished it. The ground moved with the concussive authority of a shaped charge detonating against structural concrete, a pressure wave that arrived through the soles of the feet before it arrived through the ears, the felt physics of a significant detonation at the perimeter. Both men were standing before the echo finished. A security officer came across the compound at a run. North perimeter. Breach. The northern position commanded a narrow ravine that cut between two ridges into the valley, the approach that the terrain made most defensible, which had made it the approach that the attacking force had chosen to concentrate on, because concentration against strength was the tactical logic of a force with sufficient mass to accept the cost. The bunker at the ravine's head was burning. The blast had removed its primary wall and left the position open to the approach below, where the darkness was full of movement. Not the careful, probing movement of scouts, but the committed advance of an assault element that had received its order and was executing it. More figures than before. Many more. The probing phase had concluded, and the command vehicles had processed their information and made their decision, and the decision was here. Cole reached the position with Rachel and 3 of Reed's security personnel. The situation had the specific ugliness of a defensive line with a hole in it, which was a different problem than a defensive line under pressure and required different solutions. Reed arrived and stood at the edge of the ruined position, looking down into the ravine with the quality of attention of a man who has spent years thinking about this terrain and is now reading it under the conditions he spent those years preparing for. He pointed. On the far ridge, barely visible in the firefight's illumination, a communications relay tower stood against the sky, small, utilitarian, the kind of infrastructure that existed to be overlooked. Rachel found it. They want the relay. If they take it, they blind us, Reed said. No satellite feeds. No communications with outside contacts. No documentation of what's happening here tonight. He looked at Cole. Which is the operational priority? Not the compound. The record. Cole watched the advancing element below and let the pattern of their movement work through his pattern recognition the way learned things worked, not consciously but below conscious, the comparison happening in the part of the mind that cataloged behavior against prior experience and generated alerts when the comparison produced something specific. The alert arrived. The formations below were not improvised. The timing of the assault elements relative to each other, the way the flanking movement integrated with the frontal pressure, the specific use of terrain, these were not tactics developed by people working from general principles. They were tactics from a specific doctrine. A document Cole had read years ago in a training context, an agency operational manual for assaults on hardened positions in mountainous terrain. Someone inside Sentinel had access to that doctrine. Not the general principles of military tactics, which were widely distributed, but the specific operational DNA of the agency's own assault methodology, which was not. Someone with senior enough access that internal operational doctrine was part of their working knowledge, which narrowed the possibilities in the Sentinel command structure in a way that Reed's 21 years of analysis apparently hadn't reached yet. A round struck the railing 3 inches from Cole's hand, close enough to feel the displaced air, the specific intimacy of a near miss that the mind recorded differently from impacts that were merely loud. The firefight's demands reasserted themselves over the analytical work. Cole raised his rifle. The assault element came out of the ravine in the dark, and the compound's remaining lights, and the defensive line answered them, and the valley filled with the sounds and light of people resolving a disagreement that had been building for 21 years and had arrived, finally, at the only forum in which it had ever been going to be resolved. The bloodiest phase of the night had started. And somewhere in the command vehicles at the rear of the convoy, the person who had started all of it, not Halpern, not the deputy director in his city suit, but the patient and invisible architect of 21 years of institutional murder, was watching their screens and issuing their orders and leaving for the first time a record. Chapter 17. The attackers came down into the ravine in the organized, unhurried way of people who had been told not to rush and understood why. Not charging. Advancing, which was a different thing entirely and considerably more dangerous, because charging was an emotion and advancing was a calculation, and calculations didn't stop when they encountered resistance. Cole fired from behind a shattered concrete barrier that had been a defensive wall until approximately 40 minutes ago and was now simply cover. A man went down behind a fallen pine. Another dissolved into the smoke that the firefight had generated across the ravine floor, in the thick, drifting way of smoke in mountain terrain with nowhere particular to go. The valley stretched out in darkness broken by muzzle flashes, hundreds of yards of contested ground reduced to the specific, intimate geometry of the section immediately in front of each person trying to hold their piece of it. The communications relay tower stood on the ridgeline above them, lit briefly by each exchange of fire, still intact, and still the point toward which the assault's directional logic consistently aimed. Rachel crouched beside him, with the focused economy of someone who had been in firefights long enough to have stopped treating them as emergencies and started treating them as problems. They keep orienting toward the relay. They need it blind us before the record gets out. Cole shifted position as a burst of automatic fire found the top of his barrier and sent concrete fragments in several directions. The compound is the target they're showing us. The relay is the target they actually need. A security officer came in hard behind adjacent cover, breathing with the controlled urgency of a man who had been running between positions. They've hit 3 sectors at once: north, east, and the approach road. Casualties. The man's expression did what expressions did when the number was significant, and the person giving it didn't want to say it directly. Enough. The radio cut through the firefight's noise with Sarah's voice, sharp, clipped, the specific register of someone delivering information that requires immediate attention. Read. Operations Center. Now. A pause. We intercepted command traffic. You'll want to hear it in person. The operations center had the atmosphere of a room that had been running at maximum capacity for hours and had settled into the sustainable rhythm of people who had accepted that this was the work now and the work wasn't stopping. Every station occupied. The large screens displaying the drone feeds and battle maps and satellite imagery that reduced the violence outside to the manageable abstraction of symbols and coordinates: red markers for enemy positions, blue for the compound's defensive line, the points of contact between them rendered in the clean geometric language of tactical displays that didn't capture what the contact actually felt like for the people at the points. Sarah directed them to an audio workstation where an analyst sat with headphones around his neck and the expression of a man who had been listening to something and had formed an opinion about it. We captured a transmission from their command net, Sarah said. 43 minutes ago. It took time to clean up the audio. Reed folded his arms. Play it. The analyst pressed a key. Static, briefly, and then voices. The clear, professional register of a secure communications channel. The kind of channel used by people who believed their traffic was protected and spoke accordingly. The first voice was Halpern's. Cole recognized it from the institutional recordings he'd heard during various phases of his career. The particular cadence of a man who had spent decades in rooms where his word was the final word and had forgotten what it felt like to qualify it. There will be no survivors. The operations center went quiet, with the completeness of a room in which every person has simultaneously stopped doing something else. A second voice responded, less distinct, the audio quality slightly degraded, as though the speaker was at greater distance from their microphone. We still need Reed alive. The documentation. Halpern's response was immediate and flat. No. Reed dies tonight. Whatever documentation exists gets managed afterward. A pause. Then the second voice, quieter, and Walker? Halpern laughed, the brief, humorless sound of a man for whom this question represented a minor administrative detail. Collateral damage. The transmission ended. The analyst lifted his hands from the keyboard. Nobody spoke for a moment. Peter, who had been sitting near the rear wall with the patient stillness of a man conserving energy for whatever came next, looked at the frozen waveform on the monitor with an expression that had settled into something harder than what it had been. Well, he said. Rachel unfolded her arms. He's not subtle. Reed was looking at the monitor with the expression Cole had learned to read over the past several hours. Not anger, not alarm, but the focused concentration of a man running something through analysis rather than reacting to it. He was quiet for a moment. "Play it again," he said. The analyst played it again. Reed listened with the kind of attention that closed out everything peripheral. Then again. A third time. When it finished, Reed looked at Cole with the question already in his expression. Cole had heard it on the second pass. The words were right. The tone was right. The message was internally consistent and arrived through a channel that legitimate command traffic would use. Everything about it said, authentic. Except that it was in the intercept. "He wants us to hear it," Cole said. Sarah nodded from across the room. "That's what I thought." The operations center absorbed this. Rachel looked between Cole and Sarah with the expression of someone who has arrived at the beginning of a logic chain and wants to follow it to the end. "Explain." Cole looked at the monitor. "Intercepts happen. Communications security fails, frequencies get compromised, traffic gets captured. But those are accidents. This transmission used a clean channel on a protected net, which means it wasn't captured. It was allowed to be captured. Someone on that net opened the door and let it walk through." He paused. "Which means the content was intended for us. Which means the content is performance." "Halpern is telling us he's the architect," Rachel said. "Halpern is telling us to look at Halpern. Which is the one thing that the actual architect of this operation would arrange if they needed attention pointed somewhere that wasn't themselves." Peter said from his chair, the single word that landed with the weight of an accurate term, "decoy." An hour later, the battlefield changed its shape. The pressure against the communications relay decreased. Not dramatically. Not the clean withdrawal of a force that has abandoned an objective, but the subtle redistribution of a force that has shifted its priority without announcing the shift. Assault teams that had been pressing the ravine sector pulled back to intermediate positions. The aggressive probing of the eastern ridge stopped. The firefight continued, but it continued differently, with the quality of an engagement that was now serving a different function than it had been serving an hour ago. Cole stood in the observation tower over the drone feeds and ran the changed pattern against what he knew about operational logistics and the use of combat as cover for movement. Rachel brought coffee. The incongruity of the gesture in the context of an active siege landing with the gentle absurdity of small human moments in large violent situations. "You've got that look," she said. "Which look?" "The one that means someone is about to have a very specific kind of bad day." Cole took the coffee and looked at the screens. Enemy units distributed across the valley, some advancing, some holding, some that had been present in their sector positions 20 minutes ago that he could no longer account for on the current feeds. Then the convoy. Small. 4 vehicles. Moving along what the topographic overlay identified as a former logging road that ran beneath sufficient forest canopy to defeat casual observation from above, moving not toward the compound, not toward the perimeter, but away from both, along the valley's western edge toward the terrain that eventually opened onto the road network beyond the mountains. Rachel followed his gaze. "What is that?" Cole zoomed the feed. The vehicles resolved into their component identities, one carrying a satellite communications package in its roof-mounted array, one with the profile of armored transport rather than tactical vehicle, 2 escort SUVs running with lights minimal. Not combat vehicles moving into position. Assets moving out of a position that was becoming untenable. "People don't move valuable things toward gunfire," Cole said. "They move them away from it." Sarah appeared behind them. "You found it. You saw it first. 10 minutes ago." I wanted to see if you'd get there independently. She tapped the map. The logging road terminated at a location she'd already marked. A cleared area 30 miles northwest. The faded infrastructure of an airfield that the cartographic data described as abandoned and that was, apparently, no longer entirely abandoned. The room's quiet had a different quality than the quiet that came from having nothing to say. Peter was in the doorway. He had the Ghost Lantern team photograph in his hand. The group shot from Cell 17, the 37 people standing in the desert light of a day 20 years ago when they were still alive and didn't know what was coming. He was looking at a face in the image, and the face was not Halpern's. "I've been looking at this photograph since the black site," Peter said. He came into the room and set it on the table and put his finger on the face he'd been looking at. "There's a man in this photograph who was never mentioned in connection with Ghost Lantern in any document we've seen. He's not in the personnel roster. He's not in the operational records. He appears in this photograph and nowhere else in the available record, which is not how people appeared in operational photographs unless someone worked very carefully to remove them from everywhere else." His finger stayed on the face. "His name is Charles Brand." Rachel looked at the photograph and then at the name, and something crossed her face that was the specific expression of a piece of information making contact with prior knowledge in a way that produces a result. "I know that name." Sarah's expression had changed entirely. The composed operational efficiency had given way to something more fundamental. The specific look of a person whose analytical model has just been revised by an incoming fact of significant weight. "Oh no." Cole looked between them. Sarah pointed at the escaping convoy on the drone feed. "The airfield it's heading for is registered to a holdings company. It took us 8 months to trace the holding structure fully." She paused. "It belongs to Charles Brand." The operations center did what rooms did when a significant piece of information arrived and completed a pattern that had been incomplete. It became very still, everyone in it processing at the speed that people processed when the processing mattered. Peter moved his finger on the photograph. Halpern was in the field during Ghost Lantern. He was there. He participated in the operation and then participated in burying it. He looked at Reed. Brand planned Ghost Lantern. He designed the operational structure, assigned the personnel, controlled the intelligence flow. He set the photograph down. One man was in the room when it happened. The other man decided what happened in the room. Reed had been standing with the stillness that his particular variety of stillness had. The stillness of a man who was thinking rather than waiting. He was looking at the photograph, and then at the convoy on the screen, and the expression that moved across his face was not the expression of a man receiving new information. It was the expression of a man receiving the correct organization of information he already had, the pieces finally arranged in the configuration that revealed what they'd always been pointing at. "I've been chasing the wrong man," he said. He said it quietly, without self-recrimination. The plain statement of a navigational error that now required correction. 21 years aimed at an implementation when the architect had been standing behind the implementation the entire time, protected by the implementation's visibility. Outside the compound, the valley continued its firefight, the sounds of it moving through the operations center's walls as a continuous backdrop, the battle that Brand had arranged to occupy everyone's attention while he moved his valuable self, and whatever documentation he'd retained, toward an airfield and an exit from this situation that he had designed, presumably, in the same meticulous way he designed the original situation 21 years ago. The patient men were always the most dangerous. They arranged things carefully, and then arranged other things, and then let the arrangements do the work while they stood at sufficient remove to observe the results and adjust accordingly. 21 years of adjusting. 48 dead people as the evidence of the adjustments. How long before that convoy reaches the airfield? Cole said. Sarah checked. 90 minutes. Maybe less if the road's clear. Aircraft waiting? Almost certainly. He wouldn't move without an exit confirmed. Cole looked at Reed. Then the battle out there is theater. It's buying Brand the 90 minutes he needs. Reed looked at the drone feed. The convoy moving steadily along the logging road beneath its canopy of trees, the 4 vehicles carrying Charles Brand toward an exit from 21 years of accumulated consequence. Then we're not fighting for the compound, Reed said. No, Cole said. We're fighting for 90 minutes. And a way out of this valley before those 90 minutes are gone. Reed looked at the map. Then at Cole. Then at Sarah, who was already looking at the map with the expression of a woman calculating routes. Outside, the valley's firefight continued, doing the work it had been arranged to do. And at the end of a logging road, beneath a forest canopy, 4 vehicles moved steadily toward an airfield where a patient man was waiting for the night to finish, delivering him from the consequences he had spent 21 years ensuring would never arrive. Chapter 18. The drone feed showed 4 vehicles moving steadily south through the forest canopy. And the thing that the movement meant was this: Charles Brand, the patient and invisible architect of 21 years of institutionalized murder, had decided that the night was going in a direction he hadn't planned for, and was taking his documentation and his person toward an airfield and an exit. Everything else, the convoy at the gate, Halpern in his city suit looking into the camera, the assault on the northern ravine, the probe against the communications relay, was the elaborate stage work of a man buying himself 90 minutes. The battle in the valley had never been the objective. It had been the invoice. Cole looked at the convoy on the screen. He's almost at the airfield. Reed was already looking at Sarah. What's in the eastern shelter? The Fennec, she said. Fueled. Reed nodded once and looked at Cole with the directness of one professional confirming an arrangement with another. No speeches. No operational briefing, in the sense of a briefing that took longer than the situation warranted. Just the shared recognition of 2 people who had arrived at the same understanding of what needed to happen. Cole said, I'm in. Rachel looked at both of them with the expression of someone who has been present for this conversation and objects to the assumption that it doesn't require her participation. That sounded like a decision made without certain relevant people. You're relevant, Cole said. Obviously. Peter came through the operations center door, holding a fresh bandage to his side, and wearing the expression of a man who had reviewed his options and found them limited. He looked at the map, at the convoy's position, at the airfield marker Sarah had placed 30 miles south. How far? He said. 30 miles. Terrain? Sarah said, awful. Peter nodded, with the acceptance of a man for whom awful terrain had long since ceased to be a category that affected decisions. Naturally. Nobody suggested he stay. The suggestion would have been accurate and useless simultaneously, and everyone in the room had sufficient experience with Peter to understand the ratio. The aircraft Reed kept in the eastern shelter was a different philosophy from the transport helicopter they'd arrived in. Smaller, lower, built for the kind of work that prioritized not being seen or heard over carrying capacity or comfort. The pilot was young enough that his age produced a brief, involuntary recalibration in Cole's threat assessment, which the pilot's manner immediately corrected. He had the focused quality of someone for whom this was normal work, which was the only quality that mattered in the current circumstances. Reed took the front seat. Cole and Rachel occupied the rear with the compact efficiency of people who had traveled in small aircraft under difficult conditions before, and knew that the relevant variables were weight distribution and weapon accessibility rather than comfort. Peter folded himself into the remaining space with the resigned expression of a man who has been offended by aircraft of all sizes across a long career and has decided to stop taking it personally. The engines came up, and the aircraft rose above the tree line and turned south, and behind them the battle for the compound continued its work in the valley. The light of it visible, the sound of it present in the airframe, the firefight that had been arranged to provide Brand his 90 minutes of operational cover, proceeding on schedule without the knowledge that the person it had been arranged to protect had already been identified and was being pursued. Cole watched the terrain below resolve in the aircraft's thermal system. Dense mountain forest, the ridgelines running in the general southwest direction that the topography of this part of Bosnia produced, narrow valleys between them carrying streams that wouldn't appear on any map worth using. The kind of country that rewarded the person who had planned their route in advance and punished everyone else. The pilot's hand went to his headset. "We've got the convoy." He tilted the monitor between the front seats so the rear passengers could see. The thermal feed showed 4 warm signatures moving through the cold topology of the forest road, bright against dark, clear and distinct, making reasonable speed toward a destination they apparently still believed they were going to reach uncontested. Rachel studied the display. "He knows we're coming." Reed said, "Probably." "Then why keep moving?" "Because he's close enough that stopping doesn't improve his situation." Reed looked at the thermal signatures with the calm of a man who had spent 2 decades thinking about Charles Brand and was now looking at a live representation of him and was not yet finished. "And because Brand is the kind of man who has already arranged for contingencies that we haven't accounted for yet, and he's confident enough in those contingencies to keep moving." Nobody found this comforting. It had the unfortunate quality of being accurate. The airfield arrived in the aircraft's optics 40 minutes south, a relic from a different era's different requirements, the infrastructure of a function that had ended and left its equipment to the slow democratic processes of weather and neglect. The runway ran east-west across a wide valley floor, cracked along its length in the way of concrete that has experienced 20 years of freeze-thaw without maintenance, the surface passable at sufficient speed for an aircraft that wasn't particular about the approach. The convoy had arrived first. The 4 vehicles sat alongside the largest of 3 hangars, a corrugated metal structure that had lost portions of its roof to time, but retained enough integrity to shelter the aircraft parked inside it. Armed personnel moved between the vehicles and the hangar with the organized purpose of people executing a departure protocol, and Cole counted them against the darkness and arrived at 12 visible, with the understanding that visible was a subset of total. Then the jet emerged from behind the hangar, and Rachel said what she said, and it was accurate. A private aircraft, small enough to use the runway's degraded surface, and fast enough to make the relevant geography irrelevant within 2 hours, already running, the engines producing the particular whine of turbines at idle that expressed their readiness to accelerate immediately when asked. Someone had arranged the fuel in advance. Someone had coordinated the crew, filed a flight plan through whatever jurisdictional mechanism a man of Brand's resources could arrange at short notice, and ensured that the aircraft would be present and ready at the moment it was required. The same methodical planning that had characterized everything else this man had done. The pilot settled the helicopter onto a rocky outcrop on the ridgeline above the valley's western edge, close enough for the approach on foot to be feasible, far enough that the airfield's personnel wouldn't have the sound and light of a rotor wash to orient toward. They exited into cold mountain air and worked their way down through the forest toward the valley floor, Cole leading with the ground-reading attention of someone who had learned to treat terrain as information rather than obstacle. The airfield grew through the trees, the sounds of it arriving ahead of the sight, voices and engines, and the specific metallic activity of people loading and preparing to move. Cole raised a hand. The group stopped. Below them, less than 200 yards, the hangar, the jet, the vehicles, the 12 visible personnel with their weapons and their positions, and the professional spacing of people who understood perimeter security. Agency personnel, not the approximate version, but the formed and credentialed variety, which meant the institutional reach of this operation extended to people who were drawing government salaries and federal benefits while providing private security to a man who had spent 20 years betraying the institution that paid them. The distinction mattered in the way that things mattered when you were deciding how much force the situation warranted and what the downstream consequences would be. Rachel studied the positions with the systematic attention of someone building a tactical picture. That's going to be expensive. Reed was looking at the ruined control tower, a structure that had been neglected into a pronounced lean, its top platform accessible by internal stairs that had likely not been inspected since the airfield was decommissioned, rising above the runway's western end with the indifferent persistence of infrastructure too insignificant to demolish. Nobody was guarding it. Nobody had identified it as a position worth covering. "The tower," Reed said. Cole looked at it, looked at the fuel trucks parked alongside the jet, looked at the generator unit that powered the airfield's remaining lights, ran the geometry of what could be accomplished from an elevated position with good sightlines and a specific set of priorities that did not include destroying the aircraft, which contained, presumably, whatever documentation Brand had been transporting, but did include ensuring that the aircraft could not depart. He looked at Rachel, who had followed the same geometry to the same place. "You're going to say something about my ideas," he said. "Your ideas have a consistent quality of being operationally sound and personally alarming. This one's simpler than most." "The simple ones," Peter said from behind them, with the voice of a man reviewing 20 years of operational experience, "are the ones that turn out to have been simple only in the planning phase." The control tower stairs announced every footfall with the enthusiasm of metal that had been waiting years to express its structural grievances. The four of them went up with the specific, controlled urgency of people trying to be fast and quiet simultaneously, and achieving an approximate version of both, the structure swaying in a way that invited confidence and did not receive it. The top platform opened onto a view that justified the climb. The entire airfield spread below in the thermal and moonlight visibility of a clear mountain night. The personnel and vehicles and aircraft rendered in the clear geometric detail of a position with genuine command of the space. Sightlines to the fuel trucks, unobstructed. Sightlines to the generator unit, unobstructed. Sightlines to the jet's access boarding stairs, unobstructed. Cole looked at the fuel trucks. Large diesel tankers, the sort used to service medium-range aircraft, parked alongside the jet with their transfer hoses connected. The pumps running. The transaction ongoing. "Nobody flies anywhere without fuel," Cole said. Rachel looked at him. "We don't need to damage the aircraft. We need to stop it from being serviceable. So we interrupt the fueling. We interrupt the fueling, take out the lights, and create enough operational confusion on the ground that Brand can't get aboard, and get the door closed before we can reach him." He paused. "Ideally," Peter said with the philosophical resignation of a man who has learned to accept the adverbs in operational plans. "Ideally." Reed smiled, the genuine version, brief and unguarded. "Simple," he said, and the word carried the approval of a man who had been in the business long enough to understand that simple and elegant were the highest categories of operational achievement. Cole's first shot found the fuel pump housing at the connection point between the hose and the tanker. The pump came apart in a spray of pressurized diesel that caught the light and turned briefly spectacular before it became a hazard. Workers, separated from the tanker with the instinctive urgency of people in the vicinity of flammable liquid that has ceased to be contained. The second shot destroyed the secondary fuel line. The third took the lighting generator, and half the airfield went from illuminated to dark in the specific abrupt way of a power source that has been rendered non-operational. the transition from light to dark happening in the time it took for the remaining charge to discharge. The effect on the airfield was immediate and genuine. Guards who had been stationary became mobile without a clear direction to move toward. The orderly departure protocol dissolved into the urgent improvisation of people trying to understand what was happening and where it was coming from and what the correct response was, and finding that the answers to all three questions were unclear simultaneously. Rachel fired from her position at the tower's eastern corner. A fuel truck tire engaged with the round at operational velocity, and the vehicle lurched sideways across the concrete apron, its useful load still aboard, its position now blocking the gap between the hangar and the jet. The geometry of the departure became complicated. The airfield's organized efficiency had converted, in under 90 seconds, into something that resembled a situation rather than a plan. Then the hangar door opened. The man who came through it moved with the deliberate, measured pace of someone who had decided that urgency was beneath him. Older, dressed in the kind of coat that expressed the opinion that meetings took place in offices, and if circumstances had required otherwise, that was a failure of circumstances rather than a failure of planning. Silver-haired. The posture of a man who had been the most consequential person in every room he'd occupied for decades, and had stopped noticing it the way you stopped noticing the weight of a coat you'd worn for years. Charles Brand. The architect. The planner who had designed Ghost Lantern, and designed its betrayal, and designed 21 years of the institutional management of the aftermath, the man whose patience had produced 48 dead people and the sustained destruction of a career's worth of intelligence assets, and who was now standing in the middle of an airfield that was not going according to plan, with the expression of a man for whom not according to plan was an affront rather than a crisis. He looked toward the control tower. Not approximately, directly, with the unerring orientation of a man who had been briefed on the terrain in advance and knew where an elevated position with sightlines existed and had, Cole understood, known about the tower before they climbed it. Brent smiled. The expression was the most informative thing he'd communicated all night. No fear in it. No surprise, no recalibration of expectations. The expression of a man who had foreseen this and had made arrangements for it. Rachel said, "Why is he smiling?" The sound arrived before anyone had time to answer her. Not from the airfield, not from the valley, but from above, from the direction that the night sky occupied, arriving as a physical sensation in the chest before it resolved into the specific mechanical signature of military aircraft at low altitude and high speed. 3 of them. Coming over the southern ridgeline at a height that made the trees irrelevant, navigation lights dark, the predatory purposefulness of aircraft that had been vectored onto a specific target by someone with the authority to vector military aircraft at civilian infrastructure in a Bosnian mountain valley at 2 a.m. The jets crossed the ridgeline, and the sound of them became the dominant fact in the environment. Everything else subsumed into the physical reality of that much thrust at that altitude. Cole looked at Reed. Reed looked at the jets, then at Brand, then at Cole, and in his expression was the specific quality of a man who has been thinking about Charles Brand for 21 years and has just understood something new about him in the last 30 seconds, that the contingencies Brand had arranged extended to military assets, that the institutional reach ran deeper than the convoy and the agency personnel and the decoy operation in the valley, and that the patient man had been patient enough to arrange for the night's final complication in advance. The jets banked toward the airfield. Toward Brand. Toward the control tower. Toward all of it. And the chase, which had been a specific and manageable kind of problem, became something significantly larger. Chapter 19. The sky stopped belonging to the night and belonged entirely to the jets. The sound arrived as a physical weight, a crushing atmospheric pressure that flattened the breath inside Cole's chest before his ears registered the scream of the turbines. 3 military aircraft banked tight over the southern ridgeline. They dragged a wake of torn air behind them, low enough that the backdraft ripped the dead branches from the pines bordering the tarmac. Cole watched Charles Brand. The architect stood near the hangar doors. He didn't flinch. He didn't dive for the cover of the corrugated steel. He tipped his chin up, watching the hardware approach, and offered a cold, satisfied grimace. The realization clicked into place, sharp and cold. Brand hadn't called the strike to cover his departure. He called it to level the control tower. The man didn't want an escort out of the valley. He wanted a grave for his loose ends. "Stairs," Cole said. He grabbed Peter by the collar of his ruined jacket and hurled the older man toward the rusted iron grating of the stairwell well. Rachel vaulted the safety rail, her boots hitting the metal treads hard. Reed followed, moving with the fluid, unthinking speed of a man who had survived 2 decades of incoming fire. Cole cleared the threshold last. The lead jet released its payload. The missile strike did not produce a sound. It produced an absolute concussive void. The detonation vaporized the top floor of the tower, ripping the concrete observation deck into 1,000 jagged shrapnel fragments. The shockwave hit the stairwell a fraction of a second later. Cole grabbed the iron railing. The world turned upside down. The tower snapped at its midsection. The metal stairwell shrieked, a high-pitched metallic tearing that vibrated through Cole's jaw. They fell. They didn't run down the stairs. They rode the collapsing skeleton of the building as it plunged toward the concrete apron below. Sparks showered through the dark. Rusted bolts snapped like rifle fire. Rebar twisted and sheared, slashing through the enclosed space. Cole braced his boots against the outer wall, locking his arms around the rail, letting the heavy steel framing take the brunt of the kinetic impact. The structure slammed into the earth. The impact drove the air from Cole's lungs. Dust and pulverized mortar flooded the space, thick as water, choking off oxygen. He tasted pulverized stone, copper, and the chemical sting of high explosives. He lay in the wreckage for 3 seconds, running a brutal internal diagnostic. Ribs bruised. Left shoulder throbbing. Lungs burning. No severed arteries. No compound fractures. Functional. He kicked a twisted sheet of aluminum siding out of his path and crawled through the gap. The airfield had become a hellscape. The missile strike had ignited the ruptured fuel lines from the tanker Cole shot earlier. A wall of orange flame split the runway, casting long, frantic shadows across the cracked concrete. Smoke drifted in heavy, toxic banks, cutting visibility down to 15 feet. Cole racked the slide on his pistol. To his left, a rusted beam shifted. Rachel emerged from the debris. Her face was streaked with ash, a shallow cut bleeding freely above her left eyebrow. She didn't check the wound. She checked her magazine, slapped it back into the well, and gave Cole a single tight nod. Peter hauled himself out of the ruin a moment later, leaning heavily on Reed. The old man's side bled through the bandages, a dark, heavy stain spreading across his shirt. He hacked a lungful of concrete dust onto the tarmac and gripped his sidearm. "Stay low," Cole ordered. The blast wave had done their initial work. Brand's security element wandered through the drifting smoke, concussed and disorganized. Elite training deteriorated rapidly when the inner ear took a shockwave hit. Cole stepped into the haze. A guard stumbled out of the smoke curtain, his rifle hanging off its sling. He blinked through the ash, registering Cole a half-second too late. Cole raised his weapon. 2 suppressed shots. Center mass. The man crumpled to the concrete without a sound. Rachel took the right flank. She moved like a shadow against the glare of the burning fuel truck. 2 more guards attempted to rally near a stack of shipping crates. Rachel didn't break stride. She fired on the move, dropping the first man with a shot to the throat. The second guard turned, raising his weapon, but Rachel closed the distance. She slapped the barrel of his rifle aside and drove the muzzle of her pistol under the rim of his tactical helmet. 1 trigger pull. The threat ended. They pushed forward, carving a path through the smoke and the stragglers. Reed touched Cole's shoulder. The older man pointed through a gap in the flames toward the main hangar. The corrugated steel doors stood half open. "He's mine," Reed said. The words held no anger. They held the frozen, absolute certainty of a glacier grinding down a mountain. "Go," Cole said. Reed faded into the smoke. Another wave of guards converged from the western perimeter, drawn by the muzzle flashes. They moved with better coordination, recovering from the initial blast shock. Automatic fire chewed into the concrete around Cole's boots. Peter broke off from the group. He dragged his bleeding frame toward the skeletal, burning husk of the ruined fuel tanker. The steel chassis offered the only viable cover on the open apron. "Get to the hangar," Peter yelled, his voice cracking. He braced his forearms against the hot metal of a blown-out tire and sighted his weapon. "I hold them here." "You're bleeding out," Rachel said. "Then I have excellent motivation to finish this fast." Peter racked his slide. "Move. Now." Cole didn't argue. In this business, you trusted a man's assessment of his own endgame. He grabbed Rachel's tactical vest and pulled her toward the hangar. Behind them, Peter opened fire, establishing a brutal, disciplined rhythm that pinned the advancing guards behind their own vehicles. Cole and Rachel hit the hangar's exterior wall. The heat radiating from the burning tarmac baked the sweat into Cole's skin. He cleared the corner, sweeping the fatal funnel of the half-open doors. Inside, the hangar lights flickered, throwing erratic strobes across the space. The luxury jet sat in the center of the bay. The missile strike had exacted a toll. Flying shrapnel had shredded the right engine cowling, leaving jagged ribbons of aluminum hanging over the turbine. A massive chunk of concrete had smashed through the forward landing strut. The aircraft listed heavily to the port side, bleeding thick viscous hydraulic fluid onto the polished floor. It wasn't flying anywhere tonight. Charles Brand stood at the base of the boarding stairs. The untouchable architect. The man who orchestrated the slaughter of 32 operatives, who manipulated global intelligence for 2 decades, who treated human lives like lines on a balance sheet. He looked small. The tailored wool coat was covered in soot. He held a silver, reinforced briefcase in his left hand. His knuckles strained, bone-white against the handle. In his right hand, he gripped a compact 9mm pistol. 2 personal guards flanked him. They raised their weapons as Cole and Rachel stepped through the doors. Cole didn't slow down. He fired twice, taking the guard on the left. The rounds punched through the man's Kevlar vest, dropping him against the fuselage of the crippled jet. Rachel took the guard on the right, putting a bullet through his optic nerve before the man managed to level his rifle. The echoes of the gunfire rolled through the cavernous metal building and faded into the roar of the fires outside. Brand stood alone. Cole lowered his pistol, keeping the muzzle pointed at the concrete between Brand's expensive shoes. Rachel spread out, cutting off the rear exit, her weapon leveled at Brand's chest. "The flight is cancelled," Cole said. Brand swallowed hard. The muscle in his jaw jumped. He looked at the bodies of his guards, then at the ruined landing gear of his jet, and finally at Cole. He raised the compact pistol, his hand trembling. It was the grip of a man who ordered killings, but never committed them. The weapon shook, an unstable variable in a room full of lethal constants. "You don't understand the mechanism," Brand said. His voice cracked, losing its smooth bureaucratic polish. "Sentinel isn't just a program. It's a load-bearing pillar. You pull me out, you pull the data out, the whole intelligence apparatus collapses. Allies turn on each other. Covers blow. Networks burn." "They burned 21 years ago," Cole said. "You just hid the ashes." Brand squeezed the handle of the briefcase. "I have the master ledgers in here. Offshore routing numbers. Black budgets hidden in shell corporations across Zurich and the Caymans. Billions, Walker. I can transfer $100 million to any account you name. Right now. From a terminal on that plane. Cole stepped forward. His boots slipped slightly in a pool of hydraulic fluid. He kept his eyes locked on Brand. You're trying to buy something that isn't for sale, Cole said. Everyone has a price. My price was established in Prague, Cole said. When an old man bled out on a cafe floor because he tried to hand me a flash drive. Brand took a step backward, his heel hitting the bottom step of the boarding stairs. He raised the pistol higher, aiming at Cole's head. I authorized the strike, Brand said, his tone turning venomous. I have a second flight element waiting on standby. You think you can walk out of this valley? You think you win because you grounded one plane? I think you made a math error, Cole said. Brand narrowed his eyes. What error? You're counting the people in front of you. Footsteps echoed from the far side of the jet. Brand whipped his head around. Marcus Reed stepped out from the shadow of the crippled turbine. He held his rifle loose against his hip. He looked at Brand, and the 21 years of hunting, hiding, bleeding, and waiting crystallized in the rigid set of his shoulders. Brand stared. The blood drained entirely from his face, leaving a gray, hollow mask. The pistol in his hand dipped. Marcus, Brand breathed. Charles, Reed said. The single word hung in the humid, smoke-filled air of the hangar. It carried no inflection. It required none. Brand tightened his grip on the gun, swinging the barrel toward the ghost he created 2 decades ago. He never pulled the trigger. Chapter 20. The hiss of ruptured hydraulic lines filled the cavernous space. Fluid bled from the crippled jet, pooling across the polished concrete floor, catching the erratic strobes of the failing overhead lights. Marcus Reed set his boots against the ground. His tread offered a steady, rhythmic beat that cut through the ambient noise of the burning airfield outside. He stepped past the bodies of the 2 security men Cole and Rachel had dropped. He didn't look at them. His focus remained locked on the man standing at the base of the aluminum boarding stairs. Charles Brand gripped the silver briefcase. His knuckles stretched tight, bone-white against the reinforced handle. The soot-stained wool of his tailored coat hung loose around his shoulders. For 21 years, the architect of Ghost Lantern had lived as an abstraction. A signature on a redacted document. A routing number in an offshore ledger. A shadow orchestrating the systematic slaughter of every operative who carried the memory of a betrayed mission. Now the abstraction possessed a face, a trembling hand, and a compact 9mm pistol. Marcus, Brand said. The name hung in the humid air. It bounced off the corrugated steel walls and died in the vast empty space beneath the hangar roof. Reed stopped 10 feet away. He carried his rifle slung across his chest. He didn't raise it. He stood loose, his posture relaxed, his hands free. The scars on his face caught the flickering light. 21 years, Reed said. His voice sounded like grinding stones. Brand swallowed. The muscle in his jaw jumped. He raised his chin, attempting to summon the bureaucratic authority that had shielded him for 2 decades. You broke the perimeter. You grounded the aircraft. You made your point. We can structure an arrangement. An arrangement. I hold the master ledgers, Brand said. He lifted the briefcase an inch. Every account. Every black budget sentinel, secured since the turn of the century. You walk away right now. You walk away with resources most sovereign nations can't match. Reed looked at the briefcase. Then he looked at Brand's face. 32 people died in that canyon. 32 assets died for the apparatus, Brand countered, his tone hardening. You think you understand the math, Marcus. You don't. The intelligence we fed to the opposition secured their trust. It embedded our people in the highest levels of their command structure. Ghost Lantern bought us 2 decades of geopolitical dominance. We traded a tactical unit for a strategic empire. Cole stood near the hangar entrance, his weapon pointed at the floor. Rachel mirrored him on the opposite flank. They stayed out of the firing line. This conversation belonged to the two men in the center of the room. "You balanced a ledger," Reed said. "I won a war. And then you spent 20 years killing the survivors to hide your arithmetic." Brand stepped backward. His heel struck the bottom step of the boarding stairs. The metal clanged. The apparatus required protection. The truth would have dismantled the network. The cover-up wasn't malice, Marcus. It was maintenance. "Maintenance," Reed repeated. He nodded, a small, tight motion. "Let's do some maintenance." Brand saw the shift. The offer of money had failed. The appeal to patriotic utility had failed. The realization dawned on him, stripping away the last remnants of his civilized veneer. He was out of leverage. He was out of time. He forced his right hand up. The compact pistol wavered. His wrist shook under the weight of the steel. A desk man, trying to execute field work in his final moments. Reed didn't shout. He didn't dive for cover. He drew the pistol from his thigh holster in a single fluid motion that defied the passage of 2 decades. The draw bypassed thought. Muscle memory took over, refined in the bleakest corners of the world and sharpened by the singular purpose of reaching this exact hangar. The weapon cleared the holster, leveled and fired. The shot roared inside the metal building, a deafening crack that overwhelmed the hiss of the hydraulic fluid and the roar of the fires outside. Brand flinched, his eyes wide. The 9mm round caught him dead center. The kinetic impact drove him backward. He slammed against the aluminum railing of the boarding stairs, his tailored coat tearing on a jagged bolt. His pistol clattered to the concrete. The silver briefcase slipped from his left hand. It hit the floor with a heavy metallic thud, sliding 2 feet before coming to rest against the wheel chock of the crippled jet. Brand slid down the railing. His knees buckled. He collapsed onto the stairs, his chest heaving once, a wet, ragged pull of air that failed to reach his lungs. His head rolled to the side. His eyes fixed on the ceiling rafters, sightless and still. The silence rushed back in to fill the space left by the gunshot. Reed lowered his pistol. He engaged the safety and dropped the weapon back into its holster. He exhaled, a long, ragged breath that seemed to carry 21 years of accumulated ash. Rachel crossed the floor. Her boots splashed through the pooled fluid. She kicked Brand's discarded weapon away, putting it out of reach, a professional habit that refused to die. She grabbed the handle of the silver briefcase and hauled it onto a metal work table near the landing gear. "Cole," Rachel said. Cole stepped up beside her. He racked his slide, clearing the chamber, and holstered his weapon. Rachel popped the twin latches on the briefcase. The lid sprang open. Inside sat a hardened satellite uplink terminal, nested in shock-absorbent foam. A compact keyboard folded out from the base. A ruggedized screen occupied the top half, alongside a stack of encrypted solid-state drives. This was the brain of Sentinel. The master record. Reed walked over and stood beside them. He reached into his field jacket and pulled out the flash drive from the Bosnian Black site, the drive that held Gabriel Kane's final video, the operational manifests, the handwritten letters, and the proof of the Ghost Lantern betrayal. He handed the drive to Rachel. "Do it," Reed said. Rachel slotted the drive into the terminal's open port. She powered up the uplink. The screen flared, casting a harsh blue light against the corrugated steel walls and the exhausted faces gathered around the table. Lines of code cascaded down the display as the terminal established a secure handshake with a low-orbit satellite. Rachel's fingers danced across the compact keyboard. She bypassed the internal security protocols, exploiting the access codes Brand had left active in his rush to flee. "Merging the drives," Rachel said. On the screen, file directories populated. Decades of buried secrets spilled into the light. offshore bank routing numbers, wet work authorizations, false flag directives, the kill orders for 48 retired operatives, the complete organizational structure of the Sentinel Oversight Committee, linking Halpern and 6 other senior defense officials directly to the slush funds and the bodies. Rachel integrated the 20-year-old evidence from Ghost Lantern into the master data dump. Destination? She asked. Everywhere, Cole said. The Washington Post, Der Spiegel, Le Monde, The Guardian, the Inspector General routing desks at the agency, MI6 and the BND, Rachel listed, her hands moving relentlessly. Every major news desk, an allied intelligence watchdog on the continent. She hit the execution key. A progress bar appeared on the screen. Uploading. 12%. Outside, a new sound pierced the night. A high, oscillating wail echoing off the mountain ridges. Cole turned toward the half-open hangar doors. Sirens. Peter limped through the entrance. He braced his shoulder against the doorframe, his face pale and drawn tight with pain. Blood stained his shirt, but he held his weapon ready. Local authorities. Bosnian military police. The missile strike drew them out. They're coming up the valley road. How long? Cole asked. 4 minutes, Peter coughed. 5, if they slow down for the craters on the access road. Cole looked at the terminal. Uploading. 48%. We need to move, Cole said. Reed watched the progress bar. He didn't budge. Let it finish. The sirens grew louder, multiplying. The strobe of blue and red emergency lights began to reflect off the low-hanging smoke pouring out of the ruined control tower across the apron. The local forces would lock down the airfield. Anyone caught inside would face months of interrogations in a black site, regardless of the evidence they carried. Uploading. 76%. Rachel tapped her fingers against the edge of the table. Come on. Come on. The sound of heavy diesel engines reached them. Transport trucks grinding gears as they climbed the final incline toward the airfield gates. Uploading. 94%. Rachel, Cole warned. Almost. The progress bar filled the screen. Transfer complete. Rachel slammed the lid of the briefcase shut, crushing the screen and severing the physical connection. She ripped the flash drive out of the port and shoved it into her pocket. Done, she said. The machine is broken. Exit, Cole ordered. He grabbed Peter by the webbing of his tactical vest, taking the older man's weight. Rachel flanked them, her rifle up, scanning the dark corners of the hangar. They abandoned the luxury jet. They abandoned the ruined body of Charles Brand on the stairs. They pushed through the rear maintenance door of the hangar and hit the cold mountain air. The contrast staggered them. Behind them, the burning fuel trucks baked the concrete apron. Ahead, the chill of the Bosnian night bit through their clothes. They crossed the overgrown grass at the edge of the runway and plunged into the dense timber covering the western slope. The trees swallowed them. They climbed the steep incline, their boots slipping on loose shale and wet pine needles. Muscles burned. Lungs clawed for oxygen in the thin air. They didn't stop. They didn't look back. They pushed upward, putting distance and elevation between themselves and the flashing lights flooding the valley floor. They climbed for an hour. The darkness began to thin. The pitch black turned to a deep, bruising purple, then softened into slate gray. Dawn bled over the eastern mountain ridges, pushing the shadows back into the ravines. They crested a high ridge overlooking the valley. Cole signaled a halt. Peter collapsed against the trunk of a massive pine tree. He slid down the bark, his legs giving out, and rested his head against his knees. Rachel dropped her empty rifle into the dirt and leaned over, hands on her thighs, pulling in massive gulps of the morning air. Cole stood near the edge of the drop-off. He looked down. Plumes of thick black smoke rose from the airfield, twisting into the morning sky. Military vehicles crawled across the tarmac like insects. The flashing emergency lights looked small and insignificant from this altitude. Reed stepped up beside Cole. The older man's face caught the first rays of the morning sun. The deep lines around his eyes seemed to ease. The rigid, coiled tension that had defined his posture for the entire night finally unspooled. He looked down at the burning wreckage of Sentinel. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small, heavy, encrypted burner phone. He extended his hand. Cole took the phone. "There's a number saved in the contacts," Reed said. "It rings a desk in a logistics office in Vienna. Call it in 3 days. Tell them you need a ride. They'll arrange transport out of the theater. Clean passports. New identities." "What about you?" Cole asked. Reed looked out over the endless expanse of the Bosnian timberland. He adjusted the strap of his rifle. "I spent 21 years as a dead man. I think it's time I tried something else." He didn't offer a handshake. He didn't offer a speech. He gave Cole a single brief nod, acknowledging a debt paid in blood and steel. Reed turned and walked into the dense timber. The shadows embraced him, and within seconds he faded entirely into the landscape, a ghost finally laid to rest. Cole slipped the burner phone into his pocket. Rachel walked over and stood beside him. Her face was smeared with ash and dried blood. Her jacket hung in ribbons. She looked terrible. She looked victorious. She stared down at the smoke rising from the valley. "You think it worked?" "The data dump?" Cole asked. "Yeah. By now, every desk jockey from Langley to Berlin is staring at a screen watching their careers burn down," Cole said. "Halpern will be in handcuffs before lunchtime. The Oversight Committee will spend the next 10 years in federal court. The machine is broken, Rachel." "Good." She turned away from the edge. She walked over to Peter and offered him a hand. The old man groaned, taking her grip. He hauled himself upright, favoring his uninjured side. He brushed the pine needles off his ruined sweater and looked at the two of them. "So," Peter said, his voice raspy, "I don't suppose either of you brought coffee?" Cole cracked a small, exhausted smile. "I think we can find a cafe. Eventually." "Lead the way," Rachel said. They turned their backs on the burning valley. They fell into a loose formation, walking down the backside of the mountain, stepping into the gray light of the new morning to figure out whatever came next. The end. Close quarters. Fog of war. Cost of war. Stories of war. Sound of war. Hunter's game.